these weird speculative kind of like probing fights across the map. They eventually then push through on middle. I really do think that kill from Blame F, though, while fully flashed on highway, was an unbelievably important frag, the first of the round.
Yeah.
He goes down, highway's open. They very well could just transition straight into the A site. So it's actually not going to be a full investment. Interesting.
Ooh.
So PARIVISION don't pull the trigger on this.
Yeah, that is kind of curious. Don't necessarily hate it. They got a couple of smokes. So maybe they have a way to plant the bomb. Maybe they feel like they can stretch out the smokes in front of the bomb site and try to run in there. That is something that, for anyone that's really old, Pronax's Fnatic used to do. You know, like throwing down smokes and then planting without even fighting anyone on the bomb site. But it's been a minute, and obviously it's more difficult now when you got the HEs that can blow up in the smokes. But can't think of another reason why you'd want those grenades in a round like this one.
Yeah, it has been directly counted, hasn't it? You don't see that as often. At least, though, they are keeping options available. The only thing that kind of hurts a little bit on this one, Anders, is that we have a lack of flashes. And it feels like you've got plenty of cash here. Like, surely you want a flash or two. They've got smokes, but no flashes to play with.
Yeah, that's a good point. I would have thought the same thing. I mean, yeah, especially if you throw down your own smoke, you could even flash your way through it. Oh, wow. Blamef getting a bit of an easy time of it here. It seems like they're almost peeking into them one by one. So smart for the smokes haven't really done anything. I mean, they threw one down towards the B bomb site. That was about it. They're not actually going for the B bomb site. So I guess we can count that as a fake of sorts. Not that it's particularly convincing at the moment. But that's a good job, though. Slaxiges, a little bit of damage goes a long way in these early rounds for PARIVISION. Just try and see if you could steal something away. We're down to 20 seconds, so they pretty much have to commit here. And they could only get the one kill on Blamef. Would have been nice if they could have chipped away at JDC just for a second kill. But yeah, Big, probably quite happy with the start. They know that the purchase is going to be coming up in this next round. So let's see if Big are ready.
Yeah, I think for me that kind of perfectly illustrates why even just one flash, $200 investment could have made a bit of a difference, because you're essentially peaking mid-dry with nothing to precede that peak up against M4s and a very strong team in terms of firepower, in terms of just raw aim. So you're kind of asking to get slapped at that point. But here we go. Finally, PARIVISION, as a result of their patience in the previous round, will have an AWP. Got a question. Maybe James Cole was purely off the basis to get that weapon in his hands as fast as possible. And Hobbit through the smoke, through the wall into the head of Blame F.
Yeah, that position on the mid box is... It's just very recognizable. You see him spam it still. Like, he's trying to spam it again to see if he can find someone on the other side. So that's been discovered. That's been found out. I've seen the videos as well, all over Reddit and everywhere else. So pretty easy to get the line up there. But well done, nonetheless. You could see all the bullet holes there. So Hobbit, yeah, he's so drilled into that. They are going to try and boost him. This is a core feature of Cash, so there's no doubt PARIVISION will think about this. They should know. No one's watching it. That's a big mistake. Hobbit goes down. Smoke here will block anyone else from actually going through, which is a bit unfortunate. Otherwise, there might have been a chance there to get even more kills. I think that's a CT smoke as well. So might have blocked a chance for a quick double. Grenade goes down towards A main, and it's significant damage. The incendiary, a couple of them to really slow things down. And we're at 45 seconds, and they're still getting flanked. JDC is still on the hunt here. This is actually kind of terrible for the T side. Tabson with a nice timing as the smoke lands. He takes down Slaxiges, and suddenly it's a 4 versus 3 here. Cello creeping around the back. It's a good headshot, but I don't think they're out of the woods yet.
No, certainly not. Time is also a problem, and that flank is still in play in the squeaky door. Zwei, last man standing, a low Faven in the smoke. But the time itself is just the biggest enemy because he has to press forward. Can't check all of his angles, and in doing so, he is a free kill for Grix. And Big continue their winning ways. It is good to see, though, like, again, it factors back into what Dastan was talking about, trying to force Hobbit to play a lot of CS. When you do, you're going to find out wallbangs like that. You're going to be on point with these lineups. And I can tell you as well, Anders, like, in Face It, Cash is available. So a lot of games do go the way of Cash. So you better believe Hobbit's been playing this map a lot.
Yeah, you can see, like, you don't need more evidence. As soon as you see that kind of a wall bang, we are all aware that that's someone that's been grinding the map a little bit. Cool way to get started, but I am surprised. I feel like if you're on the T side and you're near that mid boost, you have to be so careful. You almost need someone fully dedicated. It might be my new favorite thing to say because this is probably going to be a thing that happens a lot. But I would say it's similar to the B ramp on Mirage or not on Ancient. Like I would say, you just have to keep your eye on it. On the T side here, you've got to be careful that you don't suddenly end up looking everywhere else. And when you have enough people nearby, it just has to be somebody's permanent job, I think, at a high level.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of Red Room on Ancient as well. You know, if an AWPer, especially at any point, gets up there, you're going to be in threat, you're going to be in danger. So I totally agree. You have to always have an eye trained in that position. There are, of course, a ton of mollies and smokes that are designated to lock that area off. So I'll see if the players do start to funnel in with that. As tabseN spots himself, Hobbit in Squeaky, who starts to back away with that deagle.
Yeah, the forklift is much less penetrable than it used to be. This box that's kind of, on the forklift, there used to be many, many different ways to shoot through it, and even sometimes even under it, but it's been made into much more of a block now, so it's definitely not as aggressive as it used to be, which I think is probably fine. It was a little bit hard to figure out why you could shoot through some parts of it and not others in the past. This round is, again, slow round out of PARIVISION. They're hoping to spend some utility on the CT side, and obviously they're more than anything, they're hoping that Big make a mistake and start to push out. I don't know if I love this position for Grix. I feel like this is super risky. If they all come for him right now, he is locked into this fight and his teammates are a little bit far away. If he lands a couple of AWP shots, then fine, it's going to be no problem, but I could see him getting run down. All it takes is really one missed shot. And even if he gets it, you could see how quick they're going to be on top of him. So not my favorite position for him. Does give over the AWP. Oh, the Hobbit even lands a deagle shot. Now Slaxyjez with the stolen AWP. What an expensive round already here for the peak side of things. The grenade nearly wins them the round, I think. Going to be a follow-up here, and it'll burn Slaxyjez alive. He just wanted to plant the bomb as well, but it's a 1 versus 2. Cello, don't see him winning this. Again, very, very hard with the Tech 9, but he does get the first one. Hold on a minute. Wait a minute. JDC's on the other side, and Cello, yeah, unfortunately, just running low enough. I thought Cello would have tried to swing around and run for it, but not going to be the case. A little bit frustrating there, but for Big, it's a needlessly expensive round.
It is, yeah. It's the kind of round where you kind of have a sigh of relief, but then you can see tabseN now is in a lot of conversation, probably a bit heated, saying, come on, guys, like, yeah, we're 4-0 up, but you better believe these guys are perfectionists. They want to make sure that they get everything locked in as easy as possible, because you can see the consequences of that are 2 players now below $1,000. So you're 4-0 in the lead, but your economy is far from ideal, and PARIVISION will have a good call of that one. I think we have a bit of a tech problem, so... Well, hopefully it's going to be resolved shortly.
I've got a quick check-in with the chat in the meantime, because we do have some very active chatters, as you know, Vince. And I try to do what I can to subject myself to them. Tax Fraud Expert has a comment that says, I'll oil you up, Pandas. That's a lot to take in all at once. Like, it's early in the morning. I just woke up like an hour ago. But I'll take that definitely into consideration. The tax fraud part's also interesting. Hit me up at some point, let's see what we can get away with. So we hit into round number 5. We're back, no tech issues, it's all good.
Bit of self-incrimination to start the morning off. Love to see it. See if PARIVISION can bounce back. James Steele, bit of a rough start. I know Slaxyjez is a play that's caught your eye as well, Anders, and you did link me a stat. I'm not going to steal your thunder on this one, but to do with Overpass and how PARIVISION were one of the teams that really adopted this map early on.
Yes, they were really, really good on the map, and I guess it is a bit of a shame. I think Slaxyjez has, it's probably his best map, so sucks that it's out, but, say Valve, they operate in mysterious ways. We can't always know why. Cello goes down here, and I guess for Big, this is the beginning of something really interesting. JDC almost Molotoved out, but not really. I think that's super dangerous. When you throw these kind of Molotovs on the T side and they don't actually clear the corners, whether it's the vent or just a corner on a map, you end up sacrificing some of your teammates because they think that this position is going to be clear now. So very, very risky stuff here. T-Sway, he has no idea. He does turn around for it, but only because JDC was shooting Hobbit in the middle. So either way, it backfires on PARIVISION. That one Molotov, I think, was meant to clear out all of the vents, and that's going to be an immediate conversation shortly on the T side.
Dang, though, big pick. They don't blow open the smoke. I think it's what they were looking to try and do with the AWPer, but Grix isn't able to do anything on that one. And now things get awkward. 15 seconds left again, though. Time has been a consistent problem for PARIVISION, but Sway nails the headshot. And all that pressure mounts on Blame F. 1v2. And I was going to say he's backing away. I don't know if he's going to be saving, because, again, I mentioned this earlier, the money is kind of ass right now for Big, all things considered. So it's an arduous one, isn't it? He doesn't have a kit either, so yeah, it's probably will be a save.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, and you're right. The money is not in a great state, so I can't really blame him too much. Blame F. There's a boomer pun for you. I'm surprised that PARIVISION came back and actually won this round. I thought that failed Molotov in the event was enough to bring them down, but great recovery. Sway is going to get caught. That's super annoying. And James goes up with the bomb, so... Oh, that's one of those rounds, isn't it, for PARIVISION, where you want to celebrate, but you kind of can't, because, yeah, you just lost everything.
Oh, mate, I just looked at Dastan's expression after James got blown up, and he is not impressed. And understandable, because that's an AWP. Like, they lost everything. Like, PARIVISION finally get on the scoreboard, and then no survivors. So, I mean, into this round, I have no idea what kind of a purchase they're going to be able to pick up. Oh, it's garbage. James went from an AWP to a Tech 9, even after he won.
Yeah, how disappointing. You want to celebrate that. You want to be able to roll it into a bigger purchase. Okay, Hobbit, fully nerd right now, trying to spam every position that he's known. I appreciate that. I think it's good that we got some more wallbangs back. At one point, it felt like, at some point in CSGO, it felt like Valve were almost at war with the concept of wallbangs. Like, they're trying to remove every single one from the game. But I'm glad we're now reintroducing some maps that at least have the option to do it. So, yeah, I want to see more out of it. Farvin presumably is going to get flashed in somehow. Or are they really going to wait for Grix? Grix is holding the angle on the other side with the AWP, so might be more of a... You hear the AWP shot go off, he gets a kill, and then you swing on the other side here. Nice timing for Farvin, but Grix can't find the shot there. He was flashed, I think, and Sway takes him down, and now that leaves Farvin in a very unenviable position. He's here in the checkered room waiting, and they're right on the other side. He actually gets the dink on the James. Not bad for Farvin. I thought he was going to get killed outright then, but it's a 3 versus 3 now, and the bomb not quite planted yet.
Shows the importance of not getting too desperate and just staying alive as long as you can. It's not just the fact that he gets the dink that gets finished off, but also it allowed the CTs to rotate and be up in this closer position. The downside, there's a smoke in their eyes, and there's no way for them to break it open. They're throwing a lurk smoke out. Bomb now planted. They're going to look to try and push through this smoke if they want to go for it. Again, they must have a good read that PARIVISION are far from established in their economy front. And that smoke is still in place, so they can start to push through and make a move.
It's going to be very risky here. I don't see a kit anywhere on the ground either, so I don't know if they actually have a lot of time here, but it's good spray down for Hobbit. And JDC, that bomb is not planted ideally for him. He'd love to be around the box here. If he had a smoke and a kit, it would be different. He could put the pressure on Sway, but Sway's played it perfectly. He commits only once he realizes that there's no chance of a defuse, so I don't hate the idea that they try to go for the 3-on-3 retic, to be honest, on the big side. I think it's reasonable, but man, that obviously cost them quite a bit. So as much as PARIVISION are struggling for their own economy, so is Big at the moment.
Yeah, so much so that realistically they're only going to have JDC's AK into this round, so PARIVISION will happily take that trade. They're up to their AKs and Glils.
Do you want to answer a quick question from the chat, Vince, now that we got a little bit of time early on? It says, Anders or Vince, would either of you be interested in dating a slightly overweight, 5'2" Vietnamese-American man who has red hair?
How much money
try
do you
everything
have
at least once, like, you know? Like, don't knock it till you try it. Yeah, it's a good offer. I appreciate that. JDC, hold the phone. Single AK. Pushing out in front. Surprised that he's able to get away with that. Gotta be frustrating for Sway, right? He's holding for only that one thing. And now the question is, can PARIVISION, can they actually get enough info to make a rational call at the moment? Or are they just going to go for a full-on execute here at the A bomb site?
There's a lot of issues here. First off, they've traded up to a second rifle. Secondly, they're not sure if they're being flanked right now, so they're going to have to be forced into a fast hit, and that plays into the hands of this stack. The superior firepower, though, still should be good enough as Faven puts that P250 to use, but there's Grix with the AK. 4v2 suddenly, and both of the T's are low on HP. Make it just Jane on 64. And they know exactly where he is. This is a disastrous round for Jane and the rest of PARIVISION. They came into this big with one AK and P250s, and they get the job done.
Wow. That is a bit of a collapse here. And if Dastan wasn't already looking grim behind him, he certainly will be now. Unexpected turn of events here. You finally do the damage. You finally destroy the CT economy. All they get is the one AK. They managed to get out of the round, and then that's enough to roll them into a victory here. Yeah, timeout been called for PARIVISION. I can't even really blame them. I think it's a good time to do it. Make sure that everyone kind of gets back online and feels like this isn't just being washed away. I don't know, how much have you been playing Cash, Vince? Have you got a sense of kind of the balance of the map? Like, do you want to make a statement on that? Because I'm not sure if I know at the moment if it's more CT or T-sided.
I played it quite a bit, but to be fair, it's on Face It and it's on like 25k in Premiere, so it's far from like the pro level. And I typically solo queue. I think it's quite balanced, Anders. I know it's a bit of a fence-sitting sort of like, you know, non-answer, but I do genuinely think it comes down to the cohesion of both teams. I don't think it leans like very heavily in one side, but at pro level, who knows? We've just simply not seen enough.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess that is something that Valve try to do. It feels like they try to make the maps more balanced, so maybe that's also what they've been aiming for. I guess we'll find out. It feels a little bit CT-side at the moment, but it could just be Big having a pretty good day in the office here. JDC has found Hobbit. They are... At least one of them is trying to do a run boost, but it does require two people to actually run, so I don't know what's going on back there. They have an AK on Cello, so... I don't mind throwing in the Glock as a distraction, like a human flashbang around the corner for Cello to then peek on, but it seemed like PARIVISION are not in agreement about what the plan is. So they're going to go back instead, checking out this A position. And might try and boost up into the middle. BlameF holding two positions at once. I don't know if I love this. He could obviously fall back and play, you know, in that corner. But at the same time, this is risky. Oh, there we go. Flashed up. He did fall off the roof. Very well done, honestly. Well navigated for BlameF.
That timing there was fantastic, yeah. Kind of negated the flash that was tossed in. Also, the Molotov will not extend to BlameF's position. And he also has a bit of cavalry as tabseN goes pushing. Finds himself Slaxy Jez. Nullifies him, but more importantly, he spilled the bomb onto the ground, which just took a tumble. As will Jame, and this is quickly turning into a 6-2. And although I do agree this is looking very CT-sided, I have to say, PARIVISION do not look like they have a great understanding of what the hell's going on. How many of the rounds additionally, Anders, have we seen the clock tick down to sub 10 seconds before they even start to push on a site? Like, there's clearly some teething and growing problems right now with this team.
Yeah, I agree, and again, like, I guess we can give them a lot of a good faith or a lot of runway here before we start criticizing them too much, because again, they didn't pick the map here. It was Big that picked it up, and it's not surprising if PARIVISION with a new team and everything else aren't 100% ready for it. But the thing that annoys me is the lack of decision making. I feel like even if you're not like an expert on the map, at some point, just pick up the players and go to a bomb site and try and see if you could do something. Like, you should at least have some flashes, like pop flash somebody in, the basic grenades over on A or even on B, like you talked about the sunroom there. It should be possible to put some pressure on Big. I feel like a lot of the failures of PARIVISION so far come down to indecision and then waiting around for a long time. Although Hobbit, oh, that's such a great timing for him. But unfortunately, JDC was more than ready. They do have 3 AKs on the CT side, so those kind of fights pushing in are really interesting. This position for tabseN over at the A bomb site is one that I've been very curious about how people are going to negotiate. So I'm on high alert looking to see if anyone can flash him out of there.
I think it's also just like, as you say, the indecision, but it's the lack of set plays that we've seen. Like, where are the crisscross smokes? This was a staple of Cash. Basically, you throw 2 smokes from a middle, you lock down the CT side of mid, and it allows you to push out. You can get players boosted up as well simultaneously, and you can just take control. We've not seen any of this utility. Where are the mid smokes being tossed in? And none of this is prevalent with PARIVISION, and this seems like the basic fundamentals. If you're going to float this map in a tournament with $1 million prize pool and all the VRS, it blows my mind that they don't have this basic stuff sorted out already.
Yeah, I think that's where the criticism. I don't think it doesn't have to take a lot of time to do some of this stuff. They're going to be saving out in this round, obviously, so you guys can tell. Just 10 seconds on the clock. But yeah, keep it basic. Like, you don't have to come in with the wildest game plan of all time where you're doing like mad fakes. And like on this map, there's also a map where if you do successfully get mid control on the T side, you can push all the way in towards CT spawn, and you can wrap around both bomb sites, which is a nightmare if you're on the CT side if the T's really get that kind of map control. But even if you're not doing anything as exotic as that, they even proved it, I think, in the other round where they hunted down Grix, who was playing the AWP in that corner that I was criticizing over on A. Just finding the timing to open the door and attack main at the same time. Like, if you have 1 or 2 good flashes over, that's a plan. It doesn't really have to be more complicated than that. And just, you get 1 good entry. Chances are the second player is going to be on the highway towards middle anyway. So, yeah, you can probably get a bomb plant. Like, keep it a little bit simple early on. I wouldn't hate that.
Well, grenade's going to go too deep. I don't think it's going to affect anyone, really. They did smoke top middle this time, PARIVISION. But the counter nades are really on point. As tabseN's going to receive, JDC comes in for more. Another 3. He's up to 20 right now. Just destroying, smurfing in this playoff game. Unreal play from JDC again.
Oh, man. I wish I had saved the message, but there was somebody in the chat right at the start of the day who said that John De Castro was gonna cut their heads off or something like that. So whoever that was, bit of a profit at the moment. Certainly seems to be the case. Wild success rate with the AK there. The accuracy could not have been any better. What was he up to, 21 and 2 or something now? That just can't even be real. How ridiculous.
Yeah, 21 and 2, 7 multi-kill rounds. 165 ADR. I mean, oof. I'm thinking, like, typically you're looking at players like Blame F, who is the top stats man, at least for this event so far. But JDC, we've talked about him multiple times in the past. He is like a glue player. He does every role. He kind of has every single position sorted out. He can rotate. He can be that guy, the difference maker, the Swiss Army knife of this team. But right now, I mean, he is the sharp edge that PARIVISION keep running straight into head first.
Yeah. Stubbing their toe in the middle of the night, cold feet. It really hurts. PARIVISION, they're not enjoying it. Destan does look like someone who's angry at life at the moment as well. He's sort of almost slumped over at the corner there in the back. They got 2 chances here, and 4 is better than 2. I know it's not the deepest analysis you've ever heard, but it's true nonetheless that if PARIVISION get up to 4 rounds, that would be a significant improvement. Some might even call it a doubling of their current round score. So yeah, try and see if you can get there. JDC's out of the mix. That's got to be a victory. He's responsible for 80% of the kills that are on the big side of things. So get rid of him. You're more than halfway to probably winning the round.
I think what's kind of concerning, though, is that Grix is still on 7. You got Blame F on 8. Everyone has pulled their weight, even if it's JDC that's way ahead of the rest of the pack. And to make matters worse, you've also got a Tech 9 in play, which has been neutralized. Again, look at the time, 40 seconds, a well-placed Molotov. And this is going to really stall and stymie the push.
Oh, I think you're onto something, Vince. I said well-placed. You said well-placed, but I feel like that could have gone down a little bit further. It's still pretty good with the smoke on top, but I feel like a little bit further forward, and it would have completely blocked them from entering. Still, this double setup is hard to read. Blame F goes down early with not a kill, and Favin's going to be dead. What is happening? Big. They had the setup. They had the grenades. They were low on time on the PARIVISION side of things. I feel like that's criminal on the big team here. They should have been able to at least make this a 2v2 for tabseN and Grix, and not a 2v4.
I am so confused at that Molotov. I mean, they're still going to be playing for this. It looks like they got tons of cash. And obviously, this is the penultimate round, so why not? Also, if nothing else, just let the bomb do the work for them. We already saw James go down to that bomb earlier on. So it looks like they want to try and hold on to these 2 AKs, which is completely fair enough. Jello, in the meanwhile, those going to be pushing in. Grix, Trigger Discipline, going to be lining them up. And a spray is good for 2. Jello down at 19 HP, but he should be able to get away from that bomb. And he'll be okay. So PARIVISION pick up a 3rd. The only thing I could say, and I'm really give the players the benefit of the doubt here, is the Molotov was designed to bait off the position that was tight right on the boxes. And to be fair, it didn't get checked. I think it was Tabson just
Could
whiffed
be.
his spray completely. Here, on the left, actually it was Blame F. That's the only thing I can think of, because otherwise, surely you are throwing that Molotov into the entry point of main. There is no reason why you wouldn't do it unless you're trying to bait your opposition.
Okay, but I like that theory, though. I think that you know, again, sometimes it's worth kind of figuring out, like, what could have been the theory behind it, because obviously we don't have the communication. So I don't hate that idea. That might have been the thought there, and they just failed the spray, like you said. A little bit unfortunate. Oh, through the smoke. I was going to say it's dangerous, Taps, and you know Hobbit can spam that. Grenade doesn't go where he wanted it here, but 8-3, and with the opening kill going the way of Big, and with JDC still being alive, you never know what could happen here. Wait a minute. JDC stepped up for another headshot. Does he realize there's somebody already in the site? They might be aware of it, but they also might not. It doesn't seem like they're fully committed to the idea here. So James, with a little bit of timing, maybe he could catch Blame F. Okay, the door is open. They've seen it, so they should be suspicious.
Yeah, and Blame F also just checks middle just to be completely sure he's not being flanked. Now they can both focus their attention onto the A side. As you say, they have a good read that James is likely out here on the site. Again, Squeaky has been confirmed to have been opened. Moving around is JDC. A man on a mission. And now James finds the timing and pops his head off. They now know where he is. 2-play-2 with 40 seconds.
Blame F down by the forklift. That's a sick shot from Slaxid. Yes, he did not allow him to get away. And Grix is moving in from the other side. Retaking now with the AWP. Don't know if it's worth finding another gun here, but when that smoke fades, he might not have many chances here to find Slaxid, who's just out of the open. He's very committed to this. He does also have a Molotov, so we'll see if he gets a chance to dance around the boxes. That could happen here. The timing is absurd. I can't believe Grix hasn't checked the back of the site. Surely that's the next step, and he's just missed him by an inch. There we go. Grix to pick it up. It took all day, but with the kid in his back pocket, he's going to be able to win the round here. What a first half for Big. 9-3 in their favor. Looks like a solid map pick at the moment.
A fatal game of hide and seek at the end. I was a bit surprised that Grix didn't throw some utility. He had a molly, he had a smoke, he had a HE. Obviously didn't want to give his position away as to exactly where he was. But either way, it is a 9-3 first half. And what's kind of interesting to me as well, Anders, like you posed the question coming into this, what are my thoughts about, you know, Grix and Slaxy. Well, the two of them haven't really had a great event so far. Slaxy is joint bottom in terms of the stats, and this is with 6 maps played, 1.06 alongside Jane. And then when it comes to Grix, he's actually second bottom. He's got a 1.02. The only player below him right now on Big is Favon. So neither of them have had fantastic events individually, at least up until this point.
That's interesting context. But I guess we can highlight one of the talking points that we sort of brought up yesterday, which is all of those stats come from the group stage. And now they've had, like, you know, 3 or 4 days in between. So they've acclimatized to sort of being in China. For those of you who haven't made the travel from either Europe or America to China, it is significant, I would say, like your sort of internal clock really gets thrown around. It can easily be like a couple of days before you sort of feel like, okay, now I'm in the time zone, now I'm sort of ready for it. So yeah, that could be, maybe there's a chance here that some of these players will catch up a little bit. So far, JDC, obviously the absolute superstar this first half, but I don't know, PARIVISION, they had multiple rounds where it felt like they could have had more, where, you know, if they made some quicker decisions. I don't know how much better it could have got, but, you know, Big ending up at 9 rounds. I think there's a world here where PARIVISION keeps them to a lower amount, and they have more of a achievable sort of second half coming up here. Like, I don't know how much lower. Maybe, you know, like they end up at like 6 or 7 or something. I said the numbers, but the second half, Vince, it's gonna be interesting to see who wins the pistol. If it's Big, it's probably all over.
Yeah, it definitely has that kind of feeling, and I'm going to be interested as well to see how Big decide to occupy that T side pistol as opposed to PARIVISION, which were very much like tentative and trying to push around the map, the periphery, find out if they can get a pick. And that kind of went full circle into most of the bulk of their T rounds when it came to rifles as well. It didn't seem like they had a game plan that they were setting going forward with, as it, again, lack of executes onto the site, lack of smoke lineups. I'd be really interested and curious to see here if Big do have these. You'd hope so. I mean, it is their choice of map at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Actually, is
That's
it
a
their
good
choice
point.
of map? Let me double check that, because now I'm doubting myself. They did pick Cash. Yes, they did.
They did, yeah. No, you're right the first time. Trust yourself, Vince. Shout out again to all of you guys in the chat. I'm seeing people who said that they're sort of coming back from not having watched the game for a long time. So it's good. Counter-Strike has a way of keeping people around. Welcome back if you're an older viewer who's lost touch with the game, but now you're back again. That's always awesome. I can't imagine that Big aren't going to be well prepared for this T side, but what I hope is that it will be PARIVISION winning the pistol, because I want to see as much of the Big T side as I can. So I don't want like an early victory. I hope this goes like, all the rounds so that we can see more of what Big have been planning. We're getting into it now. It is the second half coming up. Big are going to be on the T side now. It's the first map in this quarterfinals. There's a lot on the line. It's a $1 million tournament for the XSE Pro League, and they are straight rushing the A bomb site. James seems to be ready. It's a clean headshot, and he cuts the head off JDC. What a great play to get rid of early on. Grix is going to be the next one in the grave, and now it's a 5 versus 3. The bomb might be planted here, especially if Blamef can carve out a little bit of space on the bomb site. At least they'll get that much done.
Yeah, way more one-dimensional and just a full-on committal from Big. Post-pack comes in. There are kills aplenty. As now it falls upon 5 as they're going to be pushing around the corner, but Slaxy only on 12. He's using that smoke to his advantage right now. Tons of time left on the fuse. They don't have to rush into this. All of the pressure is on Faven's hands, but Sway's able to swat him away. And it will be PARIVISION picking up the pistol. And I think what threw me off a bit there as well, Anders, as to whose choice of map it is that obviously PARIVISION chose to start on the T side, which in some ways makes it even more damning that they got so wrecked.
Yes, there was actually somebody in the chat was mentioning this earlier, saying what a weird choice to do that. So it actually was brought up a little bit, and I guess I didn't even really think about it, but you're absolutely right. That is, if you make that choice, you're almost insinuating that, okay, we've got a plan, like we got something that we're trying to do. And it didn't seem like they had much of a plan. But great victory over PARIVISION here. Like you pointed out, they had a lot of time before they were forced to go for the defuse. So they waited for Faven to make a move, which he probably had to do. So really good team play there for PARIVISION. Got to give them some credit when we can.
Another change as well, of course, is that PARIVISION in an identical position. They lost the round, but they got the bomb plant. They decided to save, to go for the AWP for James, whereas Big instantly force in. They got Galils, they got Deagles, and they got plenty of threats. And they're going back to A site again, and they're picking up the pace. Oh, it's a team kill.
I mean, you'll take it. If you're on the PARIVISION side, you need some help from Big right now, because they've been crushing them so far in the map. So yeah, team kill, and then another couple to add to it for James and Cello, and suddenly Grix is alone in a uncomfortable position. I actually haven't checked on this version of the map, but where Grix is standing in the old version of Cash, you could spam up to the box boost that's on the CT side, like the shroud position. You could spam through the wall up here, and that was very fun to do, but I doubt you can. Like, my feeling is that they've changed the thickness of the walls there. I will have to go investigate. I just remembered in the moment.
Yeah, I don't think you can. It's quite kind of interesting as well that in all the games that I've seen on Cash, and again, it is a very small sample size at pro level, no one's really using the Shroud Boost or NBK position for that matter. It's quite rare.
Yeah, because you can still stand on the door or the light above the, to try and get up there, right? Like, that's the thing that happens. Like, you can make that jump onto the back door and then kind of, I don't know if you can actually jump all the way up there. I mean, I can't do it anyway because I suck at jumping. But in theory, that's how people used to be able to do it alone without needing a boost up there.
Yeah, we're not even boosting each other. Like, I haven't really seen it yet. I don't know if it's because you're so concerned and worried about getting rushed down fast, and then obviously you now have the added element of before. If you smoked main, there was no way anyone could see if you boosted up. Now, if a grenade goes in, they could potentially catch you in transition, blowing open that smoke. So I don't know if that factors into it, but I suppose as time goes on, we're going to start to see different looks and takes from teams. Either way, Big, though, on the back foot after a really solid, stellar first half. They find themselves in the back seat twice in a row. HE up and over. Not quite deep enough to land on JDC, but it did do significant damage to Faven.
Yeah, pretty good timing. Frustrating when you're boosting up with the Deagle like that, and all you can see is the shrapnel coming your way. But yeah, famously, this is a position where you can really get those Deagle headshots off. And I think for PARIVISION, I mean, we saw it with Blamef, right? A lot of it on the CT side here is about not exposing yourself to those kind of fights. It's just not going to be worth it. You have to hit a straight headshot. All they have to hit is a headshot, and why give them that opportunity? Whereas if you wait and allow them to fight into the middle, then you've got the advantage of being able to spray them down like a more of a full body spray instead of just clicking away at the head. So I feel like taking those deal challenges in the middle, probably not the best idea. Opening the door is a subtle but probably pretty effective way to keep the CT somewhat occupied looking this way. Like a little mind game that you can play as long as the door is there. Hobbits dancing around. Yeah, that's more what you want. Like this kind of a fight instead of just a straight headshot. So good work, Hobbits. He's starting to get a little bit warmed up. And so I guess our PARIVISION as a whole here. I mean, I said I wanted more rounds out of them, and they're delivering in a big way. So I'm really happy for this. I'm starting to be impressed with PARIVISION, but I'm happy that they're not just crumbling completely, because that was a thing that the old team used to do, right? The vibes were so atrocious that you could just feel like they were done playing the game here, and they were pretty frustrated in the first half, to be honest. But now they seem like they're bouncing back.
I think that's another thing that a player like Hobbit gives you, such a boon to that mental, that fortitude. He's been around for so long. He's been on, you know, wins and losses from massive comebacks to being on the receiving end of that. So he offers you that veterancy that they definitely needed. That hierarchy, like you were talking before, between Dastan, Jame, and him. However, Big now have a full-on committed investment with full AKs and full utility. So I'm very interested to see how they're going to be filtering out. It's pretty much just splitting across the map for this time being. Trying to deny any aggression. We did see a lot of that when Big were on the CT side. JDC pushing outside of B, getting wrapped around the side. They took main control on A as well. And Slaxy Jez, the most forward player in Vents, but nothing coming forward from Big. They are taking their sweet time.
Yeah, I don't hate the idea of it. You play this kind of a default. PARIVISION not pushing out. Big only really did it the one round, I think, where they had the hero AK on the CT side. Other than that, they weren't the most aggressive team. And that's really interesting because Cash is a map, I would say, that affords, maybe especially if you're pushing that squeak door over at A, you can really do a lot of damage. BlameF will find Slaxy Jez early on, and this is finally some mid-control. I don't think PARIVISION did this even once they got them any kind of mid-control, but it is going to be Big trying to make their way back through middle into the vent and check it towards the B bomb site. And Tabson, even though flashed, he's spraying down one. Sway alone on the bomb site. Is the backup going to be there? He might not need it. Another headshot, and he brings down Tabson. Sprays him to death with the assistance of Hobbit. It's going to be BlameF in a 1 versus 3, in spite of the fact that all of Big were right on the footsteps of that bomb site. They were almost ready. Sway, I think, was the only thing standing between them and victory. And now he's up to a quad kill, and if BlameF walks away, he might deny the ace here, and he will. Yeah, no time left in the round, but what a defense from Sway.
He didn't need the backup. He was the backup, Anders. That's an unbelievable hold.
Yeah.
And the thing is I find myself in this weird kind of like mixture of emotions watching that round, because I think it was actually a really good round overall. A great idea from Big. They end up losing, but that's because of Zway's brilliance. Like you say, they take mid-control. Slaxy Jez got aggressive and Vent. BlameF just nails the headshot instantly, and then they push in. And they make sure they don't have any sort of second thoughts. They don't get paralyzed with over-analysis. They just get in there. The issue they had to deal with was Zway, and his aim was so crisp.
Yeah, that was the promise of somebody like Sway, who, again, even in the tier 2 scene, like he was, I would say, one of those well-known names that a lot of people had on their shortlist to step up into the world. And I think, you know, when he joined PARIVISION, we've seen glimpses of him playing well, but if he can keep this kind of consistency, I mean, he is going to be a very, very strong prospect for the future. And maybe now that the team is stabilized a little bit and the vibes are better and all the rest of it, that could be happening here. We're going into round number 17, and scoreline is 7-9. I'm getting a little bit of lag on my end. Don't know if that's just me.
Just a little bit. I just had to reconnect. Seemed to do the trick. Well, into this round, we do have Big on an eco for the most part. They got an AK in play, which obviously is the saved AK from BlameF. Some deagles as well. Could be a while before we see Big go for another execute. As PARIVISION went from a 9-3 first half to winning the last 4 rounds on the bounce. And it's good because I agree with you, man. Like, I really did think that this was edging into a extremely one-sided affair for Big in the quarterfinals, you know, stomping through them, going to Mirage in fantastic form. So the fact that we've actually got a fight out of PARIVISION, that's good
huge.
to see.
Can't really blame JDC, right? But he was 21-2 at some point. Now he's 22-8. You know, we want to see the rest of Big try and help out, but yeah, it's just another measure, I think, of how tough it's been for the second half here on the Big side of things. Smoke goes into main, re-smoking this one. Jame will spot out one player. Okay, that's a nice waterfall. I think a lot of people have discovered how to throw that. And then they complete the wall on the other side. So the utility is on point here. They've also burned out the forklift, but they just go down for the smoke. Anyway, I don't know how Jame, he found the angle there, but Cello spraying down JDC through. Bomb is going to be planted, but I don't think they care. Oh, Farvin blown up. I think he stood his head up and straight into the grenade. That is devastating. So yeah, a bomb plant, but not much else here. Tabson alone doesn't really have a chance here. It would have been sick if he could have got a spray down on a couple of players, but it is PARIVISION fully back in the game now, around the way for equalizing the scoreline. They've got the money, they've got the weapons. This is a huge return to form.
It's the kind of round where typically you think, oh, you got the bomb plant. That's you know, exactly what you were looking for. But I think they were anticipating at that point they could get a couple of kills out of it too. And even with the post plant coming in and a full round loss bonus, it still means that Blame F's just down on the Galil. So yeah, everything else is looking really healthy, but PARIVISION on fire, looking like they're building in confidence. You saw Zwei and Jello there exchanging very energetic high fives. The entire vibe seems to have changed on its head, as you'd expect with this half they've been having so far.
Yeah. Oh, that's an interesting boost. You see the smoke going down, and that smoke is deep enough that he could maybe even just see the toes on the other side. That could have easily resulted in the kill. Slaxijez might be more careful next time. We'll have to play a more defensive position at this stage, but Jame AWPing towards the sunroom, and they've got another 2 people behind, so they are fully ready. If Big goes to the B bomb site early, then that would be a bit of an issue. I love the fact that PARIVISION was so ready to play that as a retake on the A bomb site, because it's such a small bomb site that if you have enough utility, then retaking it is going to be very, very doable. Like, you can burn out so many positions that the T's are in back there, so that's probably going to be something that we'll see a lot more in the future too.
Yeah, that's very true. I would say I've been impressed with Big's executes, though. They've had a lot of nades, a lot of set plays, something that we just simply didn't see on the PARIVISION side of the T half. And sure, it hasn't really yielded any success whatsoever, but they've been close a couple of times. And again, taking early, I say early, actually, it's quite late in the round, but taking mid-control, JDC up on highway, yet to get off the mark in this second half. Maybe this is his round to have more impact.
Yeah, we haven't really seen that highway utilized at all from the T side, so now is a good time for it. We're running the clock down a bit low. What an opening. Farmin cuts down Slaxijez, and here comes the rest of the push. That's why that highway's so dangerous. Sway, he's in the smoke, and that might be the only reason he's alive, at least for a second. BlameF infiltrating that back line. Like I said, you could do all the way to CT spawn if you get back there, and he's done exactly that. Will go down to Jame, but you have to doubt whether or not he can do this one. They've got the money. If he wants to run for it, he can. But it is very risky. Grix already scoping up towards the van back there. Sees him just juggling back and forth. And Jamie crouches under. Stands up. That is a bit of a trick. And now it's just Farmin here. There's time for the defuse. He's got to be worried. Jame is one of the most cerebral players we have in the space, in my opinion. But he's not checking for that one. Too many corners. And Farmin will take him down. Finally, Big complete a round here on the T side.
I don't want to take anything away from Jame. I think that's such a cool little play that he obviously saw Grix when he went for the shoulder peek, and then he went underneath as opposed to wide swinging again. But I wonder if you see James against you, you've just spotted him. Does his reputation precede him, and you go, he's probably saving now? I'm not trying to put anything in the head there, but I don't know. I think it might come into the back of your mind at least.
Yeah, that's actually not a bad theory. Yeah, you're like, oh, he's, you know, we know what this guy's like. But man, when James does go for clutches, I'm always on the edge of my seat. He's so interesting to watch in clutches. The Grix, though, gonna get some revenge for the previous round as James did a lot of damage to them. They will take him straight down. Smoke blown open, and Sway, who's now picked up the AWPing duties from the fallen leader, will be able to take down Tabson. So we're back into a 4-on-4 here. Nobody at the A bomb site. This is a risk for PARIVISION. And can you justify this? I feel like if you're going to be stacking basically mid and B, you almost have to push in one of these positions. You've got to be more aggressive here.
Yeah, that gamble they've thought twice about now because Yellow's moved over onto the car. Hobbit, in the meanwhile, though, gets his pick and falls away. Blame F, not for the first time, making the most of this momentary weakness in middle. We saw him have impact in the last round, pushing into Con, and he's going to do the same again here with the Galil. The timing here is everything. Play to his right, play to his left. There's no reason for Slaxy to peek in, but he does anyway. Finds Blame F and just too fast on the draw. And so suddenly this round just gets out of control, and there's not much that Grix can do with it. The only little bit of a lifeline is that he has the bomb, and he finds Yellow out in the open, but down he'll fall to Slaxy.
Oh, man. For BlameF, that's got to be so frustrating. The fact that they ducked right under, I think it was Slaxy just ducked under his aim, or his crosshair placement there, because that felt like he was going to be able to pick that up easily. At least one of those kills for BlameF. I don't know about the other one, but he had an opportunity there. JDC falling victim to the fact that nobody had burned out the vent. We saw that in the first half as well, and that vent position is very, very important to Molotov out if you're going to be moving in the middle. Scoreline is now 10-9 as we move into round number 20. JDC's found another kill. He's up to 23, but again, it's a significant deceleration from that first half where he was lights out. Just to remind you, he was 21-2, JDC, and now they're back to some upgraded pistols and not that much else. Sway playing this front position. He could get hunted down and checkered, but he's got Slaxy just with him. Yeah, they're going to be flashing their way out. I love this.
Good crossfire as well as Way still with the AWP. Had so much impact with that last round, but Tabson's going to run and gun it down with the Tech 9 and also pushing through the smoke on CT. This could get real interesting. Hobbit team kills Slaxy though.
Yeah, with the help of Tabson, he was trying to shoot through the smoke. And I mean, he did get the kill he wanted, but a little bit more than that, too. Incendiary. Doesn't seem like it's going to stop the bomb from going down. I thought it was going to bounce off the back there. A missed shot from Tabson. Relocating forward. If they get away with this one big, that would truly be criminal. PARIVISION had every chance here. They got the opening kill. They had 2 people on the bomb site, and they were instead run down by Tabson. A drive-by with the Tech 9 as he opens up the bomb site and practically gets 2 kills. I mean, he's at least credited for the last one as well. Cello diving in, shot in the back by Grix. Nobody checking that left-hand side of it. And now it's Jame against the world, and this is unlikely. They should never be peeking him. Tabson, bit of a risk here, but yeah, there's no more time left. Trying for the wall bang. The bomb is going to go, and big win around that they should have had no business winning.
Oh, Grix survived on 1 HP Anders from the bomb. He got winged by Jame. 1 HP allows him to save his weapon at the end. It was so close, but another nice effort from Jame. Yeah, I agree with you, man. Like, look, I was kind of memeing earlier about the whole reputation precedes Jame. You know I'm a big fan of his. I think he's a fantastic player and so very good in the clutch. But we've seen at the first half, he was basically absent. He had almost no impact. This CT side, though, has been completely different.
Yeah, it really has. They're trying again. I do love this. If you can catch the CTs getting close, is there a gap over it? Oh, man, it looked like there was an opportunity there, but I think Slaxy just has made his way past this time, so not exactly going to get shot in the knees. But that's probably going to be a boost that we're going to be seeing quite a bit, and yeah, that's worth keeping in mind. Looks like another default out of the big squad. And that makes sense with everything that you've been saying so far about their level of preparedness with the grenades and everything. You want to play these defaults when you have more to back it up tactically after you kind of, you know, gone through the initial information gathering part of the round.
Yeah, it's one of these kind of strange halves as well, where even though Big haven't had a ton of success, like they've only picked up 2 rounds, I do feel like a lot of their strategies and ideas have actually been really interesting and good to watch. And probably deserve more. We've had some moments of utter brilliance from Zwei individually. Some really good timing peaks as well from the likes of Hobbit and Slaxy. So I think Big overall, assuming they can clutch this one out and eventually get this W, will be relatively happy with how things have gone. Nades coming through onto checkers though. Slaxy caught in an awkward spot, but does nail the headshot. And now with that smoke, he's given a momentary reprieve, but he knows the T's are about to push him.
He's got 8 bullets left. He didn't even reload, and he doesn't need more than that. Another headshot, and even does some good damage on the BlameF there. very one-dimensional attack coming in from Big. All 5 players walking in from that sunroom position. And normally you would expect at least there would be something in the middle, right? Even just a Molotov thrown from that side could make the difference. Sway, again, back doing the AWPing here, which is not the first time that we've seen it. It'll be another round on the side of PARIVISION, and looking very, very scary now for the Big side. Their money is going to be low. They lost so much in that previous round. I mean, they did win it with some upgraded pistols, but nonetheless, they're not going to have a lot in the bank here. 10-11 now the scoreline, and solid defense from Slackjez. I think the fact that he showed himself and then pushed back into that left corner kind of caught them off guard. They thought he had escaped through checkered.
Exactly, and I think that's precisely the reason why, as time goes on and we see more cash, you are going to see more Molotovs designated on these pushes. You have to clear out those angles for that very point you just raised, Anders. The issue is, though, there was also a smoke up. So as far as Big were concerned, Slackjez may have pushed forward and played behind the box. And the Molotov that goes into checkers will not extend that far. So these like a little mind games and kind of like misdirections that you can throw out from the CT side. It's really cool to see. That's just heads up, like, you know, intelligent sort of game sense that's coming to the forefront under heavy duress when chaos is all around you.
Yeah, this has turned into one of those matches where it really does require everything. You looked like it was going to be so ridiculously one-sided, like a 9-3 scoreline at the first half, but now it's more interesting. Big have decided to change their pace, maybe due to the economy here. They got the AK, they got the Tech 9 on Grix this time. And again, the problem is you can get the bomb planted on the A-bomb side, but actually holding it is so much more difficult. That is a nasty shot from James. Clips Farwin with a headshot right over that balcony. And again, I don't think PARIVISION should never care about the bomb plant here. Why? Just let him plant and then retake it.
Yeah, you've got tons of utility. 2 HEs, you've got Molotov,
Look at
a
this
healthy
boost in the middle.
dosage of smokes and flashes. They are going for the boost, so tabseN can try and wrap around the back of them. Typically, their hard entry, as BlameF said himself in that interview, but now he needs to come good and try and lurk and flank and get some success, but Zwei takes his head off, and that puts way more pressure now on the T stuck on the site. This is where that utility comes to the forefront. BlameF may have the timing and the drop, but it's only a P250. Tries to run in the smoke and deny the defuse. They do get it eventually, but with a kit, it's going to be fine. They can still get the defuse, and PARIVISION take us to an even keel at 11 apiece.
Oh, let's go. That is such an exciting round. I love the attempt, at least, to try and put tabseN up on the highway late. Now, heads-up play for PARIVISION to see that coming. I thought they were going to overlook it. That is such a cool idea. And this is one of the things that actually makes Cash such a more interesting map. Because on the surface level, it does look like it's just a basic, you know, you got like, you know, A, B, and mid, and that's it. Like, it's you know, a fairly sort of basic map. But the fact that you can boost through the middle like that and the vent on the other side towards B, those are the 2 key points that make this a very, very unique map. So love to see that being attempted. Nice try for Big, but it wasn't enough. Now we're at 11-11, like you said. And they are once again trying to test the middle here, and that is a massive success. They're going to burn out the vents as well. JDC back in action.
25 kills to his name. That's what I mean, man. He can do whatever you need him to do. This round, hard entry, hard clears out James. Nade is going to force Favin away just a little bit, but they're keeping their options open as well, Anders. I mean, you've got players that are situated on the left-hand side of main as far as the CTs are concerned. And they may have a good read of this, but it's going to be something you're constantly worried about. At what point does Favin try and peek around the corner?
True.
And I do have a player up on Shroud. Eventually, we have seen this boost box position, and it could be the remedy for disaster. If they don't check this, Yellow is going to have a field day.
Easy shutdown. tabseN did not look like he was aware. It is a famous position for a reason. Cello, he's absolutely turned on here. Going to be a couple of kills for him before he finally goes down to JDC. Still a 3 versus 3. Plenty of time for PARIVISION to set up for the retake. Hobbit is in fact pushed in front. Sway goes down, but Hobbit, he might be the timing against them. It's going to be JDC to hit the deck, and now all up to Hobbit. Not been the best game for him yet, but he will pick up this kill, up to 13. What dangerous jump around the corner, but a Glock straight to the skull. Grix will take him down. Oh, he thought he had him when he missed that shot, Hobbit. He thought that was going to be it, but a failed opportunity, and now reality started to set in here. Big, they're a round away from winning the map.
Saving grace for PARIVISION is because they've had, for the most part, a solid CT side. They're going to be coming in with a hefty buy of their own. For Mass, for Slaxy Jez, but everything else they could really want. So game well and truly on as Big comes straight back in. And JDC may have been asleep for a while. Understandably so. You can't expect him to be fragging the way he was in that first half. But the fact that he is starting to re-emerge in this game, Anders, that is a terrifying prospect for PARIVISION.
Truly is. They fought bravely, PARIVISION, to get back here. It was a devastating first half with frustration, I would say, with lack of decision making, and just not the PARIVISION that we love to see. But they certainly ran it back in the second half, in spite of Big looking pretty well prepared on the T side. Cello, is he going to push through his own smoke or his teammate's smoke? That is sick. Love to see it. Catches Farvin. He wasn't aware that that could have been happening. Very simple mind game, but an effective one.
What a time to bust out that play as well, Anders, when you know if he loses that trade, there is a very real chance you go behind 1-0 in the quarters. Instead, though, Jame locks in with the AWP. And it's the talisman of JDC that gets sprawled out. Grix trying to even the odds, but there's only 40 seconds left on the clock. They have to fully commit to this A play.
And PARIVISION showing us time and again that they don't care about holding the A bomb site. They've done the math. They know that they could go for the retakes. If they're a man up, if they could do a little bit of damage on the approach here, make sure that Big have to pay with a lot of health to try and get the bomb planted. That's all you need. Grix, this time there's no AWP on the other side for him to get outplayed by, but they've lost Tabson. BlameF and Grix, it's going to be the 2v4, and there is a flank coming in as well. Long way around for Sway here. This is almost impossible for Big to hold. I can't see them getting through with this. It would be shocking if they're able to. Grix misses the first shot, and they're on the balcony right on top of him, hunting him down, and BlameF not really able to help out his teammates. He's going to go down to Hobbit. That's not even close to an attempt at the 2v4, so it's going to be PARIVISION instead, and it will be overtime. We wanted cash. We've been waiting for it, and now that it's finally here, we get all the rounds and then some.
That had to be so frustrating for Grix, though, Anders. Like, he's holding that angle for what felt like an eternity. He's begging them, please peek me. But as you say, because of that rotation that was coming through, they were just playing the time. They had tons of kits, they had tons of utility, and they played it to perfection. 12-12, as you say, and who expected this scoreline after Big utterly stomped PARIVISION that first half 9-3? Excellent comeback.
Well, listen, I don't want to be reviving the bait F rumors because I think that meme is played out. But there is a guy in chat that's constantly, spamming one of those copy pastas about meeting BlameF in the McDonald's queue, and he's just letting everyone in front of him all the time, saying he's happy to wait. So that guy, he's kind of justified, I guess, in that one round, because it did seem like that's a moment where it's not like the bomb is so low that BlameF can justify playing for time. I feel like he has to help out Grix in that moment a little bit more. Even if he was hoping Grix would do a shot or something there, I feel like, yeah, it looked like they just ended up playing two separate 1v4s, and that's a bit rough.
It is. I can definitely see it from that viewpoint. I think from BlameF, what he's probably doing is because they're down so many players, he's gambling off the idea of Grix getting a kill, falling back into A main, and then BlameF can activate off that basis when they try and hunt down Grix. Yeah. It does look bad, though, doesn't it? But I think that's more, as opposed to looking at the negatives of Big and BlameF in particular, I prefer to look at the positives from PARIVISION. I just think they played that retake perfectly. They did everything they needed to. They knew Grix was likely in A main, because keep in mind, that's where he got his pick earlier on Jane. So they knew he was probably in that vicinity, and they just played it perfectly. And that kind of makes them look a bit foolish on the Big side of things.
It does, and I mean, just to highlight that point, right? That was clearly a game plan for PARIVISION. We said when they played the T side, it didn't seem like PARIVISION were ready at all to play cash, but on the CT side, the fact that they had this, pre-planned idea to basically play retake on A 99% of the time, I think that's a really good look, and I think it makes a lot of sense. They knew what they were doing, and especially when you have enough HEs and incendiaries, you can burn out so much of that bomb site. So yeah, let him plant the bomb. As long as you are a man up and you have the utility, it's not necessarily a big issue. Much harder to retake the B bomb side very often because there are so many corners. That checkered position is hard to clear out in a retake too. So this is exciting though. We love it. 12-12. Overtime is going to be brought in, and yeah, we'll see what happens now. I mean, now you'd love to see PARIVISION, once they get back to the T side in the second half of overtime, you'd love to see them come up with something more decisive. Like, I don't want to see them run out of time. I want to see them make some choices early on.
What we do know from the regulation is that T rounds are going to be worth their weight in gold. Out of 24, only 6 rounds went the way of the Ts. So if a team can start off in winning ways and maybe establish even 2 rounds on their T half of OT, that's where things are going to start to get real interesting and potentially deadly. So do keep that in mind if you have just joined us. Again, JDC had a phenomenal map. He's on 26 kills, 20 for Zwei. And here we go, Anders. We are live into OT.
Looks like a default that's leaned a bit towards the B-bomb site. So we'll see how long that lasts for here. Grix is holding it. It's such a long path that you're holding with the AWP back there from T-spawn. So very tricky if you're on the CT side walking into it. Nobody is at the moment. Tabson is checking the smoke, but it looks like it's the same kind of default that we've seen out of B multiple times. Did they boost up Slackshidus inside of the B-bomb side? I think they might have, so that could be interesting to see if anyone actually shows up. In the middle, it's JDC. He's been very accurate today. So, yeah, if they can get him with an opening, that would be something.
Going for this slower approach. They're already boosted up. They're waiting to explode out with grenades. Now being tossed in. Molly to the sandbags, but no one's home. Jane eats the shrapnel of that HE and falls back. And that could give the go-ahead to start taking a bit of middle control. Again, though, it's delayed. It's prolonged. 35 seconds left as they start to make a move up highway.
Yeah, they're going to be going for this, splitting the A-bomb site 3 different ways. Cello wanted to push out. This is one of the few times where PARIVISION are actually fighting a little bit before the bomb is planted. And I guess that makes sense with the clock running this low. 22 seconds, and they get the kill on Blameth now. 3 versus 2. The bomb is a little bit delayed here. That's scary, but I think they finally managed to convey it onto the bomb site. So that's good news. And there's JDC activated. Another headshot. He's up to 28 kills. He might have been slowed down in the second half, but he's still coming up with a sick scoreline. Grix takes down the last one. And in spite of it being, like you said, it's very delayed. They're running the clock down low. I think they were only on the bomb site with the bomb when it was about 12 seconds there towards the end. So that's kind of risky. But this 3-way push coming out of main, squeak, and highway, that is a very cool way to get things done for Big.
I also like that they've changed it up. They've been a bit more versatile, because previously they would have just snatched the opportunity to get the bomb plant, and that would have allowed Jane to move in with Zorb. This time they played in that lurk smoke. JDC was up close in the smoke. Jane had no idea he was there, and it would have been an outrageous shot if he landed that. I mean, you can't fault Jane for that whatsoever. But it's a cool little change of pace and not getting carried away. You know you've still got time on the clock to go for that plant, and it doesn't allow the CTs to get comfortable enough to toss that utility in. Additionally, Zwei was only just starting to rotate through a middle side and couldn't really have any impact. So definitely first blood in OT, at least, to Big. And again, they've got a T round to kick things off, Anders. That is massive.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought that up. I think that's an important sort of difference in how Big managed to approach things in that round. So worked out extremely well for them. Smoking off Jame early. But again, the boost in the middle. They almost got the kill on Slackshidus in regulation doing this. But since then, it hasn't really been too effective. And it's very much the same kind of default. You can see every round Grix is holding that very long line from T-spawn towards B. The rest of them are kind of, waiting to see if there's going to be any CTs pushing out. I'm still waiting for CTs to push that squeak door. I feel like in the old cache, that was a big thing that the CTs could do. Once you get kind of on the T side of the map there at Squeak over at the A-bomb site, it can be very frustrating for the Ts to deal with. It can be very annoying if you're trying to do some sort of a split and suddenly you lose a player to a pushed up CT.
There's definitely an extra gear they can shift into. I think it's more likely that Big will go for that play, though, as they were way more proactive on their CT side. PARIVISION just had rock-solid, deep defensive play. Flash is going to come through. It's a good pop flash for the oncoming Ts. It does land in their eyes, and again, this is stalling time. Again, 30 seconds on the clock. It's different this time. It's on B.
Yeah, last time Sway was a god here. He got 4 kills. This time he is straight deleted. JDC with more shots coming in. He's cleared out the bomb site on his own, and even though the clock is low, they're going to get the bomb planted here. 5 versus 3. That, man, look at the money here for PARIVISION. I was going to say, in overtime, you want to fight for these kind of rounds, but I don't think they could even justify that. What a miserable defense for having 2 people there. None of them get kills.
MF is calling a great OT so far. It does play into that potential, though, of a player just popping off and having a godly round in Sway. You know, when time is that low, we saw this previously when he got that 4K on the B site. But I think utility has been so good on the approach. The flash is on point. Molotov's in the correct position. As the bomb will detonate, Big now have a huge, huge advantage. James tries desperately to hold on to that AWP. Money in a very fractious position, but he's able to do so. So PARIVISION can squeak out another buy. But I am wondering now, and is 2 rounds already too much for PARIVISION to come back from, considering the problems they had on the T half?
I think it's a reasonable question, and I guess we'll find out in a couple of seconds here, but it already feels like Big are connecting way more here in OT with some of the rounds that, they were close, I feel like, in regulation to getting, but it is looking pretty good at the moment. PARIVISION, they do probably need this one. Like you pointed out, James managed to save the AWP. Feeling comfortable in this position in spite of the wall bangs and the HEs that can land. He still wants to take a look here. JDC quickly calling it out, saying, I definitely saw the AWP here in middle. And looks like they want to rotate back towards the B bomb side as a result. That might just be based off of pinging where the AWP is. You feel like you go back to B. I mean, they entered last time with absolute perfection, so maybe they could do it again.
And like I said this earlier, if you're going to go on the B side, you have to Molotov out checkers. They've done it twice now. That Slaxy round from what, like 8 or 9 rounds ago, they've learned that valuable lesson. And because of that, PARIVISION are forced onto the back of the site again, playing reactive. They do have 3 players here, though. They've got a good read of the situation, but will it be enough?
Good counter utility coming out. Oh, and Sway. That's a clean shot. You couldn't see much there, but Tabson's deleted. We're 45 seconds. Slaxy also back there, and they're fully in. Big have no choice. They have to commit to this now, and it's not going to get easier if you wait. The longer you wait, the more they're going to start to show up. Deep grenade. It does tremendous damage, but it just doesn't matter. Hobbit coming in from the high ground as well, and James with the shot on the AWP. So 1 out of the 3 rounds of the first half of overtime go the way of PARIVISION. I'm worried that it's not enough for them, but at least they get the 1 round.
Yeah, and credit to James as well. It's a really good heads-up call to get 3 players over there. Even though there was a smoke onto Heaven, you have to take into account it's not just the extra manpower that's going to keep a set of eyes up on Heaven, but it's also the fact he has flashes to underarm out of Heaven as well, and it really stalls them from closing the gap and getting to the back of the site where Slaxy just popped off. So these are really important reads that James has come up with. It does give them a small lifeline. But how are they going to get it done now they're on that T side? And I will say as well, though, you don't typically mention this as a T-sided problem because of the way that the economy works in the game. But because they got a lack of bomb plants, even on the T half, it felt like James very rarely had an AWP. They very rarely had a full set of utility on them as well. So at least that's one small thing you can add in maybe a little bit more of their favor, is now they're going to have max money. So they can come through here with everything they could possibly want.
Yeah, that's a good point. But at least they're not going to be running into that. There were a lot of weird sort of pistol force-ups and whatever else was going on in regulation. More than anything, I want to see PARIVISION kind of go for something more aggressive. Like, they were waiting around so much, and there were a lot of times where, you know, they tried something, it didn't work, then they fall back and wait more, and it doesn't feel quite powerful enough. So yeah, keep it simple. We talked about this already, but just, you know, go for a couple of flashes, and then you try and see if you can't win a favorable fight. Hobbit's been boosted up over, so both teams investigating that potential. Yeah, if you try and go through here, oh, it's close to being visible on the other side is what it feels like at least, but hasn't spotted anyone out yet. And Slaxijez on guard duty. Like I said, that's got to be an essential part of this map. Somebody has to have their crosshair on that boost just in case the CTs come over. Hobbit's going to be Molotoving out the vent. And again, it just doesn't work. This is something that really hurt them in regulation. They pretty much lost a round to this, I believe. They can't afford that now.
I think one thing that may have worked in their favor is, though, because they didn't pinch it in immediately after that Molotov, there's been enough time where they can think, okay, he's gone back into the vent, if that makes sense. So I don't think it's necessarily harmed them as much, but it can. That's something to look out for, because if they go for that Molotov into an immediate mid-push, oh, that's where things get absolutely devastating for them.
It's Farvin actually doing the secondary AWPing over on this side. Almost spotted out a player there. You could see Hobbit is aware. You're right, he's pretty paranoid that someone could be there. JDC, if he peeks the right timing, it could be devastating. Oh, that is lightning fast from Hobbit. But he goes down to the vent nonetheless. 20 seconds on the clock here. And again, it's PARIVISION just running this so low. They run into Farvin, and he's hit the shot. Not the normal AWPer of this team, obviously, but doesn't mean you can't get it done. 9 seconds on the clock, and I think any chance of getting onto the bomb side is pretty much evaporated here. Jame, all the way on the other side, is hoping to catch people in rotation. He's hoping that the bomb is going to be planted. He could be a late lurker, and none of that's happening here. So great defense, but also, again, I feel like for PARIVISION, it's a questionable round, to say the least.
Look at that read as well from Blame F. They did not buy for a second the bomb was headed to A. They fully stacked 4 players on B. They had every single angle covered with multiple players. Great read of the round, and PARIVISION once again just struggling to get anything done on the T side, even with Hobbit landing a lightning-fast entry, as you highlighted. That was a beautiful shot, but it meant nothing.
At least they know that there are 2 AWPs in play. Actually, sometimes in overtime, you'll see a CT side throw away the AWP once it's been revealed, because the whole element of surprise thing is gone, and you have the money to do it anyway. But Farvin is going to stick around with it, and I don't really blame him. He hit some good shots. Is he going to be able to take down Jame? It looks like there is a battle brewing over on this side. Molotov thrown in from the B side of things. They still have that vent player in JDC. He's up to 31 kills. Oh, it's close as well. Shot in the knee is Jame, and now the HE to try and chase him down. It doesn't bounce off the wall, so he's going to be able to stay alive for a second longer, but my god, it's close. Pretty toasty out there in the sunroom.
Farvin needs to not fully commit behind this, because he's susceptible to getting flashed out in this position, and there's loads of T's coming towards him. This could backfire.
Yeah, you are absolutely right, Vince. Good call. JDC goes down. I think you exactly nailed it. He committed. He knew he'd done the damage. You can sense the victory coming. You know you're just a shot away from getting it, but that's also what lures you into, I agree, a bad position. 5 versus 3 now, and that's what PARIVISION really needed. They are going to bounce up to 14 behind this.
Yeah, you can understand, but I think it also shows that Farvin is not as comfortable with the AWP. I don't think a primary AWP is holding that angle for that long, because they're very aware of the vulnerabilities that come with the territory of having the sniper. Either way, PARIVISION into this round. You can say it's fortunate. I thought Jame honestly was hit just outright in the open. It was surprising to me that he survived that first shot. Grix, though, will finish off Jello, but it means that PARIVISION hold on and keep their cash dreams alive for now. I don't know if Grix is going to be afforded the luxury of holding on to this AWP. They are chasing him down. They are hungry for this kill, and it's Hobbit that takes it.
Yeah, I do think that potentially you could say that's a little bit greedy on Farvin to stick around like that. We used to have a saying back when I played Dota, back all the way in the Warcraft 3 days. People would always say to each other, greed is feed, which that was the worst thing you do in Dota. I actually know that, but you play League like some sort of scrub, Vince. I don't know why you do it either, but it's not making you happy. Stop playing it.
But we also both play Deadlock, so we're both scrubs, you know?
Yeah, and that's making everyone unhappy all at the same time. That's a good point. Yeah, I wish I could be on the high horse, but not the case. It is going to be a 16th round, or the first to 16, I was going to say. It's going to be 15-14 here. Wow, the math is really hard on me, but I didn't get much sleep either because of the heat wave in Europe, so I'm not made for this kind of thing. But yeah, one more round for Big. And it's going to be a victory on their own map pick of Cash. Bit of a surprise. Bit of a great surprise, to be honest. JDC's made his way down, and nobody was near enough by to hear it. It's another case where no one's holding it, but at least the bomb is going to be planted, and they have another lurk in Sway that could be an all-deciding position here. I think Sway might be the one to win this round.
But JDC's going to keep them interested from main side. But as you said, there is a lurk on a lurk, a flank on a flank, and Sway should be good to get this kill. And if he does, that's surely the round that falls with it, because now that powerful position of A main trades hands back to the T's. And with this plant ticking away, tabseN needs to have impact. A player that is not afraid of getting aggressive, but he's going to have to somehow deal with this wave threat. And Sway just has the perfect crosshair placement to send him out. And PARIVISION survive, picking up 2 rounds of their own in OT on T side.
Let's go. Oh man, I can't believe we're so fortunate to be watching this much Cash. I mean, we're really starved for Cash maps at the moment. He actually managed to get the second kill, or I guess the fourth kill or something like that for Sway in that round. He got the last one through the smoke as well. He's had some sickening multi-kills in this game so far, Sway, even though a lot of the attention has been brought onto JDC. We're going to have to pay more attention to Sway as well. Yeah, you're right. Flank on flank, positively flankception going on in this round. Pretty good stuff.
And again, it's Big that are the proactive team on the CT side. That's the first time that we've seen Big go, or any team go for that matter, for a boost on the CT side and wrap around into main. m0NESY is having a good time, maybe taking some notes on these Cash strats that we've been witnessing. But it's strange to be honest, because I find myself in this weird position of thinking Big have by far been the more impressive team tactically in how they've operated on CT and T side, but PARIVISION have just had that little bit of extra firepower, because other than JDC, it's been a little bit absent on the side of Big. You could maybe make an argument for Grix, but they haven't quite had that same level of impact from players like faveN in particular.
Yeah, he had really one good round with the AWP, and then he's still stuck on 9 kills. So that's definitely worth highlighting. God, Sway's almost caught up to JDC. I didn't even notice that. There's actually 29 kills on Sway. Grix, easy enough shot, and they actually get rid of Sway here. So double overtime is in effect, in case you missed it. That is where we are at. So first team to 19 now. And again, these T rounds have been very hard to come by, and it's not going to get any easier when you lose a player early on like that. That's a reason why people throw that T smoke to block off this position that were just fighting in. And it is to try and stop any kind of madness like that.
Oof, that nade goes too far behind Hobbit, doesn't affect him, and JDC finds out firsthand. Again, trying to get aggressive out middle. I love the idea of it, but it seems like it's maybe a bit telegraphed at this stage. tabseN, though, on the periphery is going to deal with the IGL of PARIVISION. 50 seconds, and they're headed towards the B side. Molotov, well timed. Could maybe be followed up by that smoke. He thinks better of it.
I mean, faveN just has to get 1 kill. That's all he needs to do here. Now he's got backup as well. Grix, oh, he can't get the flick in time. Wait a minute, now the pressure is on. That is a stunning shot from Cello, but great job for faveN. He pushes in, he even gets the double. And with just 27 seconds on the clock here, they've left Cello in a very awkward position. 17 health on him. Might as well try for the bomb plant here, but surely they're going to be on top of him. I like the fact that they wait. tabseN was in the smoke, but he actually waits for blameF to get there, and that's definitely the more rational choice. Oh my god, they've burned him all the way down to 5 health. Oh, he made a little bit of noise. You almost have to relocate. Unless they stack up right in front of him for a double headshot, there's no way he could do this. And you know what? That is textbook. tabseN goes for the wide swing. That's all you needed to do. If he goes for a shallow peek, there is a chance that he could get it shut down right away. But that wide swing means that when blameF peeks in behind him, Cello's crosshair is going to be too far away. It's going to be on the wrong side of the screen, basically. So great play. And Big, they managed to retake it, get around on the CT side.
I honestly think that if Zoe, oh sorry, it wasn't Zoe, Jello had high HP at the end there, he's going to play on that headshot angle. There's boxes up. You can see there from the perspective just behind him. I think he can stand those boxes to mess with the headshot angle. But because he was on 17 HP, even if he takes a bullet in his little toe, he's going to die. And so it kind of forced his hand. As you said, a really awkward and enviable position for him. He tried his best, but it wasn't quite good enough. So Big claimed the first round again. Can they keep that going forward? Oh, a boost all the way back on the truck here, peering over the angle, looking towards that highway into middle play, which JDC has done quite a few times. So you can see why PARIVISION are going for this.
It's not a lot of the T's or the CTs that you can hit back here, but it is doable. They have lost their patience a little bit for it, so James looking to relocate. Griggs is playing over by the B bomb side with his AWP on the CT side, so there might be a chance here for James. I was going to say in the previous round as well, Hobbit has been caught out in the open a number of times in the middle, and he's been so fast to react. Like he might be one of the more senior players in the server, but from a reaction time point of view, it seems like he's ready to take the fight to anybody at the moment, which is kind of cool. We're down again to 45 seconds. Our complaints might be drawn back up again here for PARIVISION. Nice Molotov that kind of burns a little bit, but not enough to clear him all the way out. And they should know this. It doesn't seem like James is thinking about it. He almost walked into a clear shot there. 30 seconds on the clock, Vince. And this time they got Cello lurking over on A, and the rest are going to be pushing B.
Problem here, though, is that Hobbit's in checkers. And so this puts a lot more pressure on them. But they still need to try and get this entry. And it's the same way again. Griggs getting wrecked by that boosted up position. And now Favin, slightly different angle, but it's the same result. PARIVISION stomp through onto the site, and they will have a plant coming through.
That has to be the last time that Griggs loses that fight. Like, you can't even blame him, because he probably in his mind thinks that he's going to be able to get the flick, but they've proven now, PARIVISION, they are ready to bring him down. Oh, Tabson getting close. Gets the headshot. Wait a minute. How are they back in the round? PARIVISION, this was already won. They had the round in the bag, and they somehow threw it away. That is mind-bending.
Oh, man. From the round in the bag to putting the fries in the bag, it could be that kind of case. If they continue like this, you've got to capitalize.
Oh, we're back at the McDonald's memes with BlameF.
But except it's him. He is ordering, and it's PARIVISION that are serving him at this point.
That's a good point. You've brought it all the way home. I love it, Vince. It is 17-15 scoreline, and I still can't believe that we get away with that one. Not sure if PARIVISION can either. So that was for once a round where PARIVISION looked like they had a bit of a plan. They had a bit of an execute. They know how to open the bomb site. Can't really ask for more. Hobbit, did he see that? I feel like he surely does. He's certainly set up to try and take the fight, but it is a Galil on his side here. So at least it's going to be even if JDC goes for it. Molotov, again, I don't think it burns everything out here. JDC is still going to be in the vent. That has to be fixed for PARIVISION. It's so annoying to watch because it can easily backfire.
Yeah, that's one of those things. Oh, Favin, okay. He's had a couple of awkward moments with the AWP over on B, but he's nailed that shot at least. And yeah, it's one of those things, I think, Anders, they'll go back and watch and they'll make quick adjustments. Because as you say, it's you cannot keep missing that Molotov. Meanwhile, though, James taking the aggression, but it's a 2v4 and he's lost his life.
Yeah. Nice attempt. I did like the jump up there from James, but I think Hobbit did actually die to the lack of a Molotov in the vent there. JDC peeking him, so I think it's cost them at least a couple of rounds now, or at least it's cost them some of the openings in these rounds. JDC, position should have been absolutely fine. Somehow Slacksuggest is able to get him. And with 25 seconds. This is where BlameF is such an annoying player to be up against, because he's going to be so patient, and he's probably calling into Favin as well, saying, just don't fight him. Wait. As long as you can. When you hear the bomb going down, he might even ask Favin to wait until BlameF gets there. Oh, grenade. I can't believe he actually stays alive. And the incendiary on the other side. How has he lived through that, Slacksuggest? He will finally go down, but yeah, I thought maybe BlameF would insist that Favin was going to wait for the straight 2-on-1 retake, but job done. And good luck once again for Big. They are back on top.
Clean sweep. Yeah, 18-15 as Anders highlighted before. 19, of course, is the number they're both jockeying for. Although at this point, best case for PARIVISION is to take it into a third OT. A clinical CT side. Yes, there's been a lot of errors, unforced errors made from PARIVISION on this T-half. It's been a consistent factor. The Big had a massive advantage in that first OT, and they weren't able to seal the deal. So let's see if that will cost them again here. But I think you're starting to see a lot of the other pieces on this Big squad start to really have their say. Before it was the JDC show, let's be honest. The guy started in the first half with well over 20 kills. Unbelievable impact. Now Favin, Tabson, Blaine F and Grix all pulling their weight. It's not that GDC has necessarily gone to sleep here, Anders. It's just that everyone else seems like they're having a lot more impact now.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think JDC is still playing a very high-level game, but the fact that they've added the rest of the team to the mix is making them even more dangerous. Favin maybe the only one that we could criticize a little bit, but I mean, he's had his moments where he's contributed a lot. So yeah, the scoreline is not blowing us away, but there are at least a couple of rounds I think we could credit to Favin directly defending the B-bomb site. Here we go. Second half of the second overtime. It is still the first map of the day. We've got 2 best of 3s of the quarterfinals here at the XSE Pro League. So there's a lot of Counter-Strike coming your way. Be patient, buckle up, get something to drink, get some snacks ready. This is going to be a long day of Counter-Strike, and it almost looked like Big were ready to put some aggression on the bomb site, but they think better of it. They love this default, and they're going to go back to it again.
Najella whipped his Molotov because he was fully flashed. He wanted to get that into A main. It still kind of did a job, though, because it stopped them from pushing the forklift. But they're up close already. Hobbit needs to be really careful. He might not anticipate this. The flash is good, but they don't actually check their angle. It's a 1-for-1, which is way better than Hobbit was probably realistically going to pick up.
At least they got full health on everybody left here. They just need 4 more kills, Big. It is their own map pick. And Mirage, like you said, coming up second. They'd love to clear this surprise cash pick and you know, prove that it was a good idea, that it wasn't for nothing. They didn't walk into a trap by PARIVISION, who their T sides have looked miserable, but the CT sides have been strong. They've been playing this A retake a lot. They don't really care to defend it. They're happy to just make it expensive. I say that as James is now committing to the defense. And Cello is here. And that commitment from James probably forces Cello to be more aggressive too. And that's going to work. Through the smoke, straight headshot to bring down Tabson. Farvin answering back. We're down to 23 seconds now. And Farvin on top of the red container. He's out in the open, but no one's shutting him down. My God! Farvin has cleared out the bomb site. A triple for him now. And Sway's going to be running in all the way from that back line. I think he might have heard it already. Farvin wants to hunt for it. He swings wide. Such confidence on the player. It's going to be Big to pick up their own map pick with Farvin. Bottom of the scoreboard, but an absolute giga chat in that last round.
It's like I said, Anders, man, some of the players that started slow picked up the slack towards the end, and it ended up being a team effort. On the other side, meanwhile, it was basically Sway. He had that insane 4K in the first half of regulation. He was the only player that was consistently putting up numbers. But I have to call into question some of those T-round calls from James looked very awkward indeed. They're definitely going to have to go back and workshop some of those.
Yes, and again, my criticism is going to have to be that I feel like they could have gone for a simpler approach instead of the very, very elaborate sort of James sort of Counter-Strike. And I guess that's easy to say from the outside. I bet if you are James, you have such confidence in your style, and I think that's justified confidence. But when it's not working, it produces some very weird results, and it's not the first time that we've seen it. But still, credit to them. Like they could have crumbled mentally in the first half there. It was a 93 in favor of Big, and they didn't. They fought their way back into double OT. So got to give a lot of credit to PARIVISION nonetheless. Fun team to watch right now. Sway playing out of his mind. Cello playing well. Hobbit again. People said, oh, he's going to be too old to play or whatever, but definitely not the case. He had multiple rounds where he was looking very strong. So exciting times. 19 to 15, double OT. It's Big to walk away with it, but that's only the first map. It will be Mirage coming up next, and that's going to be right after the break. So just stay tuned, and we will be right back.
来，我们欢迎一位神秘嘉宾啊，他是谁呢？喊出他的名字。
A very warm welcome here in Guangzhou for you, Manasi. First of all, there's a lot of fans here that love you. They all got their cameras out. I'll let you just say some first words to them. Anything you want to add?
你好。
Well, there you go. Baseline Jade needs no translation for that one. That's a good one. Now, you've had a bit of vacation time after winning the major, becoming an MVP as well. How did you spend that time?
I spent together with my family on vacation. It was very good vacation, to be honest. I needed some rest after the major and after the long season, I would say. So vacation was nice after also becoming a champion.
就是打完 Major， 经历了这个漫长的一个赛季呢，我就和家人去度假去了，度假也非常的开心啊，也是就得到了很好的休息。
Now, looking at that, you just said it, becoming the major champion, also a major MVP. At what moment did it hit you where you realized that this magical moment that you've been chasing, that you've been dreaming of, actually happened?
I think when I entered my hotel room, after we won and I entered my hotel room, I started crying and I realized.
就 Banks 问他，你们在就打赢就拿下 Major 之后，你是从什么时候开始意识到自己是一个 Major 冠军，自己是 Major MVP 呢？然后 Manasi 说，就是其实是回到酒店之后他才意识到，然后他就直接就开始哭了。
And then looking at that, right, you said about the emotions that hit you with it. I remember many times you said you wanted to make sure you gave Nico an MVP. You guys finally did it and delivered it alongside Carrigan. Can you maybe give me and the fans some insight that they don't know yet about just what it took from you guys and that journey in such a short amount of time with Carrigan and how you pulled this all off?
Short amount of time with Kerrigan. I mean, just some Kerrigan magic. And whenever he joined the team, we took second place in Astana, and after we went to Shanghai in CAC, and we took the second place again. I mean, we learned from mistakes. And after we went on major and we tried our best. I mean, we knew that we didn't have the best preparation for the major in the short period of time, but we won us a major.
确实，就是 Carrigan 加入呢，也是其实时间是非常的短的。然后呢，他加入之后呢，我们阿斯塔纳拿了第2名，然后在 CAC 也是拿了第2名。但是我觉得呢，就是我们在很短的这个时间里呢，已经做了非常就是已经做到最好的准备了，然后 Major 就拿下了。
Now, I also saw some of the fans, they were posting pictures of you shopping. Enjoying a bit of Guangzhou already. What have you done so far? What food have you maybe tasted, and what are you planning to do?
Oh yes, me and my brother we went to some shopping in the Guangzhou city. Actually, very beautiful city. When we were driving on the bridge, it's just very amazing view. And we want to go for hot pot this evening. Yes, my brother haven't tried hot pot yet, so I think he will enjoy it for sure. And yeah, I don't know, just enjoy some time.
就我们来到广州之后呢，就我和我哥就出去购物了，然后觉得广州是一个非常美丽的城市。就我们的车在这个大桥上开的时候，这个风景是非常的美的。然后呢，我哥今天晚上想去吃火锅啊，这之前还没有试过火锅。
I also want to ask you a little bit about this game we just saw. A bit of Cash in there. You've got to get ready for that as well yourself. What do you think of Cash coming back to the map pool? What you just saw then?
I really like this map, to be honest, but I don't really like how the team's using AWP on this map. I think people can be more aggressive.
Okay.
Yes, I think this map is made for AWPers as well, and I think people can abuse this gun to make a lot of difference.
Manasi 说觉得就已经等不及打叉车了，他觉得叉车是一个非常好玩的地图，但是就是他目前就看的这一场呢，他觉得就是狙击手啊，这狙击手还没有把这张图玩明白啊，然后他觉得这张图狙击手是非常的强的，尤其是在 CT。
They like that. They want to see you be aggressive with that orb and do things a little bit differently than what we're seeing so far. Okay, so lastly, I'm just going to ask you then, anything that you would really like to achieve now that you've won the major? Have you set another goal? Have you got something else you guys are focusing on? Maybe just personally what you are focusing on?
Win the most trophies.
Win the most trophies in a year or like ever?
Ever.
哦。Manasi 说我们在赢了 Major 奖杯之后呢，我就想赢，就是历史上我想成为历史上第一的这个奖杯数量的拥有者。
Well, with that, I'm going to let you enjoy the games and stuff a little bit more. But I've done this before, and I've done it also in China. So, guys, Guangzhou, I know you can do this. Manasi, Manasi.
Manasi, Manasi.
There we go. Major MVP, major champion, Marcy, make some noise!
He said himself he shouldn't be here, and now I've got a major trophy in his cabinet.
Bro, we need to find a way to make FaZe great again.
Yeah, I think we need to experience IGL.
But we also need a GigaChat entry fragger, like back in the day.
Yo, Eddie.
Yo, what's up? Alright, man. Consider it done. My 100% major winning phase era is coming back, man. It's coming back.
Hey guys.
It's the wrong cousin!
David Frozen Shenancy. I always knew you would come from me.
What the fuck?
All right then, ladies and gentlemen, get ready. The second map is going to be coming up here with the quarterfinals of the XSE Pro League in China. And we've got PARIVISION up against Big in what has turned into be, I think, a more exciting match than even I could have hoped for. We had Cash in double OT, and now we are headed into Mirage. Vince, how are you feeling? Has the heat... Has it fully killed you yet? Are you surviving? What's the state of things like in the UK at the moment?
It's pretty bad. But fortunately, I can focus on the Counter-Strike handlers. We got a chance to cast Cash. Both wanted to do that, and we got OTs, multiple of them, some really cool moments in there as well. JDC and Zwei both popping off. It was a fantastic map to cast, so it's definitely put a bit of a cooler atmosphere, at least for me. How about you? How are you dealing with the heat? You all good?
I am. I feel like it's reasonable. They are warning that it's going to get worse over the weekend, so we'll see how it goes. But regardless, when we got cool Counter-Strike, Vince, it's all fine. Like, I'll survive anything at this stage. I'm just happy to see these teams playing, with excitement. You can see that there's clearly something being built here. It's been a long time since I've really cared about almost any big lineup. Because I felt like for a long time, like, I just couldn't see where things were going. Like, it didn't seem like even if things worked out very well, it wasn't really going to go anywhere. But I feel like that's different now. Do enjoy it. So very excited. We are just on the brink of getting in the next one. Someone named Poopyhead429 says, I want you to rub your bald heads against each other. Hard to do over the internet. If it's a high enough level request, maybe at some event we could, we could find a way to do that. Anything for the fans, really, Vince, I guess. So, But
I guess if we get a chance to cast a major together around us, maybe we'll celebrate the event and do it then. But yeah, we are kind of in different countries, guys. So yeah, it's kind of tough to do.
For the minute, it's put on the back burner, but maybe in the future. I want to not rule anything out. People are asking, are we twins? No, but weirdly, we are born exactly one day apart. So there is some strange thing has happened in the universe. We can't really understand it either. Share a lot of the same interests as well for some reason, and I don't know. It's a strange thing that's happened. The simulation's got the wires crossed or something like that. But enough about that. Mirage is coming up, Vince. What can we expect here? PARIVISION, is it a good enough map for them that they can feel confident in taking down Big?
Yes, I think so. It's also going to have way more comfort, right? Because I said this before on Cash. I think James did show, and it's to be expected, that they're still picking it up. It's a new team. They have two not stand-ins, but two new recruits. So all these things kind of like factor in. Big have been together for a lot longer, but you did see a lot of those kind of cracks developing, especially on the T side. I don't think that's going to be the case on Mirage. I think Mirage is going to be a lot more comfortable for them. Additionally, they've both played Mirage twice at this event, and Big have lost twice, albeit to BetBoom 13-11, but they also got smashed by MIBR 13-2, whereas PARIVISION have also played it twice. They lost to Tyloo, but they did beat MIBR. So in that regard, you might give the slight favor towards PARIVISION, but it's hard to say, it's hard to extrapolate that and correlate it directly, because on any given day, so many things can happen, especially when it's best of one games. But what we do know is PARIVISION, I think, are going to look a lot better on their T-halves on Mirage as opposed to Cash. Not that it would be hard to do that.
Yeah, but that's a good expectation to set, and we'll definitely keep an eye and try and remember sort of some of the failures of Cash. If they creep in here, then definitely we're going to be pointing it out. But let's get into it right now. We have the smoke kit combination on Farvin, so I love him already. Some of the more exciting pistol rounds that can happen is when the CTs try and go for a full-on retake. And by the way, the fact that they have the smoke kit is why they're not playing A at the moment. It's not that Big are not aware that someone could be attacking the A bomb site. They're just saying, if they do, we'll go for the full-on retake. So this is a very deliberate plan. They realize now the smokes have been set up, so Tabson's going to call it in. But again, all you're trying to do is get any damage you can through the smoke, and then you want to run down the clock, and ultimately Farvin, when he gets here with that smoke kit, PARIVISION have got to be very careful. All it takes is one misstep, one slip up here, and that bomb is going to be defused. It's harder than it seems to kill people in this position. But let's see how this plays out. Full 5-on-5 retake, Vince.
This next kill is super important for all the reasons you've just highlighted, and it looks like it could go the way of Hobbit. The timing there, though, on the flash comes through. It does fully blind, but spins around and takes his head off. How the hell's that happened? BlameF and tabseN putting it in, and there comes the defuse, but Zwei just denies it with a millisecond left on the clock. And again,
he double knifed him. A flurry of blades inside of the smoke. I cannot believe that must have been so close. He was full on defusing. He played it perfectly, Farvin. That blade cut into him. I think you're right, with a millisecond left. What an action-packed way to get started. But PARIVISION, fair play. They win the round here, but you could see the plan for Big was really, really close to being completed.
It was, but it was also cool to see that they were also very aware of what could come up. Like you said, one misstep, and this can get diffused so quickly. The fact that Zwei stayed around the smoke the entire time, even though Hobbit died on triple box, allowed him to be the one that you know, unsheathed his blade and plunged it in the backs of Big. What a chaotic round, but it is going to be a force buy as well for Big. So they are able to at least try and muster together a little bit of strength. Hobbit, not an ideal position for this weapon, let's be honest. The MAC-10 does not shine at longer ranges, but I'm not sure he's going to get peeked into.
That's a pretty good Molotov there. Putting a little bit of pressure on, but you are right. I guess the one big advantage is there's only one helmet here on the CT side, so the MAC-10 could do some damage. You can see Cello very quickly getting rid of tabseN there, but wait a minute. BlameF and JDC answer back. 2 kills in the middle, and they also lose a third player. So a bit of a devastating moment here. Grix finally goes down, and I guess there's still a way back here for PARIVISION, but this is again where some of the indecision could be very troublesome. Slaxidius, he's found the opportunity. Long spray, but that Molotov, does it? Oh, it does land around the corner. I thought it was going to hit the pillar straight on. The bomb is in middle here. James, is the gun barrel going to be showing JDC? It almost seems like he sensed it. He's got the right idea. James is right there on the corner, and he will find the kill on JDC. It's not over yet, though. If you peek in and stop the bomb right now, you can still win it. Smoke goes up, and BlameF, yeah, you have to try. Oh, I cannot believe it, but somehow James made his escape, probably giggling as he's running away into the bomb site and planting that bomb.
Timing there really ran against JDC. I thought he played it perfectly. Very, very unfortunate. That re-peek wasn't necessary when you know the bomb's in middle. You could have maybe just hidden in ladder, watched the angle, allowed Jane to move into you, especially as BlameF was in connector. It's nitpicking, but it has had reverberating consequences. And I mean, that was, what, like a 3v2 or a 4v2 in favor of Big. They managed to get the advantage really early into the round. Yeah. And Slaxijez on low HP put that Molotov to use, as you highlighted, and things just started to fall apart. It does seem like BlameF is going to be able to survive with this AK. He's looking for the exit frags. Oh, he's missed his chance. He may get punished for this.
Oh, barely makes it out. HE not going to be on his side there, so... Wow, yeah, I mean, Big, you're right. They had the opportunity. They definitely had the kills there in the middle. If somehow James is killed in the middle and the bomb is down, I don't think Snaxy is going to be able to walk all the way back and pick it up and everything else. So a much, much closer round than I think anyone was expecting. PARIVISION, though, they survive it, but they have given over the AK to the CT side. So there's some danger lurking in this upcoming round.
Yeah, there is. But unfortunately for Big, it's not too much around it. Yes, you got these upgraded pistols, but that last round, of course, was a force. So PARIVISION will still feel like they're in a very strong position. 2 MAC-10s, one of which is an underpass, pushing aggressively. Angelo, Hobbit with a second. We saw him utilize it to not really much effect up on top boxes in the last one. And Catwalk is being aggressed on here, so Big do want to try and wrap around if they can. The smoke goes down to extinguish the Molotov. There's nades now being tossed in, and JDC is taking a pounding. Drops to 31.
tabseN has such a forward position, but it's hard for him to go further right now into T-spawn, because if anyone is there, he's probably going to be dead. So all he's doing is allowing them to be much more stacked up on B. They've got JDC here. Now tabseN is starting to move forward. I doubt he's going to hit the timing. It's very hard to be fast enough in T-spawn because you can't really run. You have to walk this whole distance. The bomb is at top mid. I guess there is a chance now because they've really slowed this down, PARIVISION, and that is kind of what they're known for anyway. Oh, he's still about 5 seconds away, and he has to be careful all the time. Good grenade forcing out that position with the Molotov. 35 seconds. The bomb is now making its way up the connector here. JDC taken down. And unfortunately for Tabson, even though he's close to hitting the timing, it's so hard to be right about it. They were hoping that they were funneling them into the B bomb site, and I think that's why Tabson is waiting. Instead, they just escape PARIVISION, and that should give them the round.
It should, but also because Big did react so quickly, they also should be able to hold on to this AK, which would be their goal at this point. They probably weren't anticipating to get too much success out of this round. Of course, they kept their toe in the pool and had a temperature check. So I think both teams will be relatively happy to shake hands at this stage. But, of course, PARIVISION want to try and deny that if possible. They'll know a save weapon traipsed through from that previous round. So Slaxy is on the prowl. $450, though. This could still prove to be costly, especially if he dies. And Tabson, in particular, can pick up that AK from his corpse. So I don't think he's going to go in for this peak. And both teams will be happy enough to just stay alive. But 3-0 to PARIVISION. As I expected, let's be honest, it was pretty obvious that on the T side of Mirage, they were going to look a lot stronger, a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, some tense moments already in the half here, but honestly, PARIVISION kind of keeping their cool in spite of nearly losing some of these rounds. So 3-0. They still have the MAC-10 on Sway, and it's only 2 people without helmets on the other side. They have one on Jame as well. So this is, interestingly enough, a bonus kind of round on the T side of things. Let's see how this plays out. They're going to go fast. Oh, no, Grix! He's been run down. He might have had a helmet, but it doesn't matter when they're that fast. Blamef, though, trying to clean up. Great shots with the AK. Will take down 2. JDC can't stay alive. Sway, good with the secondary AWP. The bomb is on the ground, but not planted. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, it is. Sorry, I just misread the HUD there. Definitely planted now. A 3-on-3. And Big don't even want to go for it. They're too far away. And with Blamef being low on health, they don't even risk it. That's a great way to use the MAC-10s. I mean, that's almost textbook.
It's honestly perfect. I absolutely love everything about this call for multiple factors. One, as you highlight, you've got MAC-10s. MAC-10s are shining brightest when it's run and gun, it's in your face, it's getting aggressive. But the other side of that as well is that this is a round where Big will probably go for firepower over utility. And when that happens, you are less likely to throw in an early Molotov, an early HE, an early smoke into the B-apps, and more likely to just hold back and wait and see what happens. Unfortunately for Big, they sent their AWP there as opposed to a rifle, which would have made a huge amount of difference. But it is a perfect read and perfect call from Jame. So take a bow, 4-0, off to an amazing start.
It's got to be so frustrating for Grix. You know, even before it happens, you can feel what's coming, and all he can do is try to land that shot. As soon as it misses, he's pretty much dead. 4-0. On the upside for Big, they get to keep some of the economy alive, right? And that's not to be completely underestimated. PARIVISION know this too, and they especially know because Jame is basically the person who invented the meta of, of saving to keep the CT economy alive. Much more efficient in MR15, and even Jame had to kind of abandon it a bit once we switched to MR12, but that doesn't mean it still can't work in certain moments. Grix is back here. Could be a potential setup. Let's see if they double swing him or if they try to flash their way through. But either way, this is really a lethal position. Cello, his shoulder showing. Gun barrel now as well. Grix knows for sure. Backup surely going to be called for any second now. Good little flick there. But he has to back off the angle. JDC starting to arrive at the bomb site. Great work for Grix. Oh, man, he's got some revenge for the last round. I think he needed that individually as a mental point here. That's really good.
And I think so did Big, right? Because the previous round, it was Grix that just got pummeled by the MAC-10 rush. To go back and play the exact same position again shows a lot of resolve and self-belief and confidence. And sure, he may have lost his head, but the damage has already been done. There's no way, as good as Way looked in that previous map, he's not going to be picking up 2 kills in different angles when they know exactly where he is. And I'm just saying as well, Anders, yeah, PARIVISION have started well. I do remember a certain comeback on Mirage that Big picked off against NRG. So down but never truly out on this map.
Oh, don't remind me. That was one of the wildest games. Yeah, but you're absolutely right. They completely lost the first half, got no rounds whatsoever, and then NRG unable to pick up anything in the second half themselves. That is, yeah, that was really good calling. There's a lot of good moments in that from the big side where they just managed to call exactly the right thing. Coach is having a chance to get into the mix here as Baker finally picked up a round. And you know, it's a nice turn of events, right? Not only did they pick up the round, but they saved guns from the other round. So look at their economy. I think Blamef has had this AK since they stole it really early on, like in the second round. So he's basically just carried it over to round after round. So at least the CT economy is going to balloon very early on. If they can win this next one, then it gets very, very interesting for them.
Yeah, it's making tough decisions in the moment when you really desperately want to get out there and try and fight. But having your eye on the bigger picture, especially on that CT side as you highlighted, boost up for James. It's going to basically nullify that smoke and allow him to peek into connector. But no one's interested on big. Instead, they just smoke down, play their deep sort of passive angles. Grix mixing up his position, has been on B side the last 2 rounds. Now Favin has B duties while the AWP is playing on CT boxes.
Still got plenty of time in the round. Just a really open default. Slaxy is playing the Palace. You got Cello on the other side with the MAC-10 again. Everyone has a helmet except for Tabson. It's unlikely that it'll be a big deal, but it's worth pointing out because sometimes if it ends up in a 1v1 against the MAC-10, let's say, it suddenly can make a difference. Nobody's really defending B. I think they were busy boosting JDC up into this position. Tabson is going to get the kill on Hobbit. Can they get anything more here? This is a weird round. 2 people in the hallways. Slaxy just now pushing the A ramp on the other side, but Sway goes down. It feels like PARIVISION are all over the map and not really winning any fights. Another one that goes the way of Big. And yes, they get the bomb side, but Big in a 2v5, they should be able to win this retake every time.
Oh, the timing for Jane, that's going to be frustrating. He was watching. He knew he had to make a move, though, because he was carrying the bomb. And now Yellow will get that information relayed. The one in ladder room needs this kill, but Favin so fast. Had a slow start to cash, but pulled off a beautiful clutch to close it out. And now Tabson momentarily will have the 3D kill onto James, who drops down, but it's into the open. He's encircled by CTs. And Big will get it done convincingly in the end. But yeah, I mean, I really do also, I know I'm a massive Tabson fanboy, and I don't even try and hide this. I love watching him play. But it's so fascinating to see his change of role fundamentally. Like, obviously, before he was the IGL, then Blamef comes in, and now he's just this ruthlessly aggressive player on both T and CT sides. He is the space maker, and it really alleviates a lot of the pressure off players like JDC that can just flourish as a result.
Yeah, I think it's worth highlighting. Again, he's had such a long career and really has a deep talent in many ways. Seeing him activated and kind of get back into the swing of things when it comes to the rifling, I agree, it's a lot of fun. He's had to do many, many things throughout his career. Some have even argued that he sort of almost sacrificed the highlight of his career to try and rebuild and save German Counter-Strike. And I mean, even though they've gone international, there are a lot of people here that would have been brought up under the wing of Tabson and have looked up to him for all these years. So I don't think it's for nothing. Smoke up in the window, and James again is lurking alone with the AWP. He did this on Cash as well, by the way, a lot, where he was sort of solo lurking with the AWP, which seems a bit scary, but I mean, if I was going to trust anyone to do that, it might be James.
And it kind of makes sense as well when he is kind of the brains behind the operation, because it allows him to pivot and try and scout for intel and get a feel and a vibe check of how the round is going, and then kind of call around himself. The problem is that he's just not really had any kind of success so far, individually speaking. And you could say the same for Hobbit, but you can nullify that now because Jane has just nailed Grix. But Favin, with the fast flank around him to underpass, catches him totally off guard.
He's so good at that, Favin. Cello trying to get up out of the palace. I don't know if it's going to be possible. Sway jumping over. What a mad running shot. They do have the bomb here, and with that kill, there actually is a way to win the round. The JDC, though, he can't get the spray down. I thought that was for sure going to be a kill, but Sway defeats him with the Galil, and now Blamef. Are you going to try and go for this? You've got no utility. You're already on half health. Yes, you've got the kit, You might know that Sway is low. I think that's been called in, but this is going to be very hard to find anybody. Okay, picked up a grenade. Going to land. Not quite kill him, and Cello immediately with the response. Great headshot. Another round for PARIVISION. And I've got to highlight, I mean, one, this obviously should have been a big round as soon as they get that flank coming in from Farben, which, by the way, you mentioned that NRG game and the comeback that they had at the Major. That started with Farben pushing through over at the B hallways. It's something that he does, I would say, on a semi-regular basis. So kind of cool to see him actually try it again here and with great success.
Yes, no, that's a very good point. And if I remember correctly as well, in that game, I'm just going to double check this as well, against NRG, I'm pretty sure it was Farben as well that landed unbelievably high amounts of stats. Yeah, he ended with 26 kills and a 1.78 rating. So he is typically a strong Mirage player, but he is also a big game player when it really counts. So definitely someone to watch out for as this game continues on.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking a little bit about him on Cash because he was underperforming, but I think he had like 3 rounds, and especially the last one, obviously, in OOT that he won pretty much single-handedly. So even though his overall amount of kills wasn't blowing us away, like he did quite a few rounds where he had the high impact kind of kills that really matter. Certainly playing well enough at the moment. Not that it's helping big, because they are still down 3 rounds, 5-2 in favor of PARIVISION, who again are opening up in a bit of a default here. And I guess this is just what we can kind of expect at the moment, a little bit of a slower approach. Speaking of Farben, secondary AWPing now over on the B hallway. I do like this.
It's kind of fascinating as well, going into this round, even though it's 5v2 in terms of the rounds, as Farben's missed his shot. PARIVISION have 18 kills collectively, and Big have 21. So they're ahead in the kill mark, but they're still behind when it comes to rounds.
Yeah, I guess that says something about the kind of Counter-Strike that they're playing at PARIVISION. They've lost Cello, and they didn't feel comfortable hunting down Farben, which is kind of interesting. Hobbit has got 0 kills, which probably just adds to the story that you're telling about PARIVISION being a little bit behind. And again, some of it's also down to Big saving in some of the early rounds, which makes a lot of sense. Farben, he's repositioned. The bomb is solo in middle, but it's going to be going down through the underpass, and eventually they'll get over here. 20 seconds. I say eventually. It has to be kind of right about now. Good Molotov, but Farben with that flick. He's taking down Hobbit. Still stuck at 0 kills. They do burn him out of the bomb site, but with 10 seconds on the clock, you make the jump past here. Very nearly dying to the M4. Slaxyjez trying to keep it alive. Holding for James as he's planting the bomb, and successfully so. I'd love to see Slaxyjez go into the smoke here. He's still got 26 bullets. He's just playing on the edge of it, but Big, if they can't win this round, it's just going to be so painful.
A really, really significant miss of a Molotov there, because that could have denied the bomb plant. There was only 5 seconds left on the clock. The molly missed completely. HE's now being tossed in, and Slaxyjez is going to try and take the initiative. Spots the player around the corner, sprays him down, and gets a second kill as well. This would be heartbreaking. Potentially map losing. If Big concede this, it had to go their way, and now Blaine F still thinks that Slaxyjez is in the kitchen and gets sprayed down with Slaxyjez on an ace.
What a beautiful round from Slaxyjez. Newcomer to the team. It's the first time I've ever seen Destan smile in the back as well. So that's a new for all of us. But yeah, a good reason why he did. It's so smart for him to push in behind as they're trying to retake, like in towards the market. It's even smarter that he pushes out on the other side of the incendiary, because he knew that there was a chance Blameth could lock him out of the defuse there. And instead, he's already on the other side of it, and Blameth did not see it coming. That is fantastic work. 6-2. And like you said, that could be map losing. And I don't think that's an exaggeration. I mean, PARIVISION, they've got great momentum. Big, very, very frustrating round losses here early on.
I mean, there's a couple of moments there that I think led to that loss. I mean, obviously, it's an amazing play from Slaxyjez and take nothing away from him. First one is JDC, for some reason, overcommits and dies. Didn't need to. Play for the post plant with your teammates. And second is the Molotov that missed. Those two errors come together for a disaster. And now Jane goes in. And PARIVISION just picking it up again. Boosting into window. And there's not much that Big can do about this. Blameth is stuck in connector. Can't even move.
Really good Molotov. That's going to be annoying. BlameF. He's of two minds. He wanted to both push into the middle, and he also wanted to fall back, and instead he just got caught in the middle of the Molotov. I think that's a rare moment of indecision for BlameF. Normally very decisive in whatever he does. Grix sees the gun barrel. He knows someone's up there. It's actually a brilliant flick onto James. He can't land the next one, though. He needs some backup, and Tabson is here for the job. Cello goes down, and Tabson wants the AK. He had run out of bullets. He had to go for it, but gets shot in the back instead. And now Farman getting move the rescue again. He gets the first one, and Hobbit has finally got a kill. Needs another one here. The bomb is out in the open. Farman, if you can save big, maybe there is still a chance to make it back, but Incendiary with the pressure on, straight headshot. It is not Hobbit's half this one. He's been bodied almost every single engagement. Farman once again to the rescue.
It's going to be frustrating for Hobbit, but because the time was so low and Favin also was low HP, he felt compelled to go and have a quick look. If Hobbit gets the bomb and transitions back onto the site and gets that plant down, it really just drastically spins against Favin in terms of the odds of winning that. But I think Tabson with the kill on Tetris was instrumental to setting Favin up for that clutch in the first place. So well played by Big, but their work is far from done.
That's definitely true. It's one small step in the right direction, but to really change the momentum and I think to kind of put some of these rounds behind them, they do need to run it back. Get up to that 6-6 scoreline. Then I think we can have a different kind of a conversation here. I guess also worth highlighting, right, because we talked so much about JDC, and he was a true monster on cash, but he's 2-7 right now. Not the end of the world, but you'd love to see him kind of get back to that form, because he really did have a huge impact on that game.
He did, and when Big faltered after a 9-3 half, some of that was off the basis of JDC cooling off. And sure, Grix eventually showed up towards the end. Favin, of course, we've discussed, had a ton of impact. But what happens on Mirage if JDC continues to go off the boil and no one else is there to pick up the pieces? That's the way for PARIVISION as they look to try and push in. This is where JDC should be padding those stats a little bit. 2 kills go his way against this full-on eco. Denies the bomb plant with the USP. And there's a 4th kill for JDC. On for the ace, but won't be afforded it. But it'll be good for the confidence either way. And he's got smiles on his face for the first time on Mirage.
That was so beyond risky because he takes a couple of shots to the smoke originally when they're trying to enter onto the bomb site, right? He shoots, and at that point, he's down to 13 bullets when that happens. Then that's it, what he has. He has 13 bullets against 5 people. He gets the first one and has 7 bullets left for the rest and somehow lands another headshot, pulls out the USP. But yeah, the fact that he had the M4A1 and he already spent like half the magazine before even anyone showed up at the bomb site, that's pretty risky, to say the least. Not that there was a lot riding on it. I think worst case, he dies, they get the bomb plant, and then they probably still win the round big. But yeah, given the fact that they're trying to make a comeback and they want the momentum, I think it's nice to get around like that where it's pretty clean. Not so clean for PARIVISION. They're on Galil's and a MAC-10. Oh, but BlameF is surely dead. Right through the smoke. I don't know how, but he missed James completely. Tabson's next to fall. Grix, you're going to have to hit that flick, and you're going to have to hit a lot more in this round, even get close to winning it. They are all around him. Farman trying again to save the day. It's JDC taking down Hobbit, who can't get a kill to save his life. So somehow, we're back in a 3v3.
Really smart from Grix there, though, man. Like, to have that clarity in chaos and have the ability to just say, all right, okay, I'm overrun. Let me fall back into quad. Let me help my teammates out. It may not end up mattering. That flashbang perfectly placed, fully blinding Grix. And with his loss of life and Favin at 15, it's unlikely that anything else will come out of this round. JDC may go unchecked because one player already got spotted in the murder hole. He's able to get the 1 frag, but that's all he's going to get out of this. And no survivors, no mercy being shown, and no prisoners. PARIVISION back into winning ways. But yeah, again, it's that awkward timing, isn't it? Like BlameF dying to James, also giving him across an M4. He came into this with a MAC-10. It was kind of a huge moment in this round, and it took the pressure off Palace as they exploded out onto A site.
Up to 7. That timing, and again, they've been playing very slowly, PARIVISION, so I guess Big just, in a moment like that, when suddenly everyone's coming out of the Palace, you're not expecting it. Tabson certainly wasn't. JDC does spot out one player at top mid. Throws a grenade, not going to do too much there. And James, at the same time, is taking up a lot of space. That could have just as well been a kill. Very risky stuff here. Bomb is still at top mid, but they're double pushing into the palace. So this time, Big are trying to be a little bit more aggressive on the CT side. And that's cool, but the only problem is, again, like we said, these palace pushes on the CT side, they take such a long time to really come to fruition. Like, you start them, and then it takes like 30 seconds before you're really doing anything. So right now, all they're doing is just occupying the palace, which probably just means they're going to be quite far away from the other side of the map if that's where the hit ends up happening, which maybe not. Oh, look at that bomb, Vince.
Move around. Oh, he's made a dog's dinner out of it, JDC. It had to be a kill. Sway down to 8, but... Oh, boy, that's a mid-control that's just been completely forfeit as a result. That Palace player is everything. And it is tabseN. He's had a very good half so far. What can he get done?
Well, this is what you want if you're in that Palace position, but it only means you have a good position. It doesn't mean you're winning the round yet. And again, look at Sway lurking on the other side. I mean, this is brutal. This is the last round of the half, so no matter what, we're going to be seeing a retake out of Big, or at least an attempted one. But if somehow they... Oh, they've already Molotov it off. Very, very heads-up play for PARIVISION, knowing that there could be somebody up here. That should tell you that they're at least going to be aware that someone could be lurking. A long flank from Sway, who's low on health. It's a great way to play when you only got 8 health. He's going to be running in from the B-bomb side. I don't know if Big have any chance any longer. This seems like a real stretch, although tabseN, it is a nice start. Swings for the second, and he very nearly takes down Hobbit, but through the wooden board there, it's tabseN to go down. Farman is next, and blamF no longer going to be in this round. He would have been shot in the back either way, so great first half work here for PARIVISION. We saw Destan smile. We saw some great individual stuff. The ace out of Slaxijez. Very, very cool stuff from PARIVISION. Bouncing back from their loss on cash without much of an issue.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you did see that domino effect kind of fall slowly but surely as this round commenced. Once JDC lost out that fight against Sway, not only is it Sway who has been a monster throughout this entire series, continuing his reign of terror here in this map, but additionally, tabseN's position just gets a little bit weaker because now the CTs have to funnel their way through on CT spawn through CT box, and tabseN couldn't show his hand as early as he'd like. So, for example, imagine JDC gets that kill on window and then positions into jungle. They have a perfect crossfire right in the heart of A site from Palace to jungle. As soon as JDC dies, that's no longer the case. And that's why tabseN's Palace play, like, he had such a good spot, but he couldn't really show his hand because of how slow that rotation through CT spawn was.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. What a way to end up losing the half here. I don't know. It felt like there weren't a lot of opportunities for Big to change the outcome. PARIVISION just came in with a great first half. Their T side looked well drilled. It was an interesting mix of mostly the slow defaults that I guess we've come to expect for PARIVISION, but every once in a while being a little bit quicker and catching Big off guard as well. So I really enjoyed seeing that. Second half, I mean, like you pointed out, Big have made a pretty significant comeback, one of the craziest comebacks in a while on this map at the Major against NRG. So that's probably what they're thinking in the back of their minds is, you know, this is a lot better than that result. We could do it again. They probably do need to win the pistol, though. I feel like that's an essential component if they even want a chance.
Yeah, I think one of the frustrating things, though, to play devil's advocate to that point, is that against NRG, they just got absolutely annihilated in the first half, and they were never really in it. Like, they were 12-0 down at the end of the day. They'll be thinking, like, guys, we should be bare minimum like 6-6 right now. We had multiple opportunities. You think of that round where they lost on B site, where it was a 4v2, JDC dies, they miss Molotov. You think of a lot of these rounds where, like, just one small change in terms of blamF, getting the pick on Jane through in that underpass push, or at the end there, JDC killing Zway, this could have gone a completely different way. You can either get down on yourself, or you can realize we're still in with a fight here. We should be closer. We just got to make sure that we capitalize on this T side. And let's be honest as well, like, PARIVISION have their own issues on their CT halves. Their money can definitely get away from them. There is every chance that Big can come back into this one.
Yeah, that's probably important to keep in mind. Not looking like a flawless team at the moment. Hobbit having a real struggle session in the first half, even if his team overall did well, he individually, I mean, he was great on cash, really impressive mechanically, but on this map, he never really got activated. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're into the second half now. PARIVISION versus Big, second map of this quarterfinals. Ancient to the side with, assuming that PARIVISION can complete what they started here, which is not that far away. They're close to a victory already. And we do have the kit, and there is a smoke on SlaxyJS as well. So similar positioning for PARIVISION, that we talked about this in the first half, and it very nearly worked. Big were a millisecond away from defusing the bomb, but instead they got double knifed in the smoke, and yeah, that was a brutal way to get started. It looks like we are going to be seeing a very similar setup, practically playing retake on the A-bomb side.
Yeah, and Hobbit, the one player that was over on A, has been smoked and mollied out. Similar situation to what you called in the first half. Just do as much damage as you can. And to be fair, he has landed a few shots onto Grix. He's down at 41. That's a weakened target to deal with later on, but his bomb has been planted finally, and now the retake starts to come through.
Yeah, and it's going to be all about that smoke kit. These are mirrored rounds in every way possible. All we need is for Big to knife someone in the smoke to stop the defuse, and we're going to have an exact mirror of the first half pistol. Blame F will take down Sway. Where's that smoke on top of the bomb? They do need that. SlaxyJS, you're the one that has it. Got to be throwing it out at some point here. Hobbit running them down, and that's huge. Now he's on that defuse, and you can see they're running out of bullets on the Glocks. They're not finding him inside. PARIVISION completing exactly what Big wanted to do, showing them how it's done. That's got to be frustrating.
What's really frustrating is you had a player on default position where the bomb was planted, and they were able to push him from PARIVISION's perspective and shoot him in the back of the head. Like, why is no one Tetris? Why is no one Palace peering out and having that player covered? It's insane to me that you have 4 players left alive and he's able to just get caught off guard like that, which facilitates the smoke going down and the ninja defuse in the first place. And when you do go back to that first half, what is the consistent? Zwei was allowed to stay alive on the site, play in the smoke, and just knife 2 people as a result of it.
True. Very true. Oh, man. That is going to be a lot of the hope gone for Big. Not that the full comeback is impossible, but they're not going to get the easy start doing it. At least they get the bomb planted. So they're going to have the AK, a couple of Galils in this one, Deagle, and a Tech 9 on Farvin. And they look at a boost into the window, double boost, in fact. SlaxyJS, though, he's had himself a great time on the map. Let's see if he's going to be ready. Smoke is still there. Got to be careful when it fades. Keep your eye on this one. See if you could hear the crowd as well. They're definitely excited. Yeah, he's seen the shoulder now. He definitely knows. He's expecting 2, though. We'll check out 1, and he absolutely is. Heads-up play for SlaxyJS. Can't complete the kill on the 3rd one, but that should be enough to slow this down. And Big, kind of in big trouble here.
Yeah, tabseN limping his way onto the site. Typically the entry fragging component on Big. And now he has the bomb plant duties to contend with. Grix still with the spray is good for the first one. They know second play is there. Hobbit shot his MP9 earlier. Now tabseN's going on a fact-finding mission. Nails the shot onto Zwei, but it's not enough for the outright frag. And now things get real dicey for Grix. 1 HP from the HE and finished off by Hobbit's hand as PARIVISION jump to a 10-4 lead. And are looking good to take us to a deciding map, which would be Ancient.
Great map to finish on, in my opinion. Man, that grenade nearly killed him. They also had 2 incendiaries for the retake there, so either way, I think it was going to be very tough to find a position to hold from there for any one of the big players. Didn't happen. SlaxyJS top of the scoreboard with 16 kills. tabseN with 14 on the other side. I mean, that's encouraging. That's cool to see. But what they really need are some more rounds. I guess... Zoom out a little bit. They get the bomb plant in that last one. They're going to buy Hero AK in this one. And it's not like PARIVISION have a ton of money. So there is a way to thread the needle here. There is a way to make sure that the CT economy dies early on. And you can kind of... If you do some work here with the Hero AK. But it might be down to that. And already Farvin is put to 66 health. Thank God he's... You know, 1 more health there, Vincent. We would have been in meme territory. But we escaped. We're fine.
Good to go for now. Grix actually had the bomb by himself over, now transitioning through onto middle. I have to say I've been very impressed with SlaxyJS in this map, probably the best map I've personally seen him play in a PARIVISION jersey. His crosshair placement is phenomenal. 16 kills. As the run boost is good. No one's home anyway for PARIVISION, though they've pretty much given up mid, but they are thinking about re-engaging now.
Yeah, I love it. 4-man peek into the middle for the PARIVISION side of things. I think this is a strategy that is not always used enough on this map. So deadly when you can retake the middle in the sort of, you know, halfway through the round. Yeah, it's pretty good weaponry on the PARIVISION side, with 2 AKs stolen over.
Hasn't really... kills. Putting pick as well, whereas James has been way more active. Sure, he's only got the 7 kills, but you're thinking over on that T side, how many times he got the opening pick onto Blame F or Grix on Toll Booth? We've not seen anything like that from Grix thus far. Flash is good, though, to force James off the angle.
Opportunity there for JDC, but not quite able to complete it. James decides he does not want to retake it. Can't really blame him for it, to be honest. Maybe not worth it. Very normal sort of setup here for PARIVISION. So none of the madness that we saw at Big trying to push the palace or trying to push down the hallway. I do say that, but Sway is thinking about it. This is what Farman did with great success, flanking the middle and shooting a couple of people in the back. But can he find this first one is the real question. Both of them shooting at the wall, and Tabson coming out on top. And that's huge because he did have the bomb on his back. If he had died, that could have been very awkward.
Intel gathered. Great transfer from Slaxy and a weakened Tabson finished off as well. So the player advantage in favor of PARIVISION, but not for much longer. As Faven cracks open the site, Smoke and Molly also perfectly placed. This bomb should be planted momentarily.
Yeah, they're running through. Cello, he wants to see if he could beat the timing while the bomb is being planted. Very risky move. And now the AWP is going to be relocating here. There's no grenades on the CT side. They have to just face check it. There's no other way. Doesn't work out in their favor. Hobbit goes in and he dies, and they can't even really get the refrag here. Cello has to commit to it. I can't believe he wins the fight there. Now he's going to be sweating Grix. He knows if he screws this one up, it's a lot of trouble. Misses the first shot here. The nerves are going to be right there for him. Oh, God. There's still time for the defuse. Cello getting close now. Hits the headshot. Spins around for it. That is a nasty retake coming out of Cello. Oh, you could feel it for Grix there. You know what kind of horror he's in. When he loses his teammate there, he knows it's all on his shoulders, and he couldn't survive it.
Oh, Kiyasuke making an appearance next to Manasi as well. Major champions, of course. But I'm taking nothing away from Jello here. Anders, that round, that retake perfectly encapsulates Big's Mirage so far. You have a 2v1, you have short, and you have bench. Why are you giving him 2 separate 1v1s, guys? That's criminal activity.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I wish I could come up with a good defense, but I think you're right though. That shouldn't happen. And you think about how little time was left on the bomb. If they play that differently and they are and they're in more safe positions, then it doesn't really matter how good of a shot Cello is going to be able to hit or not. He just won't have time for the defuse. They definitely gave him the kind of the one opening that was available there. So 12-4. PARIVISION dangerously close to getting us onto a third map of Ancient. I wouldn't really hate, to be honest. James with a crazy shot. Didn't connect with anyone. He's going to try and blow open the smoke. Not actually committing to it, which is kind of interesting. Maybe they'll try and do it again with more people nearby.
He's playing for the pride at this point, are Big. The thing is, obviously, you referenced, I referenced it earlier, and so did you about the NLG comeback. But I mean, this Big is giving me no faith right now. I've got to be real, especially this T half it's been rough to watch. But who knows? They are starting to make a move outside of Palace. Smoke's connecting as well. Damage is significant, but Grix does answer the call. The bomb carrier now transitioning across to get the plant down as fast as possible.
Yeah, that smoke being thrown there from jungle didn't actually blow open the smoke all that much, so not really a chance to see anything. Deep smoke towards CT spawn, and they've got 2 people on the other side. Hobbit Yeah, he's trying to find the lineup. I actually kind of like this, but didn't quite get the right angle. He goes down. Tabson's traded out. Yeah, and I think PARIVISION, this is all about the economy. It makes so much sense. You've got such a long runway. The one way that you could lose this lead is if you run out of money. So every chance they get here, PARIVISION, they're probably going to save instead of trying to go for the retake. And it's honestly, it's hard to argue with.
That's absolutely a correct decision. Yeah. It would be a different case if maybe they knew a couple players had been wounded, or if they were already sort of wrapping around one player from Ramp or Palace. But when it's one-dimensional, all three of you clumped together, there is no reason to throw away your advantages, as you said. And so that runway is vast. The only way that you're going to come off the runway is if you shoot yourself in the foot. And going for a retake there certainly would have been one of those cases. I mean, it's not impossible they couldn't have got it done, especially the way they're playing right now. But why take the risk? There's just no need. The risk is not worth the reward.
Yeah, you're playing the percentages. You're playing sort of the longer game again because you got the time for it. So one step in the right direction for Big. More of this, and it could get interesting. BlameF trying to guess the angle there. He's kind of correct, but couldn't actually land any of the bullets. And they're fighting for middle here, PARIVISION. This is more aggressive than we're used to seeing from them, but I like it. James gets the kill on JDC. They're close now. Farvin trying to fight back, but he doesn't have the answer for the second kill. Sway going to be taking down Tabson, and suddenly Big are reduced to a 2-on-4. It's looking like PARIVISION don't need that many rounds. Fully justifying the save in the previous round, by the way, getting into this one.
Yeah, they've been playing such solid Counter-Strike that the chances of them letting this slip are just so slim. Now it's down to BlameF, the brains behind the operation. He's not had a great individual performance so far. Was their top performing player coming into this series. They know exactly where he is. He's living on borrowed time, and we are headed to Ancient. The question that is left to be answered is who claims the final frag? As BlameF moves in, and it will be a quick-fire headshot delivered first class as PARIVISION. They bounce back in the best possible way. And as you asked, could they get it done on Mirage? They did, and in style.
It didn't look like that loss on Cash bothered them all that much. And again, maybe it shouldn't. It's not about that they've really had a chance to play all that much. Maybe in practice a little bit. So maybe you can't take it too much to heart if you end up losing the map that you weren't really that prepared for. And they did play overtime twice on it. So yeah, very, very good work for PARIVISION. Obviously, mentally, they're right back in it. And I think that's one of the more important things for me with the team. I think they've got the firepower. I think they've got the tactics. Like James, I still think is a really, really smart captain. He's a nightmare to be up against, in my opinion. Like if I'm an enemy team, he's one of the players I don't want to be either playing individually in clutches, but also tactically. Like he is just an interesting character. So yeah, the fact that they have the mental side of the game now, I think is a really, really good look. Hobbit, he struggled, but at the end of the day, how much can we really care about it when they end up winning 13-5? So overall, it's a great amount of work here. That means we've got Ancient coming up to decide it with. You don't want to go anywhere. We will be back after the break, so stay tuned.
来，非常快，非常快，来，我们送出2张 Banks 的签名鼠标垫，比赛马上就要开始，来，送出2张，来。
Hello guys, how we doing? All right, let's pick someone out. Who wants a chance to win this? All right, my man over here. Hello. I need you to answer a question. What was the nickname that I gave to Monasi?
给 Monasi 的外号是什么？Banks 给的。
Maybe gold.
Baby goat. That is
Baby
correct.
goat. 哦，年轻的历史第一人啊。
Choose the next one.
OK, Brazil jersey， 来这巴西队服的，来。
Mr. Brazil jersey. What team was Kyosuke on before the Falcons?
猎鹰之前经济在什么队
Team Spirit Academy.
Academy, yes.
Correct.
恭喜。
Thank you very much. Enjoy. We're going to keep things rolling. We're going to keep things moving. The game is about to start. Guangzhou, make some noise!
All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are still at the first quarterfinals of the day. It is Big up against PARIVISION, and we've made our way onto a third map. It's Ancient coming up, so big welcome, everybody. Vince, we've got Ancient as our deciding map. Do you see any chance here for Big to kind of mentally come back? I feel like they got beat up very badly on that second map. Well, you may be muted on my end. Sorry.
My apologies, that's my bad. Yeah, I think they do have a chance, Anders. Ancient's a map that they are actually pretty strong on. They've played it 3 times so far at the XSE Pro League, and they've won all 3 of them. They played Bait, they won 13-11, played NIP, 13-6 win, and 16-14 win against Vision. But even if you go back further than that, they've got wins against the teams like Bait, for example. So I think it's a map that they're actually pretty strong on. So it's not to say that I necessarily expect them to come out swinging here and necessarily win the map, but I think it will be a much closer affair than what we just saw in Mirage, which, if we're being honest, was a bit of a disaster for Big, all things considered.
Yeah. Well, here's another question. Are you ready to answer for your crimes, Vince? Because Lizard King in the chat has asked, Vince, he says you still owe us eating a shoe because of Quantum Bellator Fire qualifying to the major playoffs. Do you have some sort of outstanding debt that I don't know about, Vince? Like, what's going on?
I ate a shoe. However, it was a chocolate one. So checkmate, scrubs.
Damn, you've actually outplayed them completely. And okay, there we go. They thought they had you. They thought they'd caught you in an awkward moment, but it turns out that that's not. It takes more than that. I appreciate that. Glad we got that taken care of. That means we can refocus on the game a little bit here. Ancient is going to be coming up, and yeah, I hope to see Big return. I feel like they've got some strong players on this particular map. I think Blamef playing the middle of the map here on the CT side is actually out of control. Like, he is such a strong force in that position. So I'm kind of looking forward to that. I think that's going to be something that will be worth kind of keeping an eye on. You said he came into the series today as one of the strongest players for Big, maybe the strongest player. I think he's going to have to prove that again. I think he's got a great map to try and do that with.
Yeah, I also think, though, that even with Tabson performing fantastically in Mirage, it was eerily quiet around the rest of the team. And for me, they can't... It's one of those weird positions I find myself, Anders, where so often we look at Blame F to be like the leader, the top fragger, the star player, like all these things. And it's like, come on, guys. We need to see Grix have a better performance than that Mirage. JDC also, at one point, I think you called him out and he was like 1-7 or 2-7, something like that. So these also need to kind of fall into place for me if Big want to win. Because when you're playing against Sway in this kind of form, he's been good on both maps. Slaxyjez had a fantastic Mirage performance. I don't know if Blame F by himself is enough to carry them through this game.
No, I don't think so either. I do think it has to be more of a team effort, but we're going to find out right now. It's PARIVISION going to be starting on the CT side, which means Big are on the T side of things. And heading into Ancient, here's a great map to finish on. And let's find out how this one plays out. They're trying to attack the red room already. You could see BlameF is charging down the middle all the way into CT spawn, hunting Jame. But in the meanwhile, they're getting hunted themselves. Hobbit landing a headshot on Tabs, and Slaxyjez now stopping BlameF. So Big, the speed with which they wanted to do this, it's a great idea, but they keep losing players, they're getting slowed down, and more PARIVISION players keep showing up. Only Grix left, and only for a second. That is a great way, I would say, to absorb the attack there. PARIVISION, instead of fighting early on, they keep falling back until Big are so deep in enemy territory that they're getting shot in the back and getting fought in every direction. Really good stuff.
Yeah, it's like that network of trenches analogy that we've both made in the past, where you take a couple shots, you fall back, take a couple shots, fall back, and it's constantly wrought with all these dangers and these potential hurdles. You don't know if you're pushing into some awkward off angles, either if you're Big. It feels super unsettling the entire time. But they just weren't clinical enough with their opportunities. I mean, at the end of the day, you got one kill in the pistol round, and look at that for a run boost. Yellow instantly up on heaven. He's going to peer down and find out no one is home because all 5 of the Ts are making a move through on the A main side.
Yeah, and you don't really have to fight to the death. Again, say here, if you're Slaxyjez, gotta be careful you don't get completely overwhelmed. Jame is there, and the spray is good, so fine. Oh, nice. Smooth headshot. Not even required, but yeah, we'll take it. Quick win of the round. No bomb link being planted either here, so pretty quick to shut it down. Nice speedy round coming up from both sides. Puts us in round number 3. And we'll see what Big can come up with.
And honestly, Anders, like, perfect for Jame. He got a multitude of kills with the MP9. He's instantly got an AWP. And he doesn't have to sacrifice utility, full utility, head armor. All the kills he just got went directly into his next round AWP.
That's a good point. Yeah, immediately picking it up. I love that. Okay, well, BlameF trying to see if he can find an entry into the middle. He absolutely can, in spite of the flashbang. I can't believe he's got away with it here, but Slaxyjez does one better, and Jame on that freshly bought AWP. He's going to get 1 kill before it's stolen away. That is madness. 6 people dead in the middle. Just a huge all-out brawl happening. And now the bomb is going to be picked up over on the B side. They could push right through and plant. Not that they know it yet. But Tabson, yeah, he actually braved the smoke. He walked through that CT smoke, and he's going to find nobody on the bomb site. If they get the bomb planted here, Farvin might even get a free kill. Nearly done it there, but Sway! He gets the M4 out in time. Oh, Farvin is going to be punching a hole in the desk here. Yes, the bomb is planted, but now it is all on Tabson.
Oh, I love he's playing up close as well. He's going to try and catch him in an awkward position. As the first frag. Spray comes through, but Hobbit too fast. With the AK surviving on 32 HP, and PARIVISION continue their winning ways.
Yeah, I think you're right, though. That was the right move for Tabson to play that close. But I guess sometimes when we bring up the term spacing, that was really good spacing between those last 2 PARIVISION players, making sure that they could trade out the kill very, very quickly. So, well done. Ultimately, unfortunately, Farvin is probably going to be pretty upset. He couldn't find a way to do that. If he has that kill, I think it's almost a done deal. So, PARIVISION getting the early 3rd round, denying Big, and I'm seeing Tech 9s and Mac 10s, which normally you'd think is a kind of a B rush, but they're already walking away from that. So, yeah, it might be just another mid fight happening.
They're good spawns for mids, and they've got that early trade for 1-for-1. Ordinarily, you'd be pretty happy if you were the Ts, especially in this kind of a buy, because the AWP is in play and the positions for the CTs are really strong. I'm not so sure about that. Kit has been blown away, but there's still 2 more where that came from. And BlameF has traded up to the AK, so There are ways forward here for Big, and again, they've decided that A site is where they want to paint their bullseye and their final destination for this round. It will put SlaxyJez under a ton of pressure, but he has the M4, and what we just saw Mirage is he is more than capable of standing his ground and putting a couple of bodies on the deck.
That is definitely true. Waiting back here. Oh, they line up for him. That first dink, I think he almost did like 160 damage, but spread across 2 players. That's so much. SlaxyJez, he's found a quad kill. He is lighting up the server in the last couple of maps here. I know they didn't have a lot to work with on the T side, but just the crispness with which he got those kills is pretty impressive.
I have to say, Anders, the eye test very early on for me on SlaxyJez wasn't necessarily too positive. He played in a team called Psycho Face, like tier 2, tier 3 kind of team. He was smurfing there. The first couple of maps I saw from him play PARIVISION, I was like, I'm not too sure about this. These last 2 maps I've just seen from him has solidified him as like an actual aim beast. And sure, Big aren't playing great, but some of these shots he's landing are disgustingly clean.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun to watch. And if it's just kind of the early days, if he's still warming up into it and getting settled into the team, could be in for a bit of a wild ride. Deep CT smoke allows Hobbit to get all the way down here. And they even clear this out with an incendiary. I like that. Farvin not checking the right-hand side. Tabson, though. Nice return. James, he's got the scope ready, and JDC might walk into it, but no, Grix coming back for it. Huge kill. Cello is in trouble as well, whether he knows it or not. Blamef commits to the spray, and the AK will come out on top here. Very important for Big. They need rounds right now, and they are going to get this one. JDC will take down Sway. Last bastion of hope there for the B-bomb site. So now Big, SlaxyJez. I mean, you can look for exits. You could make it annoying. You could make it one of those rounds that Big are going to regret, but I doubt you can win the 1v4, even if JDC and Tabson are a bit low.
Can do some serious damage, though. It's not going to happen. Grix, good to see him involved. Early on Ancient, he was 0 and 4, I believe, coming into this round. So 2 kills, bit of confidence being built up. Starting to feel the vibes maybe shifting a little bit more in their favor. But if you're PARIVISION, you're not pushing the panic button just yet. Neither is Dastan. Calls the tactical timeout, rallies the troops. Still in a great position, all things considered.
Yeah, I like the early timeout, though. For a team like PARIVISION that had their problems with the mental side of things, you're right, they're still in a good position, but why not make sure that that nothing falls apart here? Keep everyone happy. Early timeout, and yeah, with this kind of a scoreline, I mean, still a very, very open game. Seems like Big have had decent success fighting in middle, which a lot of teams really struggle to do and almost kind of give up on it and just allow the CTs to hold that part of the map early on, because it can be so hard to make it through the grenades. But yeah, we'll see if they keep on doing that. Spreading out a little bit more default here. JDC, he knows there's an incendiary on the side. He's just playing right on the edge of it. And again, even though they don't get a kill this time, the fact that they can be in middle early on here, Big, is kind of it's a nice way to play the early part of the half here.
Yeah, taking mid control early on just gives you so many options, but more importantly, it kind of makes PARIVISION in this case feel a little bit more claustrophobic and stuck in their angles. It's harder to breach back out again, especially when players start to get in towards Red Room. It's really awkward, but they are stacking it as a result. It's a bait and switch. SlaxyJez is up close with the MP9. James misses his shot, but that's going to activate SlaxyJez. The problem, though, is the MP9's not good enough to quickly tear through 2, and so that 1-for-1 trade comes through.
Oh, that's an awkward fight. Oh, Cello, you at least wanted the first one there, but the wall caught a lot of the bullets, and he had to swing wider to try and finish the kill, and that got him ultimately shut down. And I think PARIVISION, it's an easy choice to make the save here. I think James is only sticking around to try and see if anyone's going to hunt them down, but there's no chance they're going to go for this one. They do not have the cash, and they don't want to let Big rack into the game really early on here. This is a nice change of pace, and yeah, I don't know if Cello, even if he gets that spray down, I guess if he gets it, there's more of a chance for the retake, but as soon as he failed that, it was done.
From Neutral's perspective, though, good to see that Big aren't going to collapse early on. Of course, this is the quarterfinal playoff matchup, the third decider map. As we've already seen Cash, we've already seen Mirage. Cash was an absolute banger, by the way. If you can, I'd suggest after this game, you maybe go back and watch it. Multiple OTs. Really exciting stuff. But Big keeping themselves within arm's reach of PARIVISION. It was looking pretty dicey to start off with, Anders. Like PARIVISION were just going to take off and leave them in their dust. But that's not been the case here.
No, definitely not. Glad to see Big stepping it up. I was getting pretty worried for them, honestly. It looked like they were kind of collapsing on Mirage. And then starting by losing the first 3 rounds here, it could have been a real disaster for them. Putting pressure on middle, but Farvin, my God, he's faking the B bomb side. The bomb is on the A side, and they've put that smoke towards Red Room. The fact that you're allowed to run this fake and you get the kill, that is magnificent. I can't believe they're so slow on the A side. I feel like Farvin, if they don't win this round, he's going to be so mad. He's checked by Cello. And the fact that there's nobody else there as well, maybe now they're going to start to rotate on back. They could have probably had the bomb down already, but Big might have been waiting for another piece of intel, some of the piece of the puzzle here. Bombs planted. Slaxy Jazz. Oh no! Falls back off the ledge, and Grix with the 180 to take him down. It's a ridiculous reaction that immediately stops PARIVISION from attempting the retake here. They're out of there.
We've all been there, Slaxy Jazz. It's such a weird little angle drop spot.
Yeah.
It really messes with you. Even the top level player is going to succumb to that. You could make an argument, did he need to go out and peek? Did he need to, considering there was a rotation coming through on CT side and he had that forward position? He could have maybe waited to see if someone transitioned into like the triple box positions or tried to go back into A main from the site. But he decided to, and you can't necessarily blame him. I mean, he's had such a hot hand. You can see his ADR just below 200. He's had a fantastic map so far, but it does look a little bit silly, doesn't it? All things when everything kind of fell into place.
Yeah, but I think you're right. Like we've all been in that situation, and you know, like I guess it's almost similar to Cello in the last round, trying to spray down towards Donut. You know that you should have had the kill. You know you had the opportunity. It is just you know you're off by not that much necessarily. But that's a couple of rounds here where again PARIVISION are electing to go for a save. I can't blame them because what have they got, like 2 AKs and an AWP out of that round? You definitely don't want to throw that away. But it's another timeout for PARIVISION. So maybe also a sign that they're starting to feel the frustration a bit, like they're sensing that it is a bit urgent. Big are starting to warm up. PARIVISION aren't just walking through these early rounds. Yeah, I'd be careful too.
Yeah, no, there's been a lot of success that Big have managed to find on the A site as well. For the most part, I mean, they've been hitting A over and over and over again. So if nothing else, it might be Dastan and James trying to figure out, okay, how do we plug in some of these gaps? Mid control is for the most part went in the way of Big as well. Like we've seen PARIVISION try these run boosts, but it's based off spawns, which they don't have again in this round. They've been mollied and smoked off. So mid control, neither team has really gone for it. They both flirted with the idea and traded nades, but no one's taken control. And how Big, all 5 players strong, pushing through onto that B side.
Yeah, how do you play this? I mean, they've got eyes on the ramp, which is otherwise my favorite thing to complain about. Boost us up, though. It's very fortunate for Sway. He could have been timed there. Tries to throw down the smoke, but they are already going to be in front of it. They don't want to wait any longer here. Sway immediately taken out. It's a very nice move for Peak, realizing that if they wait behind the smoke, they have to reset the entire round and probably go back and take middle, and that's just going to take a long time. JDC is down through the smoke, though. A bit of an awkward moment. There is a kit in play, and there's one on the ground as well, but this will not necessarily be an easy retake. No more grenades really on the T side, and Cello headshot on the tabs, and Farwin's going to go down next. A missed opportunity for Grix. He couldn't see a thing, and now he's smoked out. This might be come down to the wallbangs then. I think that's what they're set up for anyway here. And there's one through the smoke. Grix taking on Slaxy Jess, running in with the knife out, trying to find James, who's the second from defusing. Oh my God! He knifed the wrong player. He thought that was it. But James was still on it. You can't even blame him for it, but what a wild way to lose a round.
No, it's really well played by PARIVISION. He bodyguarded his bomb diffuser. You saw as soon as he landed the kill, he stopped throwing his shank around. That's so intelligent from PARIVISION. And where the bomb was planted and where the last 2 Ts were as well, you called it, Anders. It was all for the idea of the wall bang. Grix nailed the first shot. Jello realized that was what was happening, so he bodyguarded his diffuser as best as he could.
Yeah, I guess that body block guard even works with the wallbang, right? So, in general, just a smart play all across the board. We're in the round number 9, and now the battle is really brewing here. In the middle again, JDC with the double, but Shui takes him down, recommits with the MP9, and it's very nearly a multi. Oh my god! Finding Grix, a quad kill for Shui. He has had himself a sick series overall. Individually, he's been top level today.
And that full diffuse in the smoke as well, with the bodyguard action coming full swing, that is the kind of inspirational, motivational round that can really, really get you pumped up. And on the other side, if you're big, it can be a mental collapse, a mental boom moment. Another tactical timeout. This time it is called for big, and I get it. If nothing else, it's a detox period. Just take a few collective deep breaths. You're still in this game. You're still in the quarterfinals. Yes, the last couple of rounds have gone against you, but you can still make this happen.
Yeah, I think this is a good time to do it as well. Tension is running very, very high. You almost had that last round. You knife what you think is the defuser inside, and there's no reason to keep going at that point. You think that's probably it. And it turns out that was all, in fact, a human decoy. 6-3. It's not too late for Big to have a big moment here in the first half. Still definitely find a way to do it here. Hobbits, he will go down. Farven, back at it again. Jumping around in the middle here. Salo, I don't know, very risky stuff, especially when you got the M4A4. Shui goes down. Farven is on one here. He's had his individual moments where he's really shined through. I don't think he's going to be top in terms of the stats at the end of the series here, but the impact he's having on some of these rounds is pretty significant. A 5 versus 3 that they really should never be losing here.
Yeah, and they're going to slow it down. Still tons of time left on the clock. And this is precisely why that timeout from Big, I think, was spot on. Because, yeah, it's easy to focus on the last couple of rounds, especially that very frustrating knife in the smoke round. But you still had 3 T rounds coming into this. You can still make this a really solid half. And they've done a great job of executing that. Now, whereas they had tons of time left before, those sands of time are beginning to run dry in this round. Then they're very split up as well. They've taken forward positions. As Faven is already pushing round CT side, he's opening up some avenues of aggression they can get through on that B. So they should be able to get this plant down. I was a bit concerned for a second, Anders. They're going to wait way too long, but they've got it done regardless.
Yeah, no, I understand your concern. I mean, that is one way to kind of start to give up some of these rounds, is if you suddenly you're so low on the clock that it just takes one mistake. But pretty well handled. Jame and Cello left with the rifles here. So one of the ways that PARIVISION have stayed dangerous is that they keep saving a lot of rifles, and for once it looks like they are going to be a little bit more punished. Actually could be a huge key to success here for Big. I wouldn't be too against it if they try to hunt down Jame. And I think they're already gearing up to do just that. Easy shot for Grix. Yeah, normally, PARIVISION get out of these rounds with 2 or 3 rifles every time, and that just keeps them way more dangerous. But now it's a chance here to put some real pressure on the CT economy, and Big not getting away with it just yet, but starting to climb back into the game.
Yeah, they are. Clawing their way back into this. And credit to Grix as well, by the way. He was 0-4 at one point. He's now 7-5. He's got a couple of multi-kill rounds to his name on top of that. He's having a lot more of a say and throwing his weight around a little bit with that AWP. That's exactly what we're looking for. We even discussed it coming into this map. What are the win conditions? But it can't be the Blame F show. And it hasn't been. Everyone very close in terms of their kill disparity. Slaxy Jazz, top fragging by a considerable margin, but he's not had too much to say in this last couple of rounds. Hasn't really had the opportunity to shine bright.
That might be even more tricky now with just a pistol. PARIVISION playing a very defensive round, and you have to look at the utility that's left here. There's still a minute and 10 seconds. I feel like this would be a round where at some point you almost need to take a bit of a risk here if you're PARIVISION, or you might end up running out of utility completely here. Blame F, it's the right idea, but he didn't sit inside of the smoke. I thought he was going to just take the angle and try to spam him down. Hobbit wants to re-aggress. Okay, he gives it away. I thought he was going to keep on pushing behind them, but They've actually stacked the A-bomb side. This could be a moment of pure genius coming out here for the PARIVISION side. Big might be walking into an enormous amount of trouble.
With 35 seconds, they will be. The only thing that could save them is PARIVISION get cold feet and they rotate their players away, but they're not going to. Now they're hearing the grenades come out. Here we go.
Yeah, smoke down early. 25 seconds. You have to push through. There's no other choice. And that is a fantastic opening. Blamef takes down Slaxiges. Jamie can't see on top of the box, and he misses the shot. Oh, he waited all day for an opportunity to do that. Hobbit is there, and he's going to get the one at the very least. Cello with a double kill himself. Leaves Blamef in a near unwinnable position with 5 seconds on the clock. He's just picked it up, but it doesn't really matter. He get the kill, but he can't find the last one. It will be another round for PARIVISION. That stack worked out, and honestly, there was no guarantee that it would have. Once Blamef got the opening and Jay missed the shot, that could have been a lost round for PARIVISION, so good recovery.
I'm a little bit surprised that they decided to hit A when they've had such a good read of the economy. It would stand to reason that, you know, when you know that the other team's going to have 5-7s and like a really lackluster buy, stacking on a site is probably the way forward. So what we've seen, a lot of the success from Big's rounds when they've got these T rounds is sending out Tabson or Favon on these fact-finding missions, getting aggressive onto the periphery of the map and really relaying that information back to the calls so that Blamef can make the best educated guess as to where to go forward. This was just closing your eyes and hoping for the best. And it just doesn't work out. And that's even with Jane missing a couple of sitters that maybe could have given Big a chance to get back into that one.
It does feel that way. Very, very risky stuff. And yeah, pushing through, smoke going up with 25 seconds, and you're basically forced through. It's not exactly where you want to be on the T side. Only Hobbit was playing over on the other side of the map, and even he managed to join the fight towards the end. So here we go. Round number 12. Still think it's a sizable difference here for 4 rounds of 5 for the T side. Molotov, always worth throwing. Even if you just force out the smoke there, you know that someone is going to be in that front position. He's escaped in the meantime, and again, looks like they want to be splitting this bomb site. Jame, last time, couldn't find the shot, but this time, it's so easy. Slaxiges, though, goes down. He was partially flashed there from Grix, and now Jame, oh, the timing, it couldn't have been worse. Bomb should be planted this time with 30 seconds left, and unless Cello can win this fight, there's not even a chance. My God, it looked like he pre-fired it. He might have seen the shadow, but that is still a lightning-fast reflex there. 3 versus 3 now, and PARIVISION, if they steal this one away, they're well on their way to winning the series and getting into the semifinals.
It's a desperate round. I completely agree. 5 rounds is bare minimum here for Big to feel somewhat comfortable. As the grenade comes out, Yellow nearly caught with his pants down. Smoke now going to be going down onto the site as the spray comes in, and Hobbit is dead, and Favon continues to be a real menace here on Ancient. Really desperately required him, and he will deliver.
That is a very strange retake. It started well, but you're right. Cello had a grenade in hand peeking in towards Donut. Now, that didn't directly get him killed, but it almost shows you that there's some level of confusion about what's happening there in the round. So, yeah, a bit disorganized, a bit chaotic towards the end. And Big find a 5th round. I think they did need that, but it also means we've got a chance now for a more interesting game, which, honestly, the series deserves it. Double OT on Cash to begin with. More one-sided on Mirage. Fair play. PARIVISION bounced on back. But yeah, if we can finish strong here with a more even game on Ancient, that would be delightful.
Yeah, that timing in the last round as well, by the way, where James turns his back to look towards Donut and gets shut down in the side from Blamef. Blamef, by the way, was the bomb carrier. So it's even more painful. If he gets the kill on Blame, the bomb goes out on A main, and James can just sit there and wait and absorb and soak in all the pressure. So a real important moment in the dying embers of the half went in Big's favor, but we'll see if they can make the most of that and capitalize now that the roles do reverse.
So curious how they're going to be playing this pistol round that's coming up here. PARIVISION, not necessarily known for being a super fast team that's just going to be rushing in there to, to attack, but still, on a map like this one, it's tempting. It's got to be tempting to try and play a bit of a faster round. Got about a minute to think it through and figure it out here. Again, my claim was that one of the big advantages for the Big side of things would be Blamef in mid on the CT side. Like, I think he's very highly rated. I think only if you take sort of the top 30 in the world, because Big are a little bit outside of it there, but you know, he's right up there with the likes of Donk and players like that in terms of rating. Now, sure, they're playing slightly different teams, but he's got a crazy rating on this map.
They didn't have a fantastic individual performance in the first half, but there's always more than enough time to spin that back around. And of course, what these teams are playing for is their spot in the semi-finals, where FaZe and BetBoom will be looking to try and jostle for position over. Of course, that match is coming up straight after this one. I know a lot of you in chat are eagerly anticipating that game, and why the hell not? It should be an absolute banger. We have to get past this ancient first and find out which of PARIVISION and Big will be meeting them in the semi-finals.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. I mean, I don't know. I didn't have any expectations really for either one of these teams. Like, I was just here to learn how they were going to play. I mean, we're post-major, so you got all these different, you know, new teams, and it's hard to kind of guess exactly how they're going to be playing. So that's kind of still my attitude, I guess. But it's cool that we get to see them play on all three maps, and what looks like a tighter game here. So let's get into it. Second half final map here for the quarterfinals. Winner, they get to go to the semifinals here in China. It's going to be Big now. CT side, PARIVISION on the T side, and it looks like they've sent James, as he loves to do, out lurking on the other side, which is kind of interesting, being the captain of the team as well. Hobbit goes down, though. tabseN not lurking around. Straight aggressive. Grix with the headshot as well. 2-for-1 trade. Oh, but Cello, he brings it back. That is a huge double kill.
Yeah, it brings the pain, and then doing so slows everything down. If Big were trying to get too aggressive and get a bit cocky, they've been brought back to earth with a bang, a reality check. Jello down to 36 HP. Because that all happened so quickly, James has moved himself up, and he's already in cave.
Yeah.
So they know that no one at least is on the B side on his position, but they didn't have eyes on mid for a conceivable amount of time, so they're not sure as to if a player is rotated through. This could get awkward real quick.
Yeah, I don't know if I love Sway being in the middle at all. I feel like he should be bringing the bomb over with Cello. Now, Cello isn't going to be intercepted just yet. Oh, he goes down as well. But yeah, now James has to give up his position to try and help out, because you just don't know how many CTs are around here. Haven't bumped into anyone yet. JDC, oh, the perfect position. Bomb is on the ground now. And James' long lurk, unfortunately, not really rewarded just yet. 30 seconds, and yeah, he's not like he doesn't know what he's doing there. He's positioning himself for a much, much deeper peek. So it looks a bit silly when he gets peeked up close, because it looks like he's just kind of looking into the wall like he's confused. But that's not the case at all. Nice attempt from James. I mean, he had the right idea. He just couldn't get the bomb onto the site in time to plant, unfortunately.
Exactly that. Because the bomb was on the other side of the map, it would take a good 30+ seconds to move in. Ideally, what he wanted to do there was push around and try and get into like CT, maybe wrap around into Red Room and play some shenanigans in that regard. But he was also trying to be some form of a safety net for those teammates that were moving through. So a bit of an awkward one. No plant down means no real purchase of any great means, and tabseN makes the most of that, with Faven making short work of PARIVISION in this round. So the perfect start as far as Big are concerned. Blame up to 12 and Big up to 7.
Super important stuff here for the closeness of the game. It's what we wanted to see. All tied up. I do have a purchase coming in from the PARIVISION side of things. It'll be 2 AKs, 2 Galils, and a single Tech-9 on James. So pretty generous, making sure his teammates can put together a reasonable buy, and he's got some utility as well. There could be a find in the middle. JDC trying to get flashed into it. And Cello is on the other side here. Yeah, they want to commit to it. Both teams not afraid. Blame if he gets one, but there might be another fight. Are they actually going to fall back? So Big come out on top on this one. tabseN also found a kill on the other side of it. And this is what Big, remember, on the T side did so well. They kept fighting middle. They kept getting the mid control, but now that they're on the CT side themselves, they actually shot PARIVISION down early on at least.
Slacks he did just spot Grix jumping there for information, so decides to pivot into Donut instead. And you called it, Anders. You said blameF is going to be a real problem to deal with in mid, and so far that has been the case. And I see no reason for that to slow down anytime soon. Taps in such a forward position as well, by the way.
Yes, it is. It means that they're going to have really advanced warning for what's coming up. It means they can start to rotate more people over if anything happens. Tabson will go down, but Farman critically down to 10 health, but getting the kill on Sway. That's super important. But wait a minute. If they get this kill here, and they surely will, blameF goes down. Now there's an open runway. Might be a while before the bomb gets here, but as long as they can hold it, this is going to be an interesting round.
The longer the bomb takes to get there, the more that Faven will feel like staying on B is the correct decision. There is only 18 seconds, so obviously we have all the intel. We know that PARIVISION are fully focused on this one. But that's the reason that Faven's not moved. He has no idea as to what's coming up. Smoke goes down, the kill comes through, and that's going to be the bomb spilled out on the ground. It fumbles, and now Grix can push the smoke, deny the bomb plant, and now the round is done. SlaxyJez can't win.
Oh, what a disappointing way to lose a round. Shut down through the smoke. I mean, otherwise they'd architected that round very nicely. And it's just not enough here. Nice thinking otherwise. Like, good moves to get the job done. blameF getting that one kill they needed on Cello in the middle. Yeah, this moment here, that's just devastating. And yeah, no time to do anything. If you plant the bomb, then you're going to get kill planting. If you don't, then you're going to lose the time. There's just no victory, unfortunately. So 8-7. We got big in the lead now. Recovery from that first half, which it wasn't terrible, but definitely not something that Big would have been celebrating coming out of that first half victory, but you know, victorious in the second half, winning the pistol and kind of just crushing it now. PARIVISION, they've got an M4, they've got an AK, and then a Tech 9, two Tech 9s, in fact, and a Mac 10. So not the best weaponry here for the T side.
Yeah, Big were down 7-4 at one point, so I think they'll be very happy with this steady climb back up. Looking down in their opposition at this point, and it really should be a case of extending and making some serious daylight between the two of them. Just the two rifles. Tabson, the narrowest of angles here on that pixel peak. Does allow him to fall back. But he is alone, so I'm a bit surprised he's going for this. He's susceptible to being flashed out, but he now finds himself in a bit of an awkward spot. blameF has his back covered, though, but the timing is going to work against them. It is a 1-for-1 trade. Pretty solid for PARIVISION.
Absolutely, and blameF getting shut down as he's falling back. SlaxyJez, he took a bit of a break, I think, right after he said that he was playing well. He basically went on to lose like 6 rounds, but now he's back in it again. Does get taken down from Farvin, and now JDC and Grix 2v2 as Cello doesn't need a teammate at all. Just bursts them down as they get around the corner here. Oh, man, what a close round. I think a couple of interesting mistakes there. One of them is my other favorite thing to complain about on Ancient. When you smoke that ramp and you smoke it the way that blameF did, where the smoke lands very much on the top of the ramp, sort of almost halfway onto the bomb site itself, it creates this huge wide angle that the Ts can jump out of. Whereas if you throw the smoke a little bit deeper down the ramp, then they have to come out and be very, very exposed. And they can't just sort of jump up to the sides like they're still running up the ramp as they're coming through. I kind of hate to see that. I know it was like a quick thing that happened. He just kind of bounced it off the wall. But I think sometimes it can make a huge difference whether or not you land those smokes in an optimal position. Just to kind of cement the point a little bit, looking at the stats here, like if I'm looking at the top 30 in the world, which again is going to give you sort of mixed results, but for mid players at the moment, it's, you know, it's actually Male09, which I don't know how much I trust that result again, given that they're playing, but then it's blameF playing CT middle with the second highest rating, Cello, and then Donk, Insani, Imma, you know, kind of going down the list there. But just to say, blameF is in sick company up there. And it is interesting to see that Cello is there, but he's not played that many rounds in this position, so I don't take it for quite the same here. Rush onto the site. There's no money on the CT side. Hobbit just quick to clean it out. He needs the kills.
Yeah, I had a bit of a slow one on Mirage, but, you know, that being said, I suppose we can kind of segue as this round is essentially done. There's not really that much that Big can even save. But people getting on his back about dropping 6 kills on Mirage, he's not been signed up to this team to be a star player.
True.
Like, you don't expect Hobbit to be out there dropping 20s and 20 plus. He is there for multiple different reasons. One of the main ones, as Dastan talked about in his pre-game interview, was the experience, the leadership qualities this guy brings, the fact that he is solid as a rock. You put him in a position, he knows what to do. So I'm not even looking at him to be like a heavy fragger. I'm looking at him to do a similar job that Tabson does, where he allows some of these younger guns to shine brighter because he's taking some of the pressure off their shoulders by doing some of the dirty jobs and dirty roles within the game.
Yeah, I think that's very reasonable. You're probably not going to be picking up, a star player who's on this side of his career. But as long as he can add to all the rest of it, I don't think it's a bad pickup at all. And I think Hobbit already today has proven many times he can go toe-to-toe with even some of the top aimers here in the server, which is plenty enough, in my opinion. Hobbit with the MAC-10 and Cello as well. They're beating up on them. It's just the SMGs that are doing all the work at the moment. Another headshot as Tabson goes down. Disastrous turn of events here. PARIVISION announcing themselves in the second half. Finally, they did get 7 rounds in the first half on the CT side, but then been a slow way to get back into it here. So this was a much-needed round. Grix has to try and save, and PARIVISION, they could make a case for hunting him once the bomb is planted.
Yeah, Grix in the middle of no man's land. Just looking to try and hold on to this up. So PARIVISION really picking the pace up in these last 2 rounds. You've seen those MAC-10s to run and gun and get straight in the face of Big, and it's yielded massive success. Kind of reminds me a little bit of that Mirage round where I think it was round 4 on their T side. They just took the MAC-10s and rushed through BAPs, and it caught Grix off guard. So that same kind of mentality. Don't let Big get settled. Don't let them get comfortable on this CT side and continue to just chip away at that money. They've been doing a great job. They now know exactly where Grix is. They have their target acquired. They've got the money to push him down as well. They'd happily sacrifice 2 or 3 players here to deny this AWP, and it only cost 1 life.
Yeah, a little bit of frustration perhaps for Grix, but ultimately definitely the right move. You're right. Even if they lose a couple of more players, that is not going to be the deciding difference here. Just make sure you don't have to run into the AWP in the next round. Just to remind you again what's on the line for these teams. This is the quarterfinals, $1 million tournament. Think about the VRS implications, the prize money itself. And for teams that are trying to rebuild and trying to show that they can get back on top of the world here, that's a great way to get the second season of Counter-Strike here in 26 started. If you get to the semifinals, then you're in such a better position. It's only the quarterfinals here. BlameF. Cheeky 5-7, gonna get shot in the back though. Already Hobbit was pushing up. He's really enjoying his time with the MAC-10. I feel like seeing Hobbit this free, it's almost making him way more dangerous.
Yeah, that's another thing I think that Jame will have in terms of unleashing Hobbit and having enough faith in his ability and his game sense to kind of do more of what he wants. Have a bit more of a free-flowing edge to him. I mean, of course, this is a low investment round. There's not really head armor across the board, so the MAC-10 is going to become even more powerful and deadly. And just going back to what you said about, the VRS leading into Singapore, PARIVISION had an absolute stinker at Cologne. Going out so early, it's what led to the roster changes, of course. Big also did a lot better, I think, in terms of people's expectations, but didn't quite make the latter stages. So, yeah, plenty to play for both of these squads, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, PARIVISION came into that event looking like a dead team. I mean, everyone kind of knew that they were. The Stan had already advertised they were going to give it up here. Farmin, 1 kill is fun. It's not going to be enough to change anything around, but Grix is sneaking out. Oh, if he could have stayed alive, Farmin, that would have been really interesting. Nice attempt, honestly. Good damage. I mean, you see 3 of those players are very low. That is probably like a 1 in a 10,000 kind of round if you could win that in a 2v4 with pistols, but they actually got fairly close in terms of the damage. So fair play. Still is PARIVISION 2 rounds away from cementing their spot in the semi-final. That again would be huge news for them in terms of rebuilding, justifying, getting rid of 2 players and then bringing in Hobbit and Saxijez. I mean, that's going to silence some of the hatred a little bit, I think.
Sure, especially as, Cash was a map that was maybe a bit of a gamble. It didn't work out, but it's still growing pains. But a really dominant performance on Mirage and potentially a very solid performance here on Ancient as the flashes blind both teams. It is a 1-for-1 trade, but BlameF loses JDC. pretty considerable amount of talent that goes with him, even if he's not had the greatest of map again here. But it also alleviates a little bit of that pressure on middle. They try and go for a speculative shot from James. He gets winged, but he's still alive on 14 kills.
I just feel like Blamef is looking a bit stressed in the way that he's taking some of these mid fights. Like, I see him spraying even as he's kind of moving away, which I don't think you normally see him do. It seems like he's maybe feeling the pressure a bit, which is rare. Tabson in a position here, but can't find the headshot. They swing a bit wider. It means he has to give it up. Grix, he's in the right part of the map. He's got the right idea, but James on the other side. Scary prospect to be up against. They're going to be throwing some grenades over just to put a bit of pressure on. They've not committed to it yet. They still got 40 seconds. That's a lot of time for PARIVISION to get to the A-bomb side. And you know they're a team that love to play it to the very last seconds. Actually just spots out Tabson. I actually love that peek from Tabson. That's so smart. Now the pressure's on PARIVISION. They can't really fall back. They're committed to it. Coming out of the cave. Hobbit, he goes down first. Grix landing the shot, but they are still alive. 20 seconds here. Planting the bomb. Blamef, do you want to try and go for the wall bang, or are you going to go for the sneaky move? Okay, he will wrap around instead.
Sneaky has paid off for him. Nice jump peek as well. Flashbang through. This should facilitate Faven to get up close, but it's going to be Zwei that nails him. Down to 6 HP. One bullet could seal the deal here. As Zwei's going to try and play possum. Look for the wall bang. Not too far off with the AWP, but it has drawn Blamef away. And keep in mind that Blame doesn't have a kit.
Yeah, you're right. 10 seconds. He has to hunt him down right now. Almost got him. Zwei in the corner. Did he buy enough time? Is there a kit anywhere? No is the answer. Can't do anything about it. It will be PARIVISION up to 12. Brilliantly played there from Zwei at the end, and absolute frustration for Blamef. And I think, again, it's hard to judge, you know, or it's easy to kind of question when you're not in the server. But I feel like between Farman and Blamef in that 2v1, they should have been able to work together better. It felt like the timing was off there, allowing Zwei to get the kill and get away both. I don't think that should have happened.
I don't know about this, Anders, right? Because I can't hear super well in the game right now. Did Bait have enough time to defuse regardless there? I had to be really close after you got the kill on Zwei.
Yeah, I'm not 100%. It's always so risky as a commentator when you say that, because like this, all you're doing is setting yourself up for absolute failure. But it did cross my mind as well if there was going to be a way to get the job done. So maybe somebody could go back and find the exact demo tech and tell us. That would be very interesting. Like, imagine if that was the case and he basically said, I'm not going to do it. So 12-8. We need 4 rounds for Big to get this one into OT. First one might be the hardest with a couple of FAMAS in play. Blamef did save the AK. And they are pushing the A hallways. So instead of trying to fight for mid, Big switching it up a little bit.
I don't know, something about my internal clock is telling me that he did have time there, but I could be wrong. And I suppose in his case, we don't know what the comms were in terms of maybe someone called the kit was down. That's why he went looking. Or maybe he just didn't want to risk the AK being dropped.
The chat is fully in agreement with you, Vince, which I do want to caution you. That's usually a sign that you're horribly wrong when but you know, they're on your side, so maybe that is right. Like, yeah, the you know, audio level is a little bit rough on us, so forgive us if we don't know for sure. But yeah, let's see if we can find the information later on. A minute on the clock. This looks like a B finish if I've ever seen one. JDC, you got to make your move at some point. If he can move forward and flank them, then it's absolutely sick. And if not, they're in trouble. Yeah, now he's moving a little bit further. You got to start rotating people to the B bomb side. You already know that it's very likely JDC has spotted nobody. They are drawing Blamef over. This is a good setup for Big, but they're not out of the woods yet here. Hobbit goes down. The FAMAS is traded out. 30 seconds. JDC getting closer, but through the smoke, Farmin. He goes down to Zwei. That's a bit of a disaster. 20 seconds now on the clock, and they're bringing the bomb up for the plant as well. Slaxy just charged with it. He's got enough health for it. Nobody can interrupt him, and that long flank from JDC. He doesn't get the kill that he needed. That needed to be so clean that he could have picked up a quick double. Instead, now he's locked in. He goes down to Zwei. It's all falling apart here for Big. At least they got the kit this time, but they can't make it past. Cello gets one, and now it's a 2-for-1 here. Blamef, you got to save your team. You might as well go straight for it. go for it. Wallbanger on the other side. It chips away at him, but it hasn't found the kill, and he will get it. A little bit of justification, a little bit of revenge for the last round. This time, they are on it.
He makes amends, but is it going to be good enough? And as I got to say, man, Tabson, he is struggling in cave. I would love to see a two-player setup. If he's going to go for those pixel peaks, you need a second player in there with him, because I have now seen 4 rounds in a row when we've panned to his position. At best case scenario, he's got 1 kill, and then he's immediately been traded out, but more often than not, he's getting no success. They need to do something different in cave. This is a real problem for Big.
Coming from you, I know you are the president of the Tabson fan club. I take that criticism seriously.
It hurts, man. It hurts.
Yeah. You know something is up if it's coming from you. It's like if I say I'm not in the mood for kebab today, then so something's wrong. Like like something's gone wrong in my life at that point in time. We're in round number 22. I said they needed 4, down to 3. Oh, anyone put looking at the round? I hate everything about this. How many times must I say it? Farming with a grenade in hand. What is the plan? What, you're going to toss the grenade and try to stop 3 players coming through? There's 0 chance. Like, the best case scenario for Farman there is that they throw a Molotov at him from all the way at the bottom of ramp, and then he can throw out his smoke, but why risk that? Jame with a great flick, and I think it's all over here. Blamef in a 1 versus 4. And it goes out in kind of a whimpering fashion. That B defense never really standing up to it. But PARIVISION with a fantastic victory. They take down Big in the quarterfinals and make their way to the semifinals here in China. Huge victory for this newly minted team.
Yeah, full credit to PARIVISION, bouncing back after a disappointing loss on Cash in double OT, but then making a bit of a meal out of Big on Mirage, and they continued that form going into an Ancient as well. Deserved winners in the end. A lot of positive signs from players like Slaxy Jez in particular. Was very impressed. And Zwei may not have had as much impact on Ancient, but he was fantastic for them in those opening 2 maps.
Yeah, and you have to remember as well, this is pretty early on. You switch out 2 players, that's almost a brand new team in my book. And the fact that it's already working pretty well, like there are signs of life here. Hobbit is playing, I think, better than you could have expected individually. Might be some moments where he's disappearing from the game a little bit, but again, it's very, very early days for them. Give it another couple of months. If they can keep finding a little bit of success, I think this could be very interesting. We do have 1 player being interviewed down on the stage, so we'll try to not talk over that when it's happening. I think it's Jame in front with Banks, so let's see what they've got to say.
好的，欢迎 James 来接受我们的采访。我们首先欢迎我们首先祝贺 PV 晋级4强。
James, I want to start by asking you, Big, they ended up picking Cash. How ready for it? Did it surprise you at all? How much practice had you guys had on the map?
I think we had 5 pracs, and we really prepared, but we need to experience. When I sniper AGL, I need more time to adapt for my style, and yeah.
Big 最后也是选出了叉车，然后想问一下，就是 James， 你觉得你们在这张图上的备战怎么样？然后 James 说呢，我们一共是练了5次啊，其实准备还是比较充分的，但是任何的准备就是还是得实战才能来有这个经验啊。
Staying with Cash, like you just mentioned, how hard was it for you to lead on that map, make sure people were doing the right things? Like, what were you able to just learn from that whole experience? Because you almost played 2 maps worth of it.
No expectation. I know we don't have so much practice, and everything can happen. And I try to call simple things, try to listen to my coach, and do stuff what help to win rounds.
是，但是说我们叉车打了非常非常多的局啊，感觉打了得有2张图了。那这个经验对于我们来说是很宝贵的。但是呢，我在这个指挥的时候，我只能靠一些稍微简单一点的战术，因为毕竟就大家可能准备并没有那么足啊。
I want to also ask about Mirage, because here you guys were dominant. It looked like you would win every fight that was taken. But I remember in group stage, it was a tough game against Tyloo where you lost that one. Was it extra work you put in? Was it learning what you needed to change on the map to have this kind of performance?
We work all day, but I think versus Tyloo, it was like they was good. They just was good. Tyloo, yeah, is really good was on Mirage 2 times. They won us, but every day we're working and try to be better.
就像PV 今天这个Mirage 打的也是非常好，打出了统治性啊。但是他们在小组赛面对天路的时候其实是输了的。然后 James 说呢，我们其实每天就训练的非常刻苦，但是小组赛的时候天路确实Mirage 打得非常好，但是我们今天打得也很好啊。
Now I want to talk about Slaxajez. He had a couple of pop-off moments, good performances. From what you are seeing, how are you evaluating his performance? What do you think so far in this very short amount of time?
I think it's only beginning. He incredible. He have big future, I think. Yeah.
Slacks 的这个他的星途才刚刚开始啊，他是一个非常聪明、非常不可思议、非常棒的一名队员啊。他今天打得非常好，但是以后会打得更好的，他有一个很光明的未来。
Now you have reached the semi-finals with this win. Is this going better than expected with your two new players?
I know our goal from our CEO, it was like final, but right now it's one tournament because we need to VRS to get invited. But for us, we don't have expectation. We just try to play our best game.
我们打这个比赛其实呢，也不是很有这个预期啊。但是如果现在想预期的话呢，我觉得就是希望能进一个决赛吧。
And lastly, James. Look, there's a James sign in the crowd. There's lots of people that love you here. There's jerseys down there with James on the back. Any words for these people?
Guys, thank you a lot for cheering for us. It's best country for supporting my team, and I try to show my best. Big love from James Time.
这非常感谢大家对我们的支持啊！就在中国，确实是给我们支持最多的啊。
Guangzhou, you know what to do. Raise the voice, raise the volume, raise the roof. It's PARIVISION and James!
Very, very cool. I read that a lot of support for PARIVISION locally. That's super awesome. I've got to be honest as well. Hearing James say that that Slaxajez has got a big future ahead of him and that he really believes that, I don't think you could get a lot higher praise than that. Like I said, I think James is I don't want to say uniquely intelligent when it comes to Counter-Strike, but he's a really smart player. I would trust him a lot when it comes to that kind of stuff. So that's kind of cool. That's the first quarterfinal that they've done, Vince. Any last closing thoughts before we go to a break and line up for the next quarterfinals, I presume? So.
Yeah, I think it's amazing praise from a player like James. Typically a stoic kind of guy as well. Doesn't necessarily state his opinion very often. He's normally very understated. So I think it just goes to show why the MVP is Slaxajez, why James and clearly Dastan are very happy with their pickup. And who's to say that they can't go on now and just win the whole thing? Because I have to say, like, sure, they played Cash. They nearly got the win. Didn't quite work out in their favor. Past Cash, though, this was pretty convincing from PARIVISION, all things considered. And that's against a big team as well, by the way, that hasn't had 2 roster changes, that have now been a squad together for quite some time. So I think it's really impressive.
Yeah, I fully agree. Very, very cool stuff. Excited. I mean, it's also a PARIVISION version that I think is actually fun to watch for once. Like, they're a little bit slow on some of the T rounds still, but overall, I'm not falling asleep watching them, and that's just nice to see. So good work. We do have another quarterfinal coming up. You do not want to miss this one. Going to be a banger of a game in not that long. FaZe versus BetBoom. So get your drinks, get your snacks ready. We're going to go for a break, and then we'll be right back with more action. Stay tuned.
great again.
Yeah, I think we need the experience IGL.
But we also need a GigaChat entry fragger, like back in the day.
Yo, Eddie.
Yo, what's up? Alright, man. Consider it done. My 100% major winning phase error is coming back, man. It's coming back.
Hey guys.
It's the wrong cousin.
David Frozen Shenancy. I always knew you would come from me.
What the fuck?
这个展现的逻辑当中，很多的时候，爆弹打完，我下面的几回合当中就会主动的尝试一些混烟抓timing，我要抓你的防守习惯，我知道你 A 区哪些地方爱站人，哪些地方不站人。
而且其实刚才那个暂停之后，9Z就是我找到了，我知道你这个内场补铁门烟的时间点，
对，
然后直接播出了这个火管，
确实那个时机抓得很好。
胜利。
其实，在这张地图，天路他们打进攻还是有很多的想法、思路，包括战术准备的。这张地图你去看此前天路的比赛，你也会发现，天路这张图的储备是不少的。但今天的比赛当中，同样天路也是在自己的战术储备当中，一个一个的去拿出来，把自己的战术一点一点去运用到比赛的过程当中。但是对方完全不给你战术落位的空间，你想夹正门。走正门单走的那个先被摘，你想走 A 区正面爆弹，爆弹位先被摘，这就很难受。
其实就是南美赛区的一个特点，他们有非常多的这种前顶战术。
我刚才看到这个哥们儿应该是拿了 BG 中聘啊，一张图片。你会发现，其实整个上半场高光时刻的部分，天路其实不少的。
是的。而
且6、7个回合，天路总会有很多的多杀的机会和画面。但为什么最后是一个6比6的比分？因为手枪局。
是。
手枪局上来直接就导致天路先是3比0开。就是手枪局的胜率上，天路在下半场真的要
设计
抓回来一个手枪局，你得把这个手枪局拿下来。
我记得有一段时间天路是手枪局胜率奇高，然后赢了之后就被翻盘，然后最近这段时间的手枪局打的又没有那么理想。压力。
是的。 这张图防守确实打得好啊，这些小配合、小动作都很多。你像天路刚才这个一小
的那一枪，后面就感觉不知道怎么守了。
但第二次再给到多日同样的位置的时候，他是打的了。你看这一回合，这一回合其实守得非常漂亮，非常好。
对。
但是后面有一分，我觉得可以拎出来好好讲的是 DGT 他在那个旋踢的位置，他没有走上旋踢，但是那一分刚好天路摆了一个32楼，对，信息全部听完，灵皇的位置跳下去想要去接北口，但是 DGT 明牌知道他在哪，就那把的 timing 被抓住之后，天路好像一下子全线崩盘了。
其实我觉得就是细节的一个问题，那一分他们2楼顶的没有那么的一个彻底，但是我没有想到他们会选择放脚步回防。杨飞射他还在放人，上来打一个2后路，昌伟这边连接上来抓。
把你们逼到 A 点，因为 Happy 50秒的时间全部集合在中路，
现场没有任何的道具可以返换到书房，书房也有烟。但对面会不会走连接啊？做连接的话就出事了。太好，没准的书房位置3把9，随时不连看好彩。Top 2点拿到了开的人头，18比7，一个赛点。
那 Taxi 在上半场发挥是非常的亮眼啊，不管是手枪局还是 ECO， 都成功的刷到了手感。
5比0的开局，最后打到6比6。
我觉得 Alliance 上半场的最后一分，他们在外场的这个设计特别漂亮。
自从他们5比0之后嘛，他们把就是在顶着手，
对，顶着手，错失了几个比较好的机会吧。
就是从这个镜头开始 ，Alliance 就已经感觉那口气不对了。对。
在下半场很多进行接触的这种设计非常多，特别是黄防来进攻这个位置。
他就是这么几个关键局嘛，一个刚刚那个1打1，一个手上局1打3，对，然后又最后一局又是优势没有拿下，他其实就差这么几个关键局。这几分你要是放下全部拿下，这比分是能够反过来。
对，而且经济上也没有太多的优势，必须赢关键局才行。
多少人数优势，他们总是没有办法拿下来。其实也是从首相局就开始了，首相局也是一个少打多打了回来。
开枪了，骗出来直接被大拉收掉，在总监位的 A 掉了残血，成为伏笔了。哇！
这连续2颗反清，
被落井界横拉出来，哎哇，这个时候反倒就是走不了啊，直接被粘住，而且还有无限的闪光。
但是又一颗火，强行换他还能走。好了，
道路已经超干净了。
这是后路给了颗雷破烟把你给打了，
让他调度一下，去 B 区帮忙。中路想来三中开的话，直接来就行了。而且刚才那个也只是 Alliance 的北口跨烟给撕掉了。
看他这个动作就知道啊，他的中路这烟雾弹后面蠢蠢欲动。
就是从这一分开始。情况就不对劲了。
不要问就是开了。你看这跟开了有什么区别？他甚至收了枪，用子弹专门往你身上扫。
对。这上半场集锦一半都是他的。
尤其是这一分太夸张了。
哇，这个也是手撕大局，这打的 Nexus 没脾气了，然后最后一分更不用多说。又来了，丹麦科技，今天就知道你没有看。哦，1v1前点 ，XSE 主动拼后卫切 ，ERA 能不能逆转局势？这个被 XSE 主动拼大局 ，Twist 也倒，但是这波阵地战打了一个1v1的残局给到 Alliance 和 Nemesis，1 by 1真拆了，我要赌。
回头先看了他，红口比克接了秒，灵活换掉 Max。
要来了吗？有炸烟雷，看见美妙冲击，汉堡先拿下手上停了。来，我们这边看见了非常多的人，放人上来打一个2个，他们这边连接上来。
灵活打一个2楼，但是漏中 Max 全顺了。我们要恭喜 Nancy， 他们战胜了天路。
先接一边，第二个也有，但是第三个他没想到吗？我的天哪！管一边吧，结束了 ，XSE 野军想要
才到这对不起 Nemesis，
拿下5-1的胜利。
过点，这个双枪在烟里混，三面都在打他，先接一个，还能再输出吗？这把双枪成伏笔了，3个人被他打完了，分满雷，但是又一颗火，强行换，但还把你给打了，再偷一个侧身肉。
一马当先，拿出来，哇，爆火的这几个3次都有。
出去看着，
来了，主动找机会，
怎样？
我的天哪！1 by 1真拆了，我要赌，
他要直接拆，主持不了，
这一把拿下，比分追平。天路是会在最后一个当中被区别去追平。看到枪管，2楼也在来，故意再传，还有吗？还有吗？再传一个！张一义，高一义立功了，5-3。
We take a walk on the night, and yeah, I love the city. The buildings with all the colors, the lights. Yeah, I love it. I started to play CS when I was a kid, maybe 9, 10 years old, and yeah, I had an illness. Can see on the left eye, and yeah, I live with that. But I try to don't think about that, and yeah, just focus on enjoy the life.
I'm very excited to come back and to play on Tier 1 with this roster, with these guys. It's very interesting how it will be. I want to play at this level because I miss it so much.
I hope we will make it like to the win, I would say, but the first goal is playoffs, of course, like on every tournament. And after reaching playoffs, it's for me it's like starting a new tournament, and on this new tournament we just need to win 3 games, and that's my goal, like to show our best game in playoffs.
I mean, I have the same goal. I want to play as much as possible.
I can say that I played near public in China only once in Hong Kong, and it was like some crazy guys, like they were screaming like a lot more than in other countries, you know, and yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a lot, especially on game versus Vitality.
A reunion with Celtic Carrigan. He said himself he shouldn't be here, and now can own a major trophy in his cabinet.
Bro, we need to find a way to make FaZe great again. Yeah, I think we need to experience IPO.
But we also need a GigaChat entry fragger, like back in the day.
Yo, Eddie.
Yo, what's up? Alright, man. Consider it done. My 100% major winning FaZe era is coming back, man. It's coming back.
Hey guys.
Bro, it's the wrong cousin.
David Frozen Shenancy. I always knew you would come from me.
What the fuck?
这个展现的逻辑当中，很多的时候，爆弹打完，我下面的几回合当中就会主动去尝试一些混烟抓 timing，我要抓你的防守习惯，我知道你 A 区哪些地方爱站人，哪些地方不站人。
而且其实刚才那个暂停之后，9Z就是我找到了，我知道你这个内场补铁门烟的时间点，
对，
然后直接摸出了这个火管，
确实那个时机抓得很好。
胜利。
其实，在这张地图，天路他们打进攻还是有很多的想法、思路，包括战术准备的。这张地图你去看此前天路的比赛，你也会发现，天路这张图的储备是不少的。但今天的比赛当中，同样天路也是在自己的战术储备当中一个一个的去拿出来，把自己的战术一点一点去运用到比赛的过程当中。但是对方完全不给你战术落位的空间，你想夹正门。走正门单走的那个先被摘，你想走 A 区正面爆弹，爆弹位先被摘，这就很难受。
其实就是南美赛区的一个特点，他们有非常多的这种前顶战术。
我刚才看到这个哥们儿应该是拿了 BG 中聘啊，一张图片。你会发现，其实整个上半场高光时刻的部分，天路其实不少的。
是的。
而且6、7个回合，天路总会有很多的多杀的机会和画面。 但为什么最后是一个6比6的比分？因为手枪局。
是。
手枪局上来直接就导致天路先是3比0开，就是手枪局的胜率上，天路在下半场真的要
设计
抓回来一个手枪局，你得把这个手枪局拿下来。
我记得有一段时间天路是手枪局胜率奇高，然后赢了之后就被翻盘，然后最近这段时间的手枪局打的又没有那么理想。压力。
是的。这张图防守确实打得好啊，这些小配合、小动作都很多。你像天路刚才这个一小
的那一枪，后面就感觉不知道怎么守了。
但第二次在给到周一同样的位置的时候，他是打着了。你看这一回合，这一回合其实守得非常漂亮，非常好。
对。
但是后面有一分，我觉得可以拎出来好好讲的是 DGT 他在那个旋踢的位置，他没有走上旋踢。但是那一分刚好天路摆了一个3楼，对，信息全部听完，灵皇的位置跳下去想要去接北口，但是 DGT 明牌知道他在哪，就那把的 timing 被抓了之后，天路好像一下子全线崩盘了。
其实我觉得就是细节的一个问题，那一分他们2楼顶的没有那么的一个彻底，但是我没有想到他们会选择放脚步回防。要回身，他还在放人，上来打一个2后路，长腿这边连接上来抓。
把你逼到 A 点，你 happy 50秒的时间全部集合在中路，
现场没有任何的道具可以返换到书房，书房也有烟。但对面会不会走连接啊？做连接的话可就出事了。太豪梅端的书房的位置，桑马给随时不连看好彩 ，Top 2点拿到了开头的人头，18比7，一个赛点。
A reunion with Celtic Carrigan. He said himself he shouldn't be here, and now come on, major trophy in his capital.
Bro, we need to find a way to make FaZe great again. Yeah, I think we need the experience IGL.
But we also need a GigaChat entry fragger, like back in the day.
Yo, Eddie.
Yo, what's up? Alright, man. Consider it done. My 100% major winning phase error is coming back, man. It's coming back.
Hey guys.
Bro, it's the wrong cousin.
David Frozen Shenancy. I always knew you would come from me.
What the fuck?
XSE 在上半场发挥是非常的亮眼啊，不管是手枪局还是 ECO， 都成功的刷到了手感。
5-0的开局，最后打到6-6。
我觉得 Lance 上半场的最后一分，他们在外场的这个设计特别漂亮。
自从他们5-0之后嘛，他们把就是在顶着手，
对，顶着手，错失了几个比较好的机会吧。
就是从这个镜头开始，Alliance 就已经感觉那口气不对了。对。
其实 Alliance 在下半场很多进行接触的这种设计非常多，特别是黄防来进攻这个位置。
他就是这么几个关键局嘛，一个刚刚那个1打1，一个手上局1打3，对，然后又最后一局又是没有拿下，他其实就差这么几个关键局。这几分你要是放下全部拿下，这比分是能够反过来。
对，而且经济上也没有太多的优势，必须赢关键局才行。
多少人数优势，他们总是没有办法拿下来。其实也是从首相局就开始了，首相局也是一个少打多打了回来。
开枪了，片段直接被大拉收掉，在总监位的 A 路掉了残血，成为伏笔了。哇哇！
这连续2颗反清，
梅洛经济横拉出来，哎哇，这个时候反倒就是走不了啊，直接被撵出，而且还有无限的闪光。
但是又一颗火，强行换，他还能走。好了，
后路已经超干净了。
这是后路给了颗雷破烟把你给打了，
让他调度一下，去 B 区帮忙。中路想来三中开的话，直接来就行了。而且刚才那轮也只是 Alliance 的北口跨烟给撕掉了。
看他这个动作就知道啊，他的中路这烟雾弹后面蠢蠢欲动。
就是从这一分开始。情况就不对劲，
不要问就是开了。你看这个开了有什么区别？他甚至收了枪，用子弹专门往你身上扫。
对，这上半场集锦一半都是他的。
尤其是这一分太夸张了。
哇，这个也是手撕大局，这打的 Nemesis 没脾气了，然后最后一分更不用多说。又来了，丹麦科技，今天就知道你没有看。哦，1v1前点 XSE 主动拼后卫切 ，ERA 能不能逆转局势？这个被 XSE 主动拼大局 ，Twist 也倒，但是这波阵地战打了一个1 v 1的残局给到 Alliance 和 Nemesis，1 by 1真拆了，我要赌。
回头先看了他，红哥 Big 接了秒，灵活换掉 Max。
要来了吗？有炸烟雷，看见美妙冲击，汉堡先拿下手杀平了。来，拱门这边看见了非常多的人，帮人上来打一个2楼，他们这边连接上来。
灵活打一个2楼，但是喽， 中 Max 选准了，我们要恭喜 Nancy， 他们战胜了天路。小小子先贴一边，第二个也有，但是第三个他没想到吗？我的天哪！管一边吧，接住了 X 野军，想要踩到，
恭喜 Nemesis
拿下4-1的胜利。
过点，这个双枪在眼里混，三面都在打他，先接一个，还能再输出吗？这把双枪成伏笔了，三个人被他打完了，充满雷，但是又一口火，强行换的，还把你给打了，再抽一个侧身肉
，X 一马当先拿出来，哇，爆了这几个3次都有，
出去看着，
来了，主动找机会，
怎样？
我的天哪！1 by 1分拆了，我要赌。
他要直接拆，数10秒，
这一把拿下，比分追平。天路是会在最后一个当中没有机会去追平。看到枪管，二龙也在来，故意再传，还有吗？还有吗？再传一个！
张一义高一立功了，5-3。
We take a walk on the night, and yeah, I love the city. The buildings with all the colors, the lights. Yeah, I love it. I started to play CS when I was a kid, maybe 9, 10 years old. And yeah, I had an illness, can see on the left eye. And yeah, I live with that, but I try to don't think about that, and yeah, just focus on enjoy the life, and yeah, enjoy the game as well. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I remember we play PARIVISION in the major, and they are here now, and yeah, they make changes on the roster, but yeah, we will see whoever, if even whoever we are playing against. Yeah, I think we will be prepared.
I'm very excited to come back and to play on Tier 1 with this roster, with these guys. It's very interesting how it will be. I want to play at this level because I miss it so much.
I hope we will make it like to the win, I would say, but the first goal is playoffs, of course, like on every tournament. And after reaching playoffs, for me it's like starting a new tournament, and on this new tournament we just need to win 3 games, and that's my goal, like to show our best game in playoffs.
I mean, I have the same goal. I want to play as much as possible.
I can say that I played New Republic in China only once in Hong Kong, and it was like some crazy guys, like they were screaming like a lot more than in other countries, you know, and yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a lot, especially on game versus Vitality.
A reunion with Celtic Carrigan. He said himself he shouldn't be here, and now a Cologne major trophy in his cabinet.
Bro, we need to find a way to make FaZe great again. Yeah, I think we need the experience IGL. But we also need a GigaChat entry fragger, like back in the day.
Yo, Eddie. Yo, what's up? Alright, man. consider it done. My 100% major winning phase error is coming back, man. It's coming back.
Hey guys.
Bro, it's the wrong cousin.
David Frozen Shenancy. I always knew you would come from me.
What the fuck?
当中，你会看到进攻方的这个展现的逻辑当中，很多的时候，爆弹打完，我下面的几回合当中就会主动的尝试一些混烟抓timing，我要抓你的防守习惯，我知道你 A 区哪些地方爱站人，哪些地方不站人。
而且其实刚才那个暂停之后，9Z就是我找到了，我知道你这个内场补铁门烟的时间点，
对，
然后直接播出了这个火管，
确实那个。
Oh, baby, it's not making his magic in the face jersey once more. Justice McCarthy. No way! That's unreal. That is unbelievable from Watson. Zoe's off is on the line. Second foul. Coming alive.
Finds himself the hat-trick before Mercury gets rid of it. It's something brewing here for Mercury, though, from nowhere. Captain's put on 3 and looking to close this. But Mercury can't quite do it. Wants that one over to the line. First shot connects for Jay, cleanly done. There's the support for Belchanok, who puts up one more, but right now it's all about James. It's all about this AWP.
When the baseline drops, whole damn room make the floorboards walk it drunk. Gonna hit so cold, lose your mind when the low end blows. Turn it up, let the speakers bleed. Break beat full of energy.
Still has that crossman, hit with a double kill. Pressure back as the Deagle headshot in. Too much for Twist to handle.
Or is it?
Oh, maybe it's not. Making this magic in the face jersey once more.
Aggressive down middle. Straight into the fights. Rops and Mezzi. The Kimbroki and Rops. All right, Twist run this back. We've got Twist making his way down mid to catch Rops, and it's going to be an execution from both. Oh, no way. Twist with another one.
Break your neck when the baseline drops.
He's active. Oh, he got attention with it. Doesn't matter. Quick adjustment. Froze is playing the game with the sound cues himself. Anticipates the swing. It's a massive round.
好的，欢迎回来啊！那么我们接下来的这两支队伍呢，感觉在纸面上实力差距有点悬殊啊，对吧？一支队伍呢是科隆 Major 的8强，然后差表小组赛3-0平推了。那么另外一支队伍呢，连 Major 都没有进，然后小组赛是3-2惊险晋级。但是呢，这就是 CS 啊，感觉一切皆有可能。So James, our next matchup on paper is not really close. One team is a clone, the clone Major quarterfinalist.
Yep.
In the XPL, they did 3-0. Just blew through group stage, and the other team didn't even make it
to the major
to
at
the
all.
major, yeah. So, but it's CS. Anything can happen, no?
Anything can happen. It's a different looking phase, but Bet Boom certainly are in the driving seat, and they're looking damn strong. Guangzhou, are you ready? This is more like it. We're starting to move forward, and when we're looking at Bet Boom, right? Boomich and his men, they've dealt with stand-ins, they've had problems with visas, now they're back with a full squad, and it didn't look like they slowed down at all. They were in a great position from start to finish, and maybe front runners for this trophy.
确实 ，Bad Boom 的实力是非常强劲。然后他们在 Boomich 的带领下呢，包括他们也遇到了很多，比如签证的问题啊，然后人员的问题啊，就需要用替补或者什么样。但是他们现在的状态确实是非常的好，感觉可能是也是我们这届比赛的一个争冠热门啊。
Well, if you're a Bet Boom fan in the house, now is your time. Please welcome Bet Boom to the stage.
欢迎 Bet Boom！
Boomich! Siren! Magnogez! Diladez! Zorte! Guys, you can go and take your seat. Magnogez, you're with us. Hello, my friend. This is a crazy situation to be in, because what I want to look at here with Bet Boom is You've had stand-ins, you've had to go through crazy situations, but you've stayed consistent. So can you explain to me how that's been possible?
You're talking about team or me?
Just you, the team, everything.
I don't know. I think that's the most important thing, the structure that Fierce bring to us and our preparations to every match. Because in a lot of matches, we just getting off guard our opponents, and also we have very good individuals, everyone. I think that's the key of our success.
是的，大家也知道，我们队伍确实面临了很多问题啊，比如说签证啊，比如说人员不齐。但是我觉得我们呢，我觉得我们队伍最重要就是大家的个人能力都非常强。
Now looking at you guys and the run you've had here, right? 3-0 was really good, but it's been a lot of days off. So I need to know how you guys have spent that time, if you're still feeling as confident, as sharp as well with the practice you've been able to get here.
We have 2 days offs. We just walk around Guangzhou, very beautiful city. Then we have like 3 days of practice and individual things. I think we are in a good shape anyways. I think that was a good time for us.
就我们3个0晋级之后呢，有5天的休息时间呢，所以我们就歇了2天啊。歇了2天，我们在广州四处转了转，广州也是非常的美丽。然后剩下的3天呢，我们就来集训啊，来这个训练。我觉得我们的训练成果也是非常不错的。
And I want to find out from you, if you're looking at FaZe in a head-to-head, role for role, is it feel for you like everyone in their position is better on BetBoom than FaZe?
I don't know, hard to say. I think it's gonna be just good match, and that's what I'm gonna say.
这个 Banks 问 McNugget 是不是你们对这个 FaZe， 你们在每一个位置上都能把这个 FaZe 给爆了？然后 McNugget 说不好说啊，不好说。
Guangzhou, make some noise for McNugget. He's going to take the stage and get ready for the game. And from BetBoom, we go to FaZe Clan. Guangzhou, you like FaZe? We kind of expected that. And this FaZe, they started to have their problems very early on in the tournament. But then, in the best of threes, they leveled up, they grew, they gained experience. And Jaboan, well, this guy, he's impressive.
是的，就大家知道 FaZe 在小组赛打这个非常的艰难，非常的挣扎，但是一到了这个 BO3呢，感觉这个状态就起来了，尤其是他们这个新人 Jaboan 啊。
So let's not wait any longer. Let's make some noise and bring FaZe to the stage.
Why you FaZe Clan?
Twist! Frozen! Jacob! Jaboan! And Nature. FaZe, you can go and take your seats. Twist, you are with us for this one. A very warm welcome, a crowd favorite as always. So you've got a 7th man joining on the server for this one?
Yeah, that's very true. They've been our 7th man the whole event. Doesn't matter if we're down 0-2 or if it's a 2-2 game.
感谢现场的，感谢中国的观众朋友们，你们就像我们在服务器里的第7人一样啊！不管我们是0-2呢，还是最后2-2，感谢大家。
And I'm feeling that confidence. I can see it in the way you approach the stage. So just give me a little insight into how practice was, what you guys have been able to go over. What was the focus for FaZe? Obviously, you played a lot of best of threes. You got to learn as well. But how have you made yourselves even better than what we saw in group stage?
Yeah, first things first, we had some review on our first day off. And then on the second day, we played a full practice. And then third day, we just dry run and spent our whole day going over what we want to do today. So, yeah.
就我们第一天呢，就先回看了一下我们小组赛的 就表现吧。然后第2天、第3天呢就开始训练了。然后第3，Did you say you drove around on day 3? A dry run 啊，就第3天我们就来跑一下我们接下来要跑的这些战术。
And looking at that, right, so you're sat in this situation where you're facing BetBoom. They played really well at the major. They look like a very solid team overall. What do you think in FaZe right now is going to be the thing that pushes it over the line and gets you the win and sees you going into the semi-finals? Because the experience is sitting with them on that in terms of being a team together.
I mean, honestly, the pressure's on them. We came here with 1 day of practice. We made it to playoffs. I think they should be scared of us now that we leveled up in this way. And yeah, they were just in the playoffs. They want to continue this good form that they have. They have to prove it here.
总监说，其实呢，这场比赛我们是一点没有压力的，压力应该是在 BB 那边，他们应该怕我们才对。是的，是的，因为我们这个组起来其实只练了1天，然后现在我们就进了淘汰赛啊，所以我们是一点不怕的。
And then lastly, to ask you, in the head-to-head, role for role, player for player, is FaZe better than BB?
Oh yeah, FaZe is better than BB.
是的 ，FaZe 在这个对位上就是比 BB 要厉害。
He knows what he's doing. He's got the crowd on his side. Guys, give it up for Twist and FaZe! And with that being said, Baseline J, it's a very one-sided crowd. I know what we're going to do. So we'll find out first of all, and then we'll get everyone going. Guangzhou! Who's cheering for FaZe?
那 BetBoom 有没有粉丝啊？
Okay, that's pretty good. And I can hear the trumpet or something else going off in the background. I love myself a bit of that. All right, Guangzhou, you're going to have to help me with this one. I need everyone. It's the last game of the day, the last bit of energy. I need everyone to be ready to make the most noise possible and set this roof on fire.
是的，我们今天最后一场比赛了，我们需要大家都嗨起来啊，有一点热情在里面。
Guangzhou! Okay, you are ready. You are ready. So let me just test it. Are you ready? Let's get into the game.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've had a bit of a break, and now we are good to go. Another quarterfinal, the last of the tournament here before we get to the semis tomorrow. It's FaZe up against BetBoom. I'm Anders, and with me is Vince. And Vince, this is the game that we've been waiting for. This should be an all-out fire game. I really can't wait to get started.
Yeah, I completely agreed with you, man. I think when we saw the quarterfinals fixtures, this is the one that everyone was anticipating the most. Obviously, you have BetBoom, who had an unbelievably good run at the major from stage 1 all the way through to the playoffs, albeit with Flammus rather than Siren. And then you have FaZe, a team that has picked up a very exciting prospect in Jaboin with the AWP, but still very much unconfirmed whether this team is going to be a success in the distance in the future. Some good signs though in the group stage, I have to say. They kind of touched on this on the stage there. FaZe had a bad start, there's no getting around from it, but they recovered, and that's the most important thing.
Yeah, fully agree. And yeah, like you said, it's very early days. I think Jaboin has looked crazy good, but it's not. I've been around in Counter-Strike for a minute, and it's seen many times before that if you are one of these high confidence, aggressive AWPers, eventually people start to find out. Like, they notice and they start to plan against you, and doing that job becomes significantly more difficult. Now, still pretty early days, so I don't know if BetBoom are going to be fully on top of it, but it's just to say that if you can keep it going, Jaboin, like this, then it's insane. Then they have actually picked up it's a massive pickup for them, and I'm really impressed. But yeah, I just want to caution a little bit that people don't get too carried away. But they do look like a really fun team at the moment, so I'm excited for that. And obviously the BetBoom side of things, I do love this team as well. I think they're super fun. Yeah, it was weird with Flammus. I kind of wish they had kept him almost, because I feel like he was a really strong player there for them. But Magnojiz is a bit of a superstar, and I've tried to make that claim for a while now. And I love Boomich. I think he is he's always putting on some of the most fun Counter-Strike, both individually but also in how he calls for his team. So yeah, everything is kind of ready, I think, for this game to be hopefully a really fun one.
I totally agree with you, man. Like, I was really hoping they'd pick up Flamus as well, but I don't know how accurate this rumor is. But I heard that apparently he was going to cost 700,000 as his buyout, which obviously is a big reason why BetBoom may have decided, actually, maybe no. It's a lot of money. So that could be a reason, but I think he was fantastic with them. Obviously, very much an aggressive entry fragging sort of component of this team. Siren, also on his way back to the team, has not had a great event so far. It has to be mentioned. He is second bottom with a 0.95 rating over the 5 maps that they have played thus far. Not a huge sample size, 5 maps, but he has been a considerable drop off from where Flamus was at the bare minimum. The other thing as well I would say is, and I do agree with you on this point too, to maybe hedge your expectations just a little bit with this phase. You look at the teams that they have played against to get through to the playoffs so far.
Yes.
They lost to Tyloo, they lost to MIBR, and the wins they picked up was a 2-0 against Sinners, who were just awful, like at the major, 2-0 against 3D Max, who just weren't that great either, and they beat Eyeballers 2-1 in that 2-2 matchup. They have not played against one of the heavy hitters yet in this event, and certainly not a team on BetBoom's level.
Yeah, I noticed the same thing going through, and I think it's kind of worth picking up and pointing out for sure. Bit of a head-to-head here. Frozen, nobody can question this guy's abilities. Interesting head-to-head with Magnages, who is currently playing really, really sick. But they're closely matched at the moment, and I have a lot of respect for Frozen. I feel like there was a lot of conversation about whether he would end up in another place, and there's a reason why. There are not many teams in the world that wouldn't be made better by Frozen stepping in one way or another. So he's still with FaZe, and I respect that too. Like, if they can rebuild from here on out, losing, Carrigan and kind of the whole core of the team being dismantled, that actually would be such a sick story in some sense. So I'm on their side for it. I do hope that it works out, and I want to see Twist. I mean, as much as people criticize his, attempts at in-game leadership and all the rest of it, and maybe that's all fair, but at the end of the day, like, he is a once in a generation kind of rifler. So I want to see more out of Twist as well. I want to see him get back to that high level, because it's a lot of fun when he's playing well.
Yeah, and if he can get into a solid stature with his IGLing, then I think FaZe are in a really interesting position, especially with Jabot and his pickup. Nietzsche is more of a stand-in. He has been for a while now. I don't necessarily think that he is going to be in the team, this time in a few months' time, to be honest with you. But who knows? I could be proven wrong on that one. And about Twist as an IGL as well, I can definitely understand a lot of the scrutiny and criticism and feedback that comes towards him when it comes to his T-side IGLing. His T-side IGLing is very poor at times. Yep. It's not had fantastic results. His CT side IGLing, though, to be fair, is actually quite good. So there is definitely stuff to work with here as Twists. And he's got amazing pieces around him. Like you said, the fact they've kept Frozen is unbelievable to me. But let's find out which maps, which battlefields we're going to be facing off on in this last quarterfinals. Map 1 is going to be Dust 2 and Inferno have already been banned. That's fairly standard stuff. We're going to cash again, Anders. We've been blessed. We're so lucky.
It's so sick that teams are allowing this through in a quarterfinals of $1 million tournament. Like, normally a lot of teams will shy away from this early on. Ancient to be picked up with the second map, so everyone is excited and happy for that. Definitely, a good battleground there. But yeah, the fact that we're seeing Ancient sort of back-to-back is fantastic. And banning up Mirage next. Yeah, curious. We could end up on a nuke, I suppose. Oh, it's going to be banned out by FaZe. Would have loved to have seen them try something there. We end up on Anubis, which, I don't know. I've changed my mind recently a lot on this map. It's a lot more interesting. And to be honest as well, I think Boomage has such a unique quality playing, especially the T side of Anubis. So I hope we get there, because there's some stuff that's worth talking about. But that's going to be in a while. We've got 3 maps to get through. So let's get into it. You guys in the chat are saying, can these guys stop yapping and get into the game? I promise you we're not in charge of that. We're not really in charge of anything, to be honest. But it's worked out this way. We are in the game, so you got your wish regardless. FaZe, they're going to be starting on the CT side. BetBoom on the T side. And once again, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is the XSE Pro League in China. And we are at the final quarterfinals here to decide who gets to go to the semis.
Oh, yeah, do you wish, Anders? You're asking when is a team going to start pushing through on the squeaky on CT side. It's going to be right here, right now. And Jabon with that USP, nailing 2 headshots before he runs out of ammo.
Yeah, really nice idea. Jabon, he will get one more. But look at how much pressure it puts on the T side. They're still pushing in. The bomb is fully committed here. And Nate2, oh, he's so close to clipping MagnoJazz. That would have been the kill. It will find it anyway. I don't know how, but Twist burns alive. And we're going to have to see if we can get that. Nate2 will land another one. And that makes it a double for him. Very, very smart play. And yes, you're right. I did request for the entire last cash map. If somebody could please go on and do this kind of a squeak push, because you really can catch the T's off guard. And they thought they could still follow up, but they got shut down. Great work from FaZe.
Yes, very nice stuff. Jabone with 2 very important kills, but because he had the buddy system, they were able to hold the line just that little bit longer. And although we have, you know, pointing in the direction of the MagnoJazzes and Jabones and Frozen, I am going to be very interested to see how Jacob plays in this game and speak of his name, and he will deliver. It's a nice headshot onto MagnoJazz. Sure, it's against an eco, but still, because he is in the bottom 15 players in rating, and that includes the teams from the group stage. That includes the teams that went 0-3. The only player left in the tournament overall that's below him is Boomich. That's it. So Jacob has had a rough one so far, and that's off the back of 9 maps. 0.89 rating. Something to look out for.
Oh, you're making it so hard for me to defend him, which I try to do at any given moment. But, I mean, the stats don't really lie. So maybe we'll keep an eye on Jacob to see what he can deliver here. I think people already are anyway. And maybe that's fair enough. He's not immune to criticism, obviously. Frozen making pretty quick work of the round. MP9 for 3 kills. Big conversation in the last cash map that we saw a couple of hours ago was whether or not they could Molotov out that vent that Frozen is playing in. And I think especially PARIVISION failed to do that over and over again. It was kind of frustrating at one point to actually see it. So very curious to see if these teams have figured it out. I mean, it's not necessarily a hard Molotov, but there can be some pretty dire consequences if you start missing those Molotovs.
Yes, yes. And we're still in the sort of infancy of cash being reintroduced into the map pool. Some of these players simply wouldn't have been old enough or very young. Certainly not playing at a pro level when Cash was last in the map pool, which makes me feel incredibly old to say out loud, but it just is the truth. And so some of these growing pains may very well show themselves. We saw it earlier on. PARIVISION missed a couple of them. Good smokes and mollies out early on, though. MagnoJazz wants to get aggressive. He is the top-rated player, by the way, with Jaboen in second. He has had a phenomenal series and event so far. MagnoJazz so on point with his rifles.
They might go head-to-head right here, and nobody hits the shot, but thought for a second there the AWP was going to be able to pick it up. Twists pushed aggressively, and he will take down Siren. Saute's opened the door. The bomb is still dropped really far back, so this is actually really awkward because they're pushing middle already without the bomb being picked up, and not a lot has to go wrong here. There's a minute and 10 seconds, but yeah, they're claiming this part of the map. I'm just going to point out again, the bomb is in T-spawn. Now, it looks like they're going to be fine because there's no way that FaZe could know this. But there is an alternate universe here where somebody from the FaZe side is still in middle, or they simply end up losing Dillides on that side. I think he's the one who's carrying the bomb on over, or Saute, sorry. And that could have been really, really weird. MagnoJazz, though, cleaning it up nicely, gets a kill for himself. Dillides has got 2. And I think for Jaboen and Nate2, potentially quite risky to try and go for this. They don't have a lot of money to work with here on the CT side, so they are shaping up like they want to go for the retake, and that does surprise me.
Smoke's pretty decent, but they may be unaware of the position right now. Spray goes through, Nietzsche does a bit of damage, but nothing too significant. And at this point, you're thinking about pulling the plug, but that is what Jaboen is going to offer you. It won't always work. Nietzsche, though, puts down 2 players. That aggression from Jaboen opens the door. And on 16 HP, Nietzsche has to get back to the side, but he has no kit. He's just picked one up. He also has a flash, going to be tossing that through. Bomb's not planted for Boomich either. This would be a huge clutch, and the Frenchman's pulled it off. And he's got enough time for the defuse as well.
Oh, that is massive. Oh, you're right. He did not have the defuse kit. That's so complicated, right? You know it's right behind him, but having to go back and pick it up, managing that with trying to guess whether or not Boomich is already pushing out, and then the flash to set it up. And the last point, like you pointed out, is simply the fact that that the bomb was planted in a really awkward position here. Oh, that's still this getting that kill on Frozen. That's kind of ridiculous. But yeah, huge comeback into the round for Nate2. Might be on a bit of a loan here, but my God, he's delivered in this round.
Yeah, the guy with a point to prove, the potential position to fill. And what an unbelievable turnaround that is. I was alongside you, man. Like, in that 3v2, I thought, right, this just has save written all over it.
Yeah.
And yet somehow they've made it stick. They've made it land. Probably daylight robbery. If you bet boom, you're going to be so upset with the fact you just let that one slip through your fingers.
Yeah, and that's kind of the cool thing about going for those kind of attempts at a retake. When they work out, it really is significant. But wait a minute. Siren goes down for the smoke, but he did open up on Natu. So very cool flashbang to set this one up. Again, it's one of my questions from earlier that I want to see how good teams are at pop flashing that. MagnGS is on the flank. He's got the Tech 9. It's a bit of an awkward weapon to try and punch through with, but you know what? He's already done enough in just dislodging them from the boost and making sure that they can't easily retake. They have to sort of worry about getting shot at the back. So, again, FaZe, they have the weapons, they have the utility, but they are slowly slipping away from the bomb site. They might not trust in it any longer. That's a weird way to lose. Like, you win that last clutch, and then you end up giving up this round to not that much weaponry.
Yeah, I think you're spot on as well. Even though it looks a bit bleak that MagnGS was unable to get what looked like a free kill. First off, the hitbox is kind of rough at that kind of range, especially with the Tech 9. But more importantly, it's to just dial in and seal the round. As a couple kills come through, there's going to be 2 players surviving on the side of FaZe, and TLDS goes down with the bomb. They're going to be happy to just finally get on the scoreboard. I have a question to pose you as well, by the way, Anders, because Banks asked this on both teams, to MagnGS and Twists. He said, player for player, are FaZe the better team? Now, if you had to make a team out of these 10 players, who are you picking from each squad?
Oh, I mean, I'm probably picking Boomich and MagnGS, and then I'm probably picking up Frozen and Twists, and then I need an AWPer, so right now Jaboan seems like he could be it, but yeah, something like that would probably be how I would end up doing it. It's very, very low sample size for Jaboan, but that's my immediate off-the-cuff answer. That's an interesting question, though. I think BetBoom are... they're not a team that win by firepower, even if they have some great players. They're a team that win by being very, very hard to play against. Jaboan, though, look at this. Exactly what he's brought into the team for. Close range opening. They try and hunt him down. And we saw in the first match of the day how that can happen in this bomb site. Like, you're very close on the A site. If they try and get in, one missed shot, and they're going to be on top of you. But he's connected it this time. And Sorte and MagnGS, you could try and do some more damage, but you're unlikely to win the round.
Yeah, very unlikely. The only thing that really goes in their favor is that they have the control of the bomb, they have time, but MagnGS has been put on his back, and that is the round surely falling with him. I do agree. I mean, I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of Zorti as a sniper on the side of BetBoom. I think he goes absent a little bit too often for my liking. And so even if the sample size is low, I think Jaboan has shown that he can have more impact and also be more of an X-Factor player. Like, we have discussed that sometimes it looks a bit foolish. I remember we casted him, I think it was the first game that FaZe played in this event, and I remember on Anubis, he did this insane push onto CT side and just got himself killed for no reason. We were both scratching our head like, what the hell was that? But it is a double-edged sword. Like, you do also get a player that can be so explosive and just create something out of seemingly nothing.
Yeah, I think that it's such an interesting conversation, right? Because that kind of opening, I think, can work really well. I mean, the classic OG version of it is JW with Fnatic back in the original lineup. But it also puts some pressure on the rest of the team, because sometimes if your AWPer kind of goes off the rails and suddenly dies early on in the round and you think, wait a minute, why did that happen? The rest of the team kind of have to be okay with it too. So hopefully that's a conversation that FaZe have had, that sometimes, you know, it'll work, and sometimes you have to say, okay, we have to pick up the slack now. But so far it's been working very well. So I'm excited. Timeout call from FaZe here. They want a chance to regroup and reconsider what they're doing here. But honestly, see some of these shots here. Nicely done. Also, I guess a point of criticism. Where are the flashbangs? Where are the Molotovs back there to put some more pressure on? You'd love to see more of that from the BetBoom side, because he was pretty clear to take those shots.
It's a fair question. See if they can rectify some of those problems. It's not going to happen in this round. They have barely anything to play with. It's going to be a few upgraded pistols and an early smoke to B main. Going to be blown open from Jacob. Not quite, actually. It's a bit too far in. But he does put the bullet through there instead, just to see if he can find a pixel. But nothing forthcoming as of yet. BetBoom are just going to be waiting. Now they're going to pull the trigger. Now they're going to get up close and personal.
And 4 in hand. He only had like 13 bullets. Oh, he still lands the headshot. He couldn't see a thing. He was all the way blind. Might as well have had his eyes closed or his monitor turned off at that point in time, and he still lands the second shot. Again, they don't have a lot to work with, but that's pretty good work from Jacob. It's, you know, I'll take it. I've been, I think, the last person trying to defend Jacob, and I'm going to keep doing it for a while longer. So pretty cool to see him do a little bit of work here.
I mean, that is, from our perspective, that looked like he was fully blinded. That is an absurd couple of kills. Like, let's see this again. It's that transfer to the second player.
Yeah. That's pretty sick. Okay. Well, that puts everyone in a bit of a mood now. We do have Sortie on the AWP, and let's see what he could do. The thing is, I don't think Sortie is really a bad AWPer. The problem is just when you're talking to AWPers, you get compared to people like Monacy all the time, so it is hard to kind of make a bit of an impact. Like, I think he's quite a serviceable AWPer. He's just not Monacy, so people are always going to say, wow, you know, what can we expect? But I've seen Sortie get plenty of impactful kills. Speaking of impact, Sirens taking down Jacob through the smoke, and that'll even it out a little bit. 4 versus 4 now, and plenty of time on the clock.
I think honestly, you raise a really good point. I mean, it's the fact that it depends what the BetBoom want to accomplish. They're currently ranked 7th in the world on the HLTV rankings. Obviously, just made the playoffs of a major. So they're expecting to be like a top 10, maybe even a top 5 contender. He's a very good AWPer if you look at like the top 20, top 30 AWPers. But if you want to breach into that next level, is he at that level? Not sure. Did spot, I think, just a little bit of a shadow around the corner. There's nades being tossed in. Molly comes through for Netio as well. He's getting burned alive, forced out to the open, and does get picked off eventually.
I don't think Netio realized that his shadow was showing on the back wall. I'm not even sure if I realized that was happening, but I could definitely see it when you see it from the point of view of the AWP there. So that's something you got to be careful for if you're peeking up against the back wall. Jaboan's gone down, and speaking of Sortie, he's found 2 kills in the round, looking for a third here. Don't actually have to commit to the fight, and I would strongly recommend against it. It is Frozen that you're up against. He's known to pull off a clutch or 2, so don't give him the opportunity. I think Frozen realized as soon as he saw them re-peeking or saw Sortie re-peeking, he realized, I should probably stick around. What if they do make another mistake here? They're not really doing that. Magno just is wrapping up behind, and that serves 2 purposes. Either he could catch Frozen running away, or he could shoot him in the back if he actually commits to the retake. And all Frozen is doing is committing to making it expensive as much as he can. So far, so good. Looks like that'll be the last casualty of the round here. But it's BetBoom picking up another round, and that's good news.
Yeah, some really important picks from Sortie as we're just touching on his kind of stature right now within this team. Very impactful frags. Frozen, I believe, saved the AWP. So Jabone is going to have a chance to show us what he can do again. Nice opener for him, at least, but then get that spray through the smoke.
Yeah, that was unfortunate there, but Sortie also getting a chance to flex a little bit. I think I will definitely go back and check. There was a flash that I think I saw BetBoom throw in like the 2nd or 3rd round to flash A main. And I've actually spent already like maybe 2 or 3 hours throwing flashes just into A main, just non-stop. Because it's very, very hard to flash every position. I think I found one that flashes like, I would say 95% of the positions, including the balcony where people are playing, like they're playing close to main up on top of the forklift. You can get that flash. You can also flash Shroud at the same time. You can flash almost every position, but it is actually harder than it seems to throw that grenade. Like, you can't just, you know, throw it off the cuff and say, oh, this is probably work or whatever. Like, you actually need to, you know, the lineup, or you're going to miss, I would say, more than half the positions easily. So, yeah, curious which version BetBoom have discovered, or if it's something similar to what I've been cooking up with. Jabone goes down. So the AWP's not going to have a play, or at least not for FaZe.
And if I'm seeing that correctly on the map, I think he was pushing Squeaky over on A. It looked like he died in the Squeaky hallway.
Yeah, you're right.
That's where Sortie is. So Jabone did try some shenanigans. You'd expect this from an aggressive player like him. Gets found out, though, and Sortie sends him packing. A very important scalp to take as well, and it's going to put a lot more pressure over on that A side. They did traipse over twists from main and mid, but now he's playing highway instead. Nade's coming down on middle and looking to try and force their way out. Molly also into the fence will claim the life of Frozen.
Yeah, good grenade. Frozen committing to the fight, though. The result is that Jacob is alone on the side of the map, and these are the kind of moments where I think Boomich is a really scary in-game leader, because he's so good at piecing together the puzzles. Twist is in the middle. And all the way back at the A site, Natu hanging around. So they're so stretched thinly here, FaZe. They need a kill. Whoever's going to get attacked here, if it's Natu, has to get a kill and survive. If it's Twist, that would be the best if he could find this kill on Magnagis in the middle. That's going to be huge, and he does. Big pickup. Now he can reinforce Natu, and no one's even checking for it. No grenades left really on the BetBoom side except for flashbangs, so they're just walking into now a crossfire. Oh, this is the best possible outcome for FaZe in terms of the setup. And now Jacob as well coming in with a long flank to get that kill. Huge round, and they made it look so easy that it almost kind of took some of the excitement out of it, but there was a lot of ways that FaZe could have lost this round.
Oh, there is, and I think that the integral kill, and he kind of touched on it as well, is this kill that Twist picks up on Magnagis right here, because then he can focus his attention back on A to get the crossfire in, and they throw in the disruption to allow Jacob to go for that wrap-around flank. So some really good signs being shown here from FaZe, and they have got a previous map played on Cash in this event against Eyeballers, and they smacked them 13-3. Very different opposition, of course, but they'll be coming into this with a ton of confidence. J Bowen, different position, but it is going to be the outcome in his favor. Gets the pick onto Siren through mid.
We very much got the sense last time that this was a CT-sided map in the first game of the day, and again, the sample size is very small, but it seems like FaZe are making a case for that as well. So if you're a BetBoom fan, maybe that's something that you can comfort yourself with, is the idea that there's a chance that BetBoom, if they get a couple of rounds here, they can still be competitive in the second one. Oh my god, Jabo, and he had a chance to just shoot straight up, but then I don't know how he even saw that out of the corner of his scope, and he's not even going back, he's recommitting to it. That's mad. Dillides takes him down, but that is that other side of the blade that you talked about. Sometimes you end up doubling down on the aggression, and now they've actually stolen the AWP. But wait a minute, Frozen is pushed up. They might not expect this. It's such an advanced position. He sprays down one and nearly a triple. Two might be enough here. 40 seconds left, and Jacob's aware. Someone's pushing in behind him. Fantastic play from Jacob.
Well done, Jacob. That's sick. Having Frozen's back, but also having the wherewithal to realize that Vent could get pushed, especially as J Bowen died in middle. But yeah, that is the live by the sword, die by it routine from J Bowen. It's so exciting and entertaining to watch because you never really know what he's going to do next. I'm not even sure if he does, if he's just playing purely off instinct. But there will be frustrations when he gets picked off like that and you think, didn't necessarily need to. The only thing I can think of is that he wanted to peek in and make sure that Vent wasn't being pushed into because they were going for that double player push outside of B to try and relay that information to the two players, Frozen and Jacob, who were going in. But it doesn't matter. 7-2 the score. And I'll be happy with the outcome regardless.
Dillides, he's going to keep going into checker. This is a risky play potentially, but I kind of love it. I think he's way further forward than anyone is expecting at the moment. Let's see if they're going to be aware. It's Jacob who's inside of the bomb site, so he's the one that's going to be peaked if Dillides turns the corner here. If you lose track of the T's over on that side of the map, it could get kind of awkward, but BetBoom are playing a bit of a default. Again, they've opened up that door, which I do like the idea of it, just to kind of test the CTs and keep them a little bit on point. Natu is going to spray down Sorte, who was hanging around in A main. So now it's a 4-on-5, but all right, Jacob was aware that someone could be there. He still can't win the fight, though. Very important shot for Dillides. It's Frozen now alone to try and anchor the bomb site, and he will get 2 kills, which could be enough for a retake here. 2 versus 3. They've got the kits, although Jibowen is 100 miles away.
Okay, that's why you wanted to pick Twist in your team.
Yeah.
Destroying Boomich at range, the double tap, and now 2 players strong. As Siren tries to trade the weapon up, successfully gets his hands on the AK, but he can't do much about this defuse, and I don't think he even cares to try. He wants to save the AK instead, but how brutal is that? You're eyeing up an 8-2, and the best you can hope for is to just save an AK-47 and give it up.
Yeah, and when you put it like that, it's not exactly a great look, is it? Had the opportunity maybe Sorte here, but yeah, it's really the Dillides opening onto Jacob. That's worth its weight in gold, and then Frozen again. There's a reason why he commands so much respect. 11 kills on him, 11 on Jacob. Both of those 2 players have been playing over by the B bomb site, so they've been doing a fantastic job at holding them down. Now, BetBoom have changed the pace. They are all the way in the middle. Magnagis is sick of waiting around. He wants to get activated into the fight, but Jabone is here. I think he wanted to make it a little bit of a jump over there, but Going to be back down looking at Highway, and I think they're going to go for it, Vince.
They're going into the A site. Nietu, who's had a really good game so far, has been called upon to go above and beyond. Gets a second frag and a bit of damage done. The FaZe in no position to deny this bomb plant, but they do have the ace up the sleeve. It's Jacob moving around, shimmying from T-spawn, moving into A main.
And there's also Boomich here in the middle. Might be fighting Twist on the other side. He gets the headshot. A huge pickoff. And that slows everything down. They eventually get him, but you're right. The other flank is coming in this way. And they do have kits. So even though Bedroom might feel safe, they are absolutely not. Sorte goes down, and now Siren, all right, nearly getting clipped there by the balcony edge. Frozen is running for it. He knows he's low on time already, and he gets shot regardless. Oh, such a confident retake. He knew where he was, and he was ready to duel him. Frozen. Massive impact in this first half, and FaZe, they're loving life right now.
Man, this has been an exquisite performance in this first half of FaZe. You look at the kills as well, by the way. Everyone is having a solid game. You have 3 players over 10 frags. Jaboan's on 9. Jacob just seemingly has perfect aim, surgical precision. Every time he arrives around a corner, someone is dying on the other side of his iron sight. I mean, across the board, FaZe, everyone is having so much impact, and the firepower is way too hot for BetBoom to handle.
It is 9-2. We're going into the last round. Remember, this is a 9-3 when it was previously when we had PARIVISION playing, and they still made it back into overtime. So even though it's not great, 9-3, just to put it into context with what little data we do have, it could be a fairly CT-sided map. They're going to be pushing A main, and again, I think Cash allows this. There are so many places to push. We talked about the squeak door. This is another one. Obviously, you can do the counter boost in the middle. Jaboan, man, you don't get a lot of time to react. He's so fast with it. Frozen doing the secondary opening. I didn't even notice, but we've seen that in the past. He could just do everything. Oh my god. Sorte blown out of the sky. Magnojiz and Boomich. A 2 versus 5 that they have to try and convert it. They got the first kill, fair enough, but how do you get out of this one?
It's not just the fact that everyone's popping off on FaZe, it's the fact that you have silenced and suppressed a player of MZTRDALE's ability levels, and he has been so on fire this event, but you would never have thought it if you just caught this map and didn't see anything else of what BetBoom have been doing. They moved through the group stage 3-0, absolutely destroying every team they went up against. I have to think as well, Anders, even if this does end up being a fairly CT-sided map, I don't think it's that CT-sided like we just saw.
No. I kind of agree, and I think a lot of it comes down to some of the basic prep work. Like you see, kind of like with PARIVISION, although in a different way, but there are a number of moments here where BetBoom are in good positions. They take a lot of mid control early on. They don't know what to do with it. Like they have Magnojiz close to Highway. All they need is to put pressure on A main, and then all of those A players have to focus on that, and there's a fight to be had there. But instead, they just peek Highway and get shut down by Jaboan or somebody else, and there's just like a little bit of a misunderstanding, I think, of how to put pressure on those positions. At least for my taste. Again, all I have to go off really is memories from a lot of Cash in the past, right? Which this was a massively popular map in case people don't know. But that sort of dividing the pressure between main and Highway was a very common way to try and put some pressure on that A defense, and I didn't see enough of it. Like they put pressure in middle, but then only much later it came in from main as well. So yeah, ultimately I guess the verdict has to be not quite good enough for BetBoom. There's no way around it here. Maybe if they could have won that early clutch, the 1v1 there with Boomich coming back in, that would have been a real moment. That could have made a lot more happen for them, but that is not the case. I'm also noticing, because I do, at the risk of my own mental health, keep an eye on the chat every once in a while, and I saw people now accusing Jacob of wall hacking. So we've gone like the full, we've really like swung the other way, Vince. You know, he's trash. Get him out of the server. He has to stop his career right now. He's so bad, and now he's wall hacking. So I don't really know how to win here. Like, there's no winning if you're Jacob, I guess.
Yeah, heads you win, tails I lose. Like he plays bad, kick him. Plays well, he's cheating. Like, brilliant. Good stuff, guys. Keep it up. I will say though, like in the conversation of cash and whether it's CT or T-sided, there are a lot of elements in the game now that just weren't the case back then when it was last in the pool, which is like 6 or 7 years ago, I think it was. And one of them is, it used to be MR15, it's now 12. That does change the dynamic of how the halves flow. Yeah. The CT economy has changed as well, depending on how many players you've killed, so you get extra boons of economy. And the biggest one, and we've already discussed this earlier when PARIVISION played against Big, is the volumetric smokes, the new Molotovs, the
Very true.
kind of way that you can blow open smokes and even shoot through smokes to get a little bit of information. These did not exist back when Cash was last played, and they do have a big change in how the game is ultimately, the results come in.
Yeah, I think those are important points to kind of think about. Even though you could go back and you could dig up, you know, old Cash strategies, and I'm sure somebody has done that, or people just remember if they played long enough. But they might not be one-to-one applicable because, like you said, the round time and also, or the round number and also the volumetrics. Nonetheless, I'm so happy to have Cash back. It's great. Really enjoying it. And you guys in the chat are all right. The real curse at the moment is when Joe Bowen is playing, is that 99% of the chat is people saying either Joe Biden or Jay Boner, depending on what kind of mood they're in. So it's a bit of a mess, to be honest, Vince, which is nothing new. But yeah, I'm tanking that damage, you know, slowly losing HP. Oh, frozen. That's not slow. That's lightning fast. P250, that's why you buy it on the T side. He's just deleted Sorte.
Decapitated before he knew what hit him, yeah. And he is actually their top performer so far, believe it or not, with 7 kills. Goes to show how brutally one-sided this first half has been. Jay Bowen, who started off the pistol on the CT side, going through on Squeaky, is now going to be playing there on the T side, anticipating a bit of aggression. And now MZTRDALE is going to go for a peek. You've got to be so careful going up against Frozen. His aim is so crisp. 16 kills and make it 17.
Oh, dualies. No, he can't get it done. Oh, it's a dream. You open the door. There's 3 Ts on the other side. You wish you could have had the absolute multi-spray down with the dualies, and you get none of it. Oh, that's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get like a really mad triple kill, but it rarely works out that way. I sympathize. Diladez, he's got a set of dualies of his own. Still got 29 bullets. Doesn't get the headshot. That actually might have been necessary. I think without the kit here, you almost had to get that jump shot. Otherwise, time is going to run down low. Also getting shot at the back. Does get the tag, but that's not the problem. The problem is the time for the defuse here. If they just keep playing Ring Around the Rosie or shoot him in the head, could do as well. But I think time had already run down so low. Well done. Twist is excited, and I'm happy to see that. I don't know why. I guess just not being the best in-game leader kind of tanked Twist stock in the public. I feel like it's a little bit overexaggerated from my point. Like, maybe I just hold Twist in really high regard with the rifling, but I think people are really quick to say, you know, boo Twist. I think he's an absolute sick player still.
I think it's probably also like a generation of newer viewers that never really saw Twist at his prime levels with the rifle, you know?
We
Way
can't
back when
be
he was
that
with FaZe
old.
the last time.
Twist is one of the new players in my book. What's going on?
Unfortunately, Anders, we are now.
Okay, well.
We are.
Hold on. Sorte got a kill on Jacob with the scout. And a C-set 75 on Boomich. How often do you get to see these? Siren is here. He wanted to repeat what he tried last round. This is giving me anxiety. Like, I don't know what kind of meds you need to be on to hold both these positions. Nades, who wants to open the door and just throw that grenade, but he's going to be found again, Siren. Whatever the plan is, it's not working.
Second round where it's just gone horribly wrong. Netu's having a fantastic game, by the way. One of the standout maps, I would say, while he's been playing with FaZe. Typically doesn't have the best stats, although he does a really good job of creating space on the T sides. But 14 kills was great on the CT side and has kept it going forward. And even if we want to put our industrial grade copium in and install it, Anders, about this being a CT-sided map, I just don't think BetBoom are going to get a chance to even get kicked off. Losing the pistol, getting swiped away here in a force buy. I mean, you're eyeing up the very real possibility that this is going to be a 13-2.
Yeah, that is looking super likely. Yeah, I don't know what level of copium. I mean, we are living in an age where a lot is possible. We got peptides to fix every single thing. I don't know if we've got peptides strong enough to bring BetBoom back online here. It feels like it's not going to be possible. But yeah, they are going to have to inject it straight into the bloodstream at this stage because they don't have a lot of time. You know, this isn't going to be like a 1 or 2 week kind of thing. It's right now if Bedroom want a chance to get back in the game.
What an incredible start this would be as well, because I really do... I know there's a lot of FaZe fans out there, but if you look at the overall sort of picture of how both teams got to this point, I think it's safe to say that BetBoom are the favorites to win this game. All those nades and smokes, but Siren's bypassed them.
What the hell is going on? You're right, he's still inside of it here. Oh, his teammates, he's come out only with the 1 kill, and Twist somehow has manufactured a couple of kills on his side. Flank is coming in from Boomich, but somehow FaZe, in spite of all of the madness of that round and losing track of one of those A anchors, there's still a man up. They still have a good position with the bombs planted here, and Dillides trying to see if he could distract now. Boomich walking up, but he's alone and on fire. It's FaZe coming through with a very quick victory on Cash. They look rock solid to start this series with.
I mean, that is about as clinical as it gets. Just pure domination. Every single player on the server had moments of brilliance. And they are already... It feels like Blink and you'd have missed that first map, but they're 1 map away from securing their spot at the semi-finals already.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, the other game that we had was, double overtime on Cash. It was, all 3 maps. It felt like a bit of a marathon, to be honest, earlier in the day. This one is shaping up a bit differently, which I hope that's not the case. I want to see Bedroom kind of come back into this one. They did pick Ancient, which is our second map that's coming up. So maybe there is some hope still out there. I would say Bedroom are a significantly better team on Ancient than FaZe is. But again, that's with a big caveat that we don't know everything about FaZe, especially with Jabo and online here as well. So the way that they're playing right now, maybe none of it matters. Very impressive stuff. Very good work from FaZe. It's time. Like, it was so tragic the way that the last sort of FaZe lineup ended. Not making the major, like the whole thing was just sad all around. It's good to see FaZe back and doing a little bit of damage here. We'll see how it goes in the second map that's going to be coming up after the break, so stay tuned and we will be right back.
哇，又到了这个喜闻乐见的环节了。来，这个又是这个 Banks 的中国独家签名版鼠标垫。我们再请 Banks 再来介绍一下。So one more time for the boys. What are these mouse pads, James?
So these are my mouse pads. This is the first one we ever released. This is called the Heavy Claw. It was about 2 years of development, 1.5 years of testing different samples. This is not just a mouse pad with a nice design, because one of the versions comes in an all black. It is a professional mouse pad. There's a 6mm version and a 4mm version. Vitality's Mezzi's using it. Foot's Lounge, he's obviously left foot now. Snow's Pain, and more players are testing it and trying it out. So this is meant for competitive gaming. This is meant for Counter-Strike domination, like we just saw from FaZe.
这个鼠标垫呢，其实就开发了2年，然后呢，最后测验了1年半啊。然后这个鼠标垫它不光是好看呀，虽然它确实很好看，我们看有它这个招牌式的这个玫瑰花啊。然后呢，现在就是 Vitality 的 Messi 就在用啊，还有一些其他的选手，所以它不光是好看，也是很好用的。
All right, we're going to pick some people out from the crowd. We got 4 to give away, and we got a bit of time in there. I want to start with one guy. This is going to be hard, Gavin. Trumpet man, come forward.
来吹喇叭的兄弟，来。
Let this guy forward. He's been making noise with a trumpet. Move out away from him, boys. Move out away from him. Let him in.
来给大家先表演一段怎么样？一小段。
Hey, the pressure. The cameras are on now, bro. Don't be nervous. I got you. It's okay. Yes, Guangzhou!
哇，气很足啊，感觉已经换了2次
My
气啊。
man, what is your name?
English or whatever you want, brother. Maybe I will say my CS account's nickname. You can call my name is Poo-Poo, just Poo-Poo, because there's there's a man, there's a pro player in China called Chu Chu. You do know that?
So there's a pro player in China called Chu Chu, Q-U-Q-U.
Yeah.
So his name is P-U-P-U.
Ah, not poo-poo like if you're, yeah? Something different? Oh, okay. Now I understand. Bro, thank you very much for making noise. You can just have this one because you came, you did something special. Guys, make some noise for poo-poo. All right, the next one, we got to pick someone out. We're going to go down this side, Baseline J, because we've been so much up this side. Pick someone out for me. This is your one.
有没有心碎的 BB 粉丝啊 ？Do we have anybody with a Bad Boom jersey? Anybody?
Bro, you're pulling the strings
here. Not.
Give us someone from this side. Someone, choose one.
Okay, I see the flag. It has to be you. 我看到了一个国旗，兄弟们，来，就是你了，来。
我要说什么？My name is Mr. Zhou.
Mr. Zhou.
Yes,
Hello,
yes.
Mr. Zhou. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, you got to answer a question for me. 2015, NIP won a major. Which major was it?
2015年 NIP 赢的 major 叫什么？
It's a big one, and it also happened recently. It happens every year in this country, in this city.
Cologne.
Cologne! There we go! I had to help you out a little bit, but there you go. We've got another one. We still got 2 more winners to try and find out here.
来，再来2张，来。
Oh!
Oh!
Wait. We need to... This guy, Vitality jersey, man. Because Mezzi's using the mouse pad. We've got to see if we can get a Vitality fan with it on as well. Nice to meet you, dude. What is your name?
Peterson.
Peterson. That's it. That's a name I can work with. No poo in there. There's much more English for me to understand. I like that. That helps. All right. Apex. Vitality leader. Do you know the first major he won?
Apex 赢的第一届 major 叫什么？
Cluj-Napoca.
Whoa! Let's go! Okay. Give him one up. I did not expect you to get that. How long have you been watching Counter-Strike?
现在看了多久了？
Not so. I watched Counter-Strike from Shanghai Major, but I learned some. I watched some previous games.
Bro, this is cool. If you're a new fan to Counter-Strike, be like Peterson. Watch some more Counter-Strike from the history. Look back at our great game and everything it has. Make some noise. All right, your choice. Baseline J, one more player to find.
Okay, we gotta go with the Tai Lu jersey right there. 看到一个天，哎，
Tai
看到
Lu
一个
man
穿
here?
天路的兄弟，来，这里。
Hello, Tai Lu man.
Hello.
What is your name?
My name is, my Steam ID is Pirate.
Pirate. Pilot. Do you fly planes?
Yeah, maybe I fly Gundam.
Oh, I like Gundam. Yeah, let's go. Okay, this guy's talking my language. All right. There is a member of Tai Lu that did something bad today. What did he do?
He take off his pants and put his hand into it.
Yeah.
这个
Which player was that?
G.
It was G, but we love him anyway. Give him the mouse pad.
是啊，今天天路有一个人出了一些小状况，大家知道，就是勾一，但是我们仍然爱他啊。
And I want to explain, we're going to keep doing this in the breaks between the maps. This is me giving back to the Chinese community and the Chinese fans because you guys are awesome.
是的，我们中国的粉丝真的太给力了，然后对 Banks 也非常的好，所以我们每一张地图的图间 Banks 都会送出啊这个鼠标垫。
So thank you so much for the support, guys. And we got still a whole map, maybe 2 maps ahead of us. So make some noise!
Let's go!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We took a little bit of a break, and now we're on to the second map. It is Ancient between FaZe and the counterparts in Bet Boom, who on Cash played less like Bet Boom and more like Bet Boomers, Vince. How about that?
Not bad, you know, it's a bit close to home, but yeah, not too bad, Anders. I will say though, and I'm not making excuses for Bet Boom, and I'm definitely not trying to take any of the thunder or any of the party away from FaZe fans right now, but I think Cash probably a punish pick, and this is going to be way more of a true test to see what FaZe have in store of playing a team of Bet Boom stature. Anubis, a map they are very comfortable on, have an 83% win rate, beating teams like the Falcons, like Gamer Legion, a fairly narrow loss to Na'Vi as well back at Atlanta. This is a map they're really strong on. So this for me is going to be really interesting and a great read of just how solid this FaZe team is looking.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a huge scalp. I think if they could take down Bet Boom this early on a map that they are, you know, I would say normally worse on. Again, big caveat with Jabo and everything else, but yeah, this is a big home map for Bet Boom. They should be feeling very, very comfortable here. So I would be surprised if it happens. Not the first time that I've been wrong. So I guess we'll let it be up to the test, and we'll see how this one goes coming into it. Bet Boom definitely didn't look like themselves, even if it's a map that, again, we haven't really seen too much of. I just think there were a lot of moments there where, again, there was sort of a hesitation. I think James talked about in the post game from the first one that even though they played Cash and they ended in double OT or whatever, they did feel very uncomfortable, and we could sort of see that. So maybe it's a similar thing for Bet Boom, but let's see if they can regain their confidence coming into the second map. Shout out to you guys who've been hanging out with us all day and yesterday as well over on the stream. We appreciate it. We'll be here for all of the days. Semi-finals are tomorrow, and then the grand finals, the best of 5 as well, by the way, it's going to be happening on Sundays. Do not miss out. Keep keep typing random stuff in the chat. It's great. Keeps me happy and occupied.
Yes, we really do appreciate your support, guys. We'll be into this map soon, after we're done yapping, of course, because we do definitely control everything that's happening over in China from Europe. Yeah, that's definitely us, 100%.
Yeah, we're delaying it the full way through. I do have a stat for you. If you're looking at the top 10 teams in the world, and you're looking at that B cave position on the CT side, for the last 3 months, top in the world is Exertion, and then it's Magnogis, second in place. So they have a huge, I think, advantage in having Magnogis on this side of the map. Again, he's, I think, one of the strongest players left in the tournament. Did have a little bit of a hard time kind of getting fully activated, but he played pretty well, I would say, on Cash. But on this map, maybe especially on the CT side, I kind of expect for him to step it up and do some good work.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, I was rattling off some stats there about how they've had notable wins against the Falcons. That was at Cologne, by the way, the event that Falcons obviously won. They beat the Mongols there as well, but they've also played it twice at the XSE Pro League, the very tournament that we are currently casting. They smashed the Sinners 13-4, and they beat Nemesis in a close OT 16-13. So they've been playing it at this very tournament with a bit of success, with Siren back in tow with the rest of them. And I do have high expectations. Again, I came into this event feeling like it was probably going to be Bet Boom and 9Z that took the entire tournament. 9Z have done their part. They're in the semi-finals. If you did miss yesterday's games, they're in the semis against Nemesis. And we do obviously have to find out which of these teams is going to be making a move through. Sorry, not Nemesis. It's Alliance they're playing against in the first semi. I knew I got that one wrong. Either way, the winner of this game is going to play PARIVISION. So plenty of exciting games to come up.
Yeah, you fixed it before I could even say anything, so good job anyway. Yeah, very, very curious how all of this is going to be playing out. Alliance, that is a shock to me. I'm very, very pleased that they made it this far. I think it's super cool. Great story for them individually. Great story for Swedish Counter-Strike, in my opinion. Somebody said casters are bold. Correct, sir? I mean, you can't even be mad because he's just stating facts. So you do get a point. Yeah, you do get a point for that. I don't know who's keeping score, but Samu, give that guy an extra point. He's absolutely correct on this one. Nothing we could do about it. I gave up the fight a long time ago. Who cares? Yeah, we're a little bit delayed here. We do want everything to be set in order before we get into Ancient. I'm assuming it's gonna be FaZe then, starting on the CT side. You've got to think if they get the choice of it. We'll find out.
Yeah, I think it's a, yeah, they will be starting, you're correct. I do think Ancient, though, is a very even map. I don't think it's, like, super CD-sided. A lot of teams can have a crazy amount of success on their half, and Jaboan is going to be occupying with those Julies in Cade. They push into him. The crosshair is so good. Siren instantly splattered, but Dilladez is straight back in with his own action, and now the T's trying to overtake the B site.
They do not have a kid on the CT side. Jacob has fallen back, and I kind of respect it. He wants to retake it with his team, but it's going to be a tricky... Oh, my God, maybe not. What a crystal aim he's got. Frozen as well, taking down Sorte. Bit of a battle here for Boomich. You're going to have to do one more than that. Still 12 bullets in the clock. Hasn't reloaded. Nade2 coming under the one side, and there's Twist. Again, the accuracy on some of these players on the FaZe side, it is truly devastating. But here's the problem, though. MagnoJez... Oh, he could have just fallen back, and I think it would have been fine. They do not have a kit. It's a 10-second defuse. If MagnoJez realizes and falls back off the position, then it's absolutely fine, and I'm pretty sure BetBoom just straight up win the round. But he wanted to battle, he wanted to fight his way through, and Frozen took his head off.
I wonder if he assumed that Frozen was starting a rotation through Cave to go behind him. If maybe that was his thought process. Hard to say, but yeah, you're spot on. I mean, if he just plays that one passively and plays for the post plant, he essentially has every chance of just wasting time and winning off that basis. But maybe it's a case of he's feeling himself. He landed a couple of very clean frags in return, and he wants to just get that blood satiated. Doesn't end up happening, though, and BetBoom will be into a full-on investment in this round. MP9 sprays MagnoJez. What a player to pick up through the smoke.
And that's interesting as well, because they actually failed. They wanted to do a run boost up their phase to try and get up on the wall, and they failed that, and then they still managed to get in a position to get that spray down. Very interesting stuff. Early kill, and Dilladez also taking a bit of damage here. Boomich, awkward position when the smoke was going down in front of him. He wanted to push in to, I think, create some space for his team on the other side. If he could have got a kill there, then it would have forced a rotation. Instead, Frozen, who is also an absolute god in this position by Donut. He's so smart at playing it. Gets the first one, does recommit to the fight. Probably not necessary, but it's all going to be fine in the end. Twist will take one down, and FaZe able to pick up the round here without too much trouble.
Oh, that was a force buy, so that's going to send some shockwaves for BetBoom.
Yeah.
And if you were thinking that this was going to be a case of returning the favor and being a stomp against FaZe, well, they have shown up, and we've already seen, as you said, some pristine aim. Surgical strikes with the USPs and the Julies leading into the M4s. It just see someone ask, by the way, Anders Danish? Question mark, question mark? Interesting. Yes. Guilty. Guilty is charged.
Guilty, yeah. Can't run away from it. Frozen gets this one. Yeah, it's one of the better kept secrets of the industry, but I've been outed, I've been doxxed, as the kids say. True indeed. Jacob has taken down Boomich. Oh, wait a minute. That's a wall bang with a deagle from Dilladez. Jacob is out of it. I always try and say in some of these rounds, like, even if it's very unlikely you win this round if you're BetBoom, doing some damage can kind of just get the team back online. Like, you get 2 more kills in this round. Even if you don't win it, you think, okay, you know what? We've managed to soften them up. We've made them respect us a little bit. Seems like that's going to be hard to do at the moment, but I think you can still get something out of a round, even if you don't end up winning it.
Yeah, and if nothing else, after you've just been utterly battered on the first map, just getting yourself kind of like warmed up, just getting a couple of kills for that feel-good factor can make you start to awaken a little bit. And at this point, I feel like BetBoom need a moment of inspiration. Need a motivational element from somewhere, whether it's the coach, whether it's BetBoom rallying them, because you are now at a point where this series is essentially 16-2 in favor of FaZe. If you carry over the scoreline for Cash, it is so utterly, devastatingly one-sided.
Yeah, I think that's it's a tough way to look at it, but kind of fair as well. We want the BetBoom that we know and love back. So far, we haven't seen it, but yeah, this next round will be probably the really big test for them here. Sorte's got the AWP. I seem to remember Sorte getting a lot of shots from this position when he's boosted up, but I think he's already been flashed off the angle, so if they want to do it, they have to recommit to the boost, which in itself could be a bit awkward, because if somebody heard them dropping down, they might already have made the call inside of the bomb site The rest of them are with the bomb on the other side. So this is shaping up like you get a kill here, you try and fake the bomb site, and then you hope that they rotate out of the A site, which they're currently not doing. Jaboan in position. Repeats. What a takedown. Dilladez. He only saw the top of the helmet, but it took him no time at all. And Sorte's back here, and they know it. So this round is over and done with. Unless FaZe run in one at a time to fight him, there's nothing you can do to win. And, well, there we go.
Oh, man. The Jaboan's got the flicks, he's got the aggression, he's got the personality to boot, he's rallying up the crowd, he's feeling himself. I gotta say, man, the eye test for Jaboan right now looking real good.
Yeah. And again, if you're trying to teach people Counter-Strike, you would probably say, hey, listen, you already got the kill from CT spawn, you can just fall back now. Like, it's totally fine, you got a player in Donut, you don't actually have to recommit to the second fight, but at a high level of Counter-Strike, it's so sick to see because it's so hard to read on the T side. You don't expect him to re-peek that angle at all. But he does, and he does it a lot. Round number 5 is here. And we've got Tech9s. They're in the red room. Honestly, if they can fight the red room and win here, then the bomb can get to A. This is a doable round, but my god, FaZe are in good positions.
Jacob continues to twist the knife. Had a really strong cash performance, up to 4 kills already. They are trying to breach the door up on Red Room past that smoke, but Twist is hiding behind there with his M4. I can't see how you can really get past him. If they were, though, he is essentially alone because they've played way more aggressively up on mid. 2 players strong. Although Siren was able to get between them, Nietsu just spins around, pivots in with an insta headshot.
There's something so strong about just tapping once and getting that headshot. Like, I don't need any more bullets. That's the job done. Flashes all across the board, so very hard to see who you're fighting on the other side. Bomb is going to be planted. Not much of a comfort right now for Bedboom. All of FaZe are pretty much circling the bomb side at the moment, and a flash, and then the swing from Twist. He's loving life for the moment. Dilladez goes down. They only get the 1 kill on Jaboan. Not enough to really celebrate here. FaZe, they're so locked in right now. They look better than any FaZe team has looked for quite a while.
I can't even disagree with you. Really have. And again, this was the time where I thought Bedboom were going to make a declaration. They were going to come through into Ancient, they were going to start strong, and they were going to be unrelenting. Making amends. Getting a bit of revenge in the meanwhile onto FaZe, and it has been every bit as one-sided as Cash. They're on fire, 5 rounds in a row. Siren yet to get off the mark. Boomich only on 1. Magnijez once again silenced early doors on 2 frags. And a hail of grenades. A plethora of shrapnel finds its way on middle. Flashes are good, and that's Frozen once again.
Huge pickup for him. Gives them the man advantage. Siren at least did a good job getting 1 back, but they're already thinking about pushing here. Siren, are you really going to be expecting this? 3 players in the smoke, and nobody knows yet who's on the other side. Good headshot from Siren. Honestly, that's almost better than you could have expected. There's a chance that you just don't have the crosshair in the right position and you die immediately, but now it's on Sorte. He's going to go for the bomb plant. Doesn't have much of a choice. He has to hope that no one's in Donut, and I don't really blame him for it. I would have probably done the same thing. Now he's backing up. Doesn't have the Molotov any longer, and they do have a lot of grenades. They can smoke the bomb, they can smoke Donut. He has to fight them. He can't fall back, and that's why this position is good. He's also stolen an incendiary. I don't know how much that helps him, because, again, they should smoke it off. No, they use both the smokes deep. I don't know if that's advisable. Bomb being defused, but no, Sorte! He could see right over it. The smokes, they did absolutely nothing.
Oh, dear. Great round for Sorte, but double smoking that is questionable. I thought they were going to smoke Donut and then smoke the site as well. And play on the periphery of it. And basically lull him out into going for those pre-fire angles. But stacking together is the worst thing you can do for the very reason we just saw. You just spray through, you get both kills. Easy peasy.
Yeah. Very, very interesting. I guess maybe they didn't smoke the bomb because they knew that he just threw out the Molotov. So they thought, and he went and picked up the incendiary. So maybe they were thinking, well, if he can't incendiary or Molotov the bomb, then who cares about smoking it? But as you said, there's another reason why you do that. And sometimes you do it just to force whoever is left alone on the T side to take some shots, to try and do something. Oh, this is how the round started. I don't think we even saw that, but it was an aggressive move. But this that could be the lifeline that BetBoom have been needed. They have really been wrecked in this game so far, both on the first map and the second. The first sign of life for them coming out in that clutch.
You know, to give them the benefit of the doubt as well, I think the reason they were clumping together is that bodyguard system that we've already seen today.
Sure.
Actually, on
Works
Ancient
better
as
against
well in our
knives.
previous game. Yeah, exactly. Not enough knives. Needed to bring one to the gunfight, apparently. That's the way forward. Either way, BetBoom have got their first round. Not something that you can really emulate too often. FaZe probably will be undeterred by what's just happened, as flashes are good, force frozen off the angle, but 2 players strong in Donut will be difficult to deal with. Smoke is going to afford them the luxury of pushing out if they want, but it's all a ruse because Red Room's being aggressed in, and it is Magnijez that's finally activated on Ancient.
Yeah, they need him, and he's going to come up strong again. Takes down Twists. Frozen and Jacob. This could be one of those painful rounds here for BetBoom. If Frozen gets a couple of kills with the smoke, then actually that smoke is fading as well. He'll find Magnijez. He definitely knew that. And look at this disjointment here. Where's the BetBoom refrag coming in instantly? As soon as he's fighting Magnijez, there should be someone on the other side. Now instead, they've been relegating the plant of the bomb. Flash goes over and Frozen picks it up easily, and he can guess. He knows where Siren is. What an absolute masterclass coming out from Frozen. 4 kills for him in the round, and even does like a little nod of approval to himself. That is so deadly and so accurate.
It shows the importance as well, man, of just playing smart and not getting too carried away. He was one of the first players that saw conflict in this round. He was one of those 2 players in Donut, and he was able to stand the entirety of this round and just be a real pain in the ass. You can see here the flash from Jacob is great, but the aim on point. And I saw that little nod as well, just like, I got this. Don't worry. No panic. We're good.
Yeah, that is it's kind of a scary level of confidence that he's displaying here, Frozen. But I will say again, great job from Magnijez. Like you said, running through Red Room, getting the 1 kill on Jabot, and I think turning around and getting a kill in CT spawn. That's perfect. But once they get to Donut, he's walking in as the smoke is fading, and his teammates are just far enough away on the other side that they can't peek at the same time. And that's really the thing that ultimately allows Frozen to kind of have enough space to even do anything with. And with a player the caliber of Frozen, you want to be able to manufacture a position where he can't do that, where as soon as he shoots one, somebody else is on him almost immediately. And I think BetBoom are kind of failing to do that, at least a little bit here. It's Magnijez in the middle. He is not slowing down, wants to keep the pressure on, and he's going to find Jaboan in the middle. Siren goes down next, and Natu, what a triple spray down. BetBoom with no pop flashes, no Molotovs or anything else to get rid of that boost, and leaves Magnijez alone. This is an absolute disaster for BetBoom.
They even got the first pick as well. Jaboan got picked off by Magnijez, who's pushing through the smoke. Decides better of it, and now his position compromised. But I definitely agree with your sentiment as well of if you can set up one of your best pieces to fully deliver and sharpen their blade as much as possible. Obviously, it goes without saying that is going to be something that yields more results. But on the other side of things, if you can silence and dull the senses of your opposition star player, that's also a key to success. And we saw FaZe do that time after time against Magnijez on Cash. He never got fully flourished or really into the game. You even said yourself earlier, Magnijez gets traded out. Where's the counterfrag? It's almost like there's no cohesion or chemistry with this BetBoom team right now, which is so strange to say considering how great they looked in the group stage.
Yeah, I think that's normally one of the things, like I said, their firepower isn't the only thing. I think normally that is something that they're pretty good at, kind of covering for each other and making sure they can get something back here. Nice shot. Magnijez taking out Jacob at the beginning. Juboan going to get smoked off. They'll send out an incendiary in return, but that shouldn't really stop the bomb for very long here. Or if they can win this round with a single AK and some Tech 9s. Again, it's not too late for BetBoom. If they can get even 4 rounds in this first half, there's something to fight for sure. But it has to be right now, and I don't know why they're fighting. The bomb is only just planted. Fair enough, you want to catch the CTs pushing in. It's Magno just to do all the work again. Another quad kill for him. He's up to 9 in total, but man, they almost gave it away to Natu. Maybe I'm just getting very nervous here, but I feel like that was risky.
It was. Don't think you're being unreasonable with that. Man, I'm just kind of blown away by this FaZe performance right now, I've got to say. Very few tremors, very few shakes. Sure, they lose this for last round, but they're going to be bouncing right back. I definitely see where you're coming from, though. Bet Boom is a map that they're comfortable on. We've already discussed this at length going into this map. And if you can crowbar in a 4th or 5th round, I think they have every chance of turning the tides. Every chance of bouncing straight back into this and making a real go of it.
Yeah, I don't want to count them out too soon. Like, obviously, the confidence is not with them at the moment. The synergy isn't there between the players. If that changes, it could be a very different team in a matter of rounds. So I'll give them the benefit of the doubts. Jabon, though, in a great position, will be flashed out. And here comes the Molotov to push him back. Easy. Oh, it doesn't actually spread far enough. Did it just land too far in front? I think it's supposed to burn that position. Nature's going to get traded out, and Jabon, in spite of the fact that he couldn't, or he wasn't burning, he's still not able to get the shot off. So Bet Boom, so far, so good.
Oh, Jabon, though, gets the pick onto triple box. It's Sorty that goes down. Now they have to contend with Temple. There's a double player flank coming through. It's going to be headed into Donut. That's going to be Jacob and Twists. Jacob takes the first player. Suddenly down to just 2.
We don't have any more grenades either on the T side. Oh, Dilides, you're in the open. This is never going to work out. They're at every corner. Frozen will take him down. Oh, they found such weird afterplant positions. I don't understand how they get caught that hard in Donut. That was the only position you had to defend. Like, if you can't defend Donut in an afterplant, then there is nothing much to fight for. So a little bit of a shame to see that no one is keeping an eye on that. Great shot, honestly, from Twist as well, though. He was very fast. Or it was Jacob. I think actually it was Jacob getting that kill onto Boomich to begin with. That's so quick that they can't really react in time. Dilides, I don't think he could ever really win that fight, unfortunately. So, yeah, 8-2. 4 is still possible, but no more mistakes.
That was a team ace as well. Everyone on FaZe got themselves a kill on that re-engage.
Oh, really?
Very impressive, yeah. Everyone dipped in. Zorti missing a bit of a sitter. He's got to be hitting those.
When Twist is making up for it, I think you're right. That missed shot allows for Twist to walk in as everyone is flashed on the other side. Takes down 2 people. Flash comes in again. Jabon to take over the control there. Jacob's going to go down, though. Nade2 getting hunted. Magna just trying to do as much work as he can. Frozen intercepting 1, and he's ready for more turns for the Flash. This guy is an absolute machine.
Oh, no. That has to be around for Bet Boom again. I know Zorti misses a sitter, but then Magnajest comes through. He has the impact you're looking from. And then they just run one by one into the blender that is Frozen. And he is now up to 17-3 in this half.
The fact that he turned around for the flashbang, I don't even know how you're able to do this. It's so sick. Look at it. A little wink as well. Frozen is completely out of control in this game, and now he's in the middle, battling everybody. 3 kills, 2 of them headshots. Jacob's going to fall on the other side here. Boomich looking to recover, but I don't think it's going to be possible any longer here. Dilides wondering what the hell happened to the team. He's out in the swamp now, hoping to stay alive, hoping that he doesn't have to face Frozen, who's rocking in now with 20-3 as a scoreline. He wants that semifinals. He wants to see FaZe rebuilt. He did get questioned about why he stuck around, and we're just going to find another team, and he almost seemed a little bit frustrated at the questions, but yeah, maybe he's going to build it himself from the ground up. Amazing work from Frozen. And Dilides, there's no chance here. Frozen is out on the hunt. He's already seen the backpack. He will go down, but Nade2's quick to return. So what a first half.
An incredible foundation that would be to build off as well, if that's what Frozen's intentions are, and he has full faith in this FaZe roster. And from what we've seen today, why the hell not? There are 2 sides to every story, though, Anders, and the other one is a bit of a bleak read if you're a Bet Boom fan. Never really got into this game so far. They've been absolutely destroyed on Cash, and a 10-2 first half on a map that they typically would call their home.
Yeah, that's how we introduced the whole thing, right? We said that this is a big opportunity now for Bet Boom, a map that they have a high win rate on. They've got some really strong players, and they could never get activated. Always with the Blues, isn't it? Always with the Blues. But Yeah, I don't know what to say. This is not the bet boom that we normally get to see. I guess that's the best cope that I could come up with. Is normally we are seeing a much more synergistic team and a team that's better at playing off of each other. Right now, the only hope that they have is Magna just trying to get, you know, quad kills, I think is what it takes to win rounds at the moment. So pretty disappointing, to be honest, for bet boom. I can't lie.
Yeah, I'm struggling to really put anything else into that, to be honest, Anders. I think disappointment is probably the correct word. And one of the reasons why I've been going on about MZTRDALE, not just because of the stat line that you read out about how powerful he is over on Cave, one of the best players in the world on Ancient, but also coming into this series, top-rated player in the entire event thus far. 5 maps played because they breezed past with ease in the group stage. 1.44 rating, 98 ADR, and 113 kills in 5 maps. That's averaging 22 kills per map that they came through into this quarterfinals with, and he has been absent.
Yeah, that's very fair to say. I mean, shout out to Natu as well. Just watching some of these highlights, a lot of them with Natu getting some of these great spray downs. So he definitely did a good job. Man, I guess we can only talk so much about BetBoom's failures. At the end of the day, I guess the real party here is just watching FaZe rising up out of the ashes, not making the last major, traveling all over Europe to attend every possible LAN available to try and get the last VRS points in one of the most desperate moves that we've ever seen towards the end of the last season, and they didn't make it. They couldn't do it. They ended up getting defeated by Big, I believe, in one of those LANs, with Blamef, you know, ultimately saying even if they'd already won, I think already had made the made their way forward, they still wanted to crush them, and they did. So yeah, not getting the major, but this rebuild, at least early on, it's pretty encouraging. So I'm excited for that. That's going to be the the thing that makes me smile at the going forward here. And if they keep playing like this, I mean, they could end up winning this whole tournament, which would be, it's a pretty good start to the season, I've got to be honest. $1 million tournament and you finish first, that would be something.
Oh yeah, and Frozen feels the same way. By the way, in that first half, just ends it with a cheeky little 162 ADR. No big deal.
Okay, well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're all strapped in and ready to go. Second half is here. Second map. The final quarterfinal. FaZe only 3 rounds away from making the semi-final here in China. XSE with a bit of a crossfire. Beautiful headshots and MZTRDALE on the dualies. They have shut down the one arm of the attack. Probably the main arm there, and that's the bomb as well. Pistol round is an absolute must-win for BetBoom, and so far they've made a pretty convincing case for themselves here. MZTRDALE fighting against the world. He's going to get one more kill before he goes down, and Jabot now alone.
Encircled, outnumbered, outgunned, and will fall prey to BetBoom. So, a stay of execution from the XSE Pro League in the quarterfinals. It was a must-win round, and MZTRDALE comes through clutch with those dualies. So on the back foot of FaZe, no post-plant in either. So options going to be minimal at best. Is this the start of something special from BetBoom?
You better hope so. I feel like we deserve an interesting game here, and this would have been the map for it for sure. Cash was always going to be a big question mark. Nobody could know for sure what was going to happen. But maybe it is the start. Don't yet have the AWP picked up, but not too worried about that. Just Glocks on the other side. XSE. Yeah, just make these rounds clean. Normally you'd say a casualty or 2, not a big deal, but yeah, if you want to see BetBoom accumulate any kind of confidence or momentum that they can in these rounds.
Well, I suppose that's, you know, if I'm gonna try and be an optimist here for like the neutrals perspective, and look, I want to just see fun Counter-Strike. I'd love to go to a third map here. Maybe that's greedy and selfish of me, but I think a lot of the people would agree. But you would maybe throw into the mix the conversational aspect of, look, Twist side yelling on T side sometimes has been lackluster. We didn't see any T side rounds on Cash because they won the second pistol and just stomped the map. What happens if BetBoom start to pressure them? Is this T side going to come undone? Maybe that's a way forward.
Let's find out. I love the idea of it because I really want to see Anubis. That is the third map. Normally, I've not been too much of a fan, but I've got a lot of new insight into the map, I feel like, so I'm starting to enjoy it quite a bit more. Siren, that's a really good guess. And trying to sneak through his nade 2. He was hoping that the fact that he had not been discovered was going to be enough time to pounce on the donut position. Grenade, and then Siren from the other side. It's a pretty good cleanup here. It is a 2 versus 4. And I will say this is why Bedboom in this game so far, they've made mistakes in these moments where they end up fighting way too much alone. Just don't do that here. Even if they plant the bomb, it's not the end of the world. Just don't give them a chance to get back into the round.
Digits getting dialed in. And although Frozen has been a monster, he is one that is limping, weakened, ready to be slain. And it's going to be Magnajez to plunge the spear in. If Frozen can get a kill, though, before he falls, Jabon can arc himself into this round yet. Big kill comes through, takes some damage. There's a second kill from Jabon, but Zorti's there to send him out of this round, leaving it on the very capable shoulders of Frozen.
They got a Molotov, they got a smoke as well. Oh, that's so scary. I thought they were going to line up, but with the kid in the back pocket, they're going to be fine with it. Like you said, he was low enough on health there, Frozen, that it's hard for him to play around Jabon. Like, normally, maybe you'd want him to do that, but you might have been better off trying to wait to the last possible second. Very scary, right? That's a 2-on-4 that gets turned into a 1v2 there, and it was winnable for a moment there for the side of FaZe. But Bedboom, they carry on through. They're still fighting, even if they allow the bomb plant here. Jabon, I thought he was going to get that third kill, by the way. I thought that was going to happen.
Yeah, definitely wouldn't have wrote him off from that being a possibility. HE just a little bit too shallow. Not going to affect the oncoming Ts as they were playing a little bit more passively in the elbow smoke. But a utility across the board. Smokes and flashes are plenty. Boomich is jumping up and down. The idea being he's watching that pixel peak. Stops him from getting instantly headshot as well. As soon as he spots something, he'll probably throw that smoke down and call that to the rest of the troops. Double player stack in Red Room as well does give them a lot of luxury for fast rotations through Donut if it's required.
Siren up on the plateau in front here. Nice enough spray down. They did throw in a flashbang, and they did actually overcome Siren, who has been struggling, I think, a little bit in the series so far. You'd want to see him do more work in that kind of a space. Just even one kill. Not that I think it makes a big difference in this round in terms of the outcome, but there are other rounds where the difference between, you know, getting a kill or just getting completely trucked there could easily make the difference. They burn Jabon in the corner, making sure he's not going to come back on them later on. So it will be a 6-10 scoreline. It's very curious how few people are interested in Molotoving this plateau position. I feel like people just don't do it anymore. And I don't know why. I spent so much time in coming up with a way to do it, and now nobody cares about it. I take it personally.
I was about to ask, is that a personal thing? And you answered me. So
yes,
and we'll see. I have to ask. You know, if at any point you're at an event, you can maybe you know, interview and interrogate, maybe a better word, the players why they don't do it. That's a miss Molotov though, out on the highway area. That's pretty significant too. Magnajez just spotted a player and just ran away.
Well, they've got almost clean runway up onto the B bomb site, but they're hesitating on the FaZe side. Boomich. God, he's close to getting caught. Jabon is back. Speed, really synonymous with his style at the moment. He's so fast. And the Molotov to push them forward, maybe into Jabon. There's a blind shot, but didn't look like it was far off connecting either. Twists, a magical couple of kills coming through. Sorte gets one, but it doesn't really matter. Frozen, he lands the headshot on Siren, and it's a 1 versus 4. So FaZe, they will pick up an 11th round here. There's no question about it.
Siren's his own worst enemy, man. I don't know if you caught that, but he wide swung out in front of Zorti as the peak came through from double doors. And so Zorti didn't press the trigger, and Siren died for it. It's hard, of course. The timing there was completely against Betboom. But again, I go back to that moment where Magnajez runs out of cave, looks down, sees two players, doesn't fire a shot, and just falls back. Indecision costing them dearly in that round.
Yeah, I think that's true. That's been, unfortunately, way too big of a feature of the Betboom style here today. Frustrating to watch. I'm sure it's frustrating for them as well. They can probably feel it too. Crowd, they do love FaZe. I've seen many shirts out there. I think a lot of the Chinese fans, big fans of Frozen and Twist, if I remember from the past as well. Oh, this is only getting worse, I feel like, for the Bet Boom side of things. FaZe. What more do they need to do to win here? I mean, Frozen's at 21 kills. They got Twist, Natu, and Jeboen all at 12 or 14. Jacob a little bit further behind, but it doesn't really matter. They got such a lead at the moment here. And only Dillades and Magnages on the other side are fighting back. The rest not, I think, having a big enough impact on the game.
Yeah, it's that kind of situation where it feels like Bet Boom like cries in Flammus. How they wish they could have him. It's like that Wolverine meme, you know, where he's like stroking the picture and it's Flammus. If only. If only, boys. There's no way they get this bodied with Flammus. I don't believe it. I'm a full Flammus fanboy, and I'm not going to apologize for it. I think he's great.
Yeah, I would make that choice every single time, like in a heartbeat. So I'm on board with it. Something about Siren and the way that I mean, it's made worse by the fact that now the Siren's here. You can sort of feel that he's just not very confident at the moment, and I think it is unfortunately costing him a little bit. But we'll see. It's still early on in the season, but at some point maybe Bet Boom do have to consider what is this enough? Is this enough for firepower? Is the right kind of approach? 45 seconds. Twist and the rest are getting very close to the cave. Jeboen trying to look for an opening here. Dillades playing an off angle in the back, but when that smoke goes up, it doesn't really matter. Frozen, he's out of the round. Natu gets one in return, and there is a flank from Siren. A little bit criticized here, but you know what? That kill is super important. He's going to go back towards the red room, so he doesn't want to keep flanking because now his position has been found. They got the man advantage, but the bomb has been planted, and there is a Molotov on Jeboen. You got to keep an eye on that.
Oh, perfect cross-set placement from Jacob, but he gets traded quickly. Dillades also very aware that cave. Two players getting mollied, and Twist just pivots round and takes the head off of Dillades. Now they know one of the last players was spotted on long. It's actually both of them, and Jeboen puts his AWP to use. It's all on Zorti. And I don't think he can do much apart from save, but he may not even be afforded that luxury.
Yeah, they're keeping him locked in here. Oh, Twist to get the final one. I thought I wanted him to use the Molotov for the bomb, but the way that he did it, you're absolutely right. It was brilliant. Locking two people out, and then they have to re-peek into the AWP that's waiting. So pretty good throw there for Jeboen in landing the Molotov and keeping them away from Twist as long as possible here. FaZe up to 12. They have such a giant lead. They would have to lose 6 rounds in a row to get this one into OT. Oh, you can see NKJ in the behind them as well. Super excited about this. Yeah, the FaZe rebuild is looking good early days.
I think FaZe stopped rising quicker and quicker with every passing second. The Siren once again is cartwheeled out of the round, maybe for the last time in Bet Boom's tournament lives.
Oh, this is really rough. 4 versus 5. Flash around the corner is good, but it doesn't seem to matter. Twist has been let loose in the back of the site, and he's found 3 kills, and what a rapid round that is. On their feet, exactly. You could see Twist is hyped up about this. He's been longing for these kind of victories, and here we are. FaZe in the semi-final of the XSE in China with a very, very impressive performance against the Bet Boom team that did look very lost at moments, but yeah. It's hard not to be excited for FaZe. Finally, something is working.
That's nothing short of an incredible performance from FaZe. You can make arguments that Bet Boom never really arrived in this playoff game, but I think that's doing a disservice to just how damn good FaZe looked today. Answering some of those questions, of course, it's a very small sample size. We'll see how things continue to go on in this event and upcoming events. But off the basis of today, Anders, I was impressed.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree with. A lot of individual moments there. Twist looking much better mechanically than we've seen for a while. Jeboen, obviously, what a pickup. Picked out of, Danish Counter-Strike, and everyone was sort of clowning a little bit on him at the beginning. Immediately got the nickname Joe Biden, but it turns out, might not be fit to be president, but he's certainly playing very good Counter-Strike, so we'll take that. Down on the stage, we do have a little bit of a double interview from the looks of it. So in a minute, we'll be quiet and let Banks take care of the rest. But yeah, congratulations to FaZe so far. They're in the semifinals here in China. We'll see how far they can go. But yeah, let's listen in to what they've got to say down on the stage.
好的，我们也是恭喜 FaZe 进入4强，欢迎 Frozen 和 Nady 来参加我们的赛后采访。我的天哪，这就是所谓的 FaZe Magic 吗？就感觉你完全没有办法用科学来解释啊。So Frozen, what the heck was that, man? What is this FaZe Magic I've been hearing about? Like you just cannot explain this scientifically.
Yeah, it was a good day in office, no?
这打得挺不错的，是不是？
Yeah, I mean, lots of things worked. I think we had a good prep. I think we used the time off very well. You know, we tried to stay ahead and come up with a new thing since we didn't have that much of a practice. And yeah, I mean, I think I had a little bit of a lucky card, to be honest, individually. But, you know, good day, as I said.
是啊，今天就是感觉非常好。我觉得我个人也是有一些运气成分在里面啊。然后我觉得我们的备战呢都是奏效了。然后我们的这休息的这几天的这个备战啊，非常的好。
Nadju, I want to ask a bit about you on Cash because you've only played it twice in your whole career until now. It's a fresh career, but twice at this event and this one, you dominated and you shut down BetBoom, everything they threw at you. You just feel comfortable in this position? You just like this map? Explain it to me.
I mean, I played it on CSGO, not too much, but I was like barely level 10 on Faceit actually.
Okay.
But I always felt comfortable in this map. I feel like, I don't know, just for my aim and just how I play it, I think it's just enjoyable for me to play it, and I'm happy that it's back.
Nady 其实他职业上他的官方比赛只打过2次叉车，就是在我们这个叉票。然后他之前 CSGO 的时候呢，打过叉车这张图，但是他那时候没有这么厉害，他那时候好像也 Faceit 也就是将10级，但是他一直觉得叉车这张图很适合他。
And tell me a little bit from your perspective, what was happening when you guys were just getting round after round? What was the communication like? What were you saying to each other as a team? Because it looked like in even the clutch situations or nothing could go wrong for you guys.
I think since the 0-2 game, I think we just had really good preparation. I think we just prepared really well our games. We have a good step-by-step plan that we make every time, day by day. So I think we just have good preparation. Also, I think we're just starting good. And when we start good, after we have good momentum and it just keeps rolling. We have good pre-plans, good communication. Where like the games we lost, we are just poor communication. There's also like not that much of reps, but we just play good. We have good communication, and yeah, good preparation makes it all.
是的，就我们0-2开局之后呢，我觉得我们的这在备战方面，备战的就越来越好了，然后我们队伍之间的这个交流也越来越好了。你像今天这个比赛，我们开局非常顺利，那么在我们开局顺利的时候呢，我们就直接就挡不住了。
He's talking a lot about the preparation that's being done. I want to ask about what NKJ is able to do. I know he's very methodical with the way he likes to prepare and plan. How much is that helping? Like, how much does he give you? Just give us some insight.
I mean, I cannot say all the secrets, right? You know, I think Nicky is very good at showing our weaknesses and making sure that he's pointing it out, and you know, we need to work on them. And I mean, that's one of the reasons why as well we started so bad in the tournament, I feel like. Yeah, lots of things to work on, but it's good that we have someone who's keeping a lookout for these things, you know, and you know, then it's up to us to step up and fix it.
我们的教练 NKJ 做的非常好的一点是，他会就指出我们的缺点。那么我们0-2开局其实确实也有很多的这个缺点啊。然后呢，教练能帮我们指出来，这样我们就能去改善它。
And now tomorrow, semi-finals, be facing up against PARIVISION in that one. If FaZe plays like they did today, can anyone stop you here?
I mean, PARIVISION is a different team, I feel like. Jamie has been always annoying, to be honest. So, I mean, I would love to hope so, but I think we just have to take it map by map again. I think, as I said, PARIVISION are a completely different team in my eyes and much tougher opponent.
我觉得 PV 确实比 BB 要艰难很多，因为只要是 Jamie 的队伍呢，他就一直能给我们带来麻烦，让我们挺头痛的。所以明天呢，我们就是争取打好每一张图吧。
And Nadja, it's quite a new experience for you in the FaZe jersey and all the support and all the fans giving you some love. So anything you want to say to them?
FaZe up, baby!
And Frozen.
Yeah, man. FaZe the fuck up!
And with that, I don't need to do too much else. But guys, they're through to the semi-finals. It's FaZe Clan!
Absolutely beautiful. Love to see it. And yeah, good energy on the stage as well. You could see that they're really enjoying themselves. And why wouldn't they? Coming through with a victory like this one. Frozen, top of the board here for Ancient. I mean, Vince, he played an absolutely outrageous game, didn't he?
He was on 20-3, I want to say, in the first half, something like that. Taking every single duel, was fearless, was clearly just having a good time, and showing very little respect against a team like BetBoom that you would have to say deserve to have respect, but they just simply felt like there were so many leagues above them after that cash performance. They had full confidence, and I think Twists also said it in the pre-game interview. All the pressure's on BetBoom. They'd had like 1 or 2 days to prepare before coming to this event. Everyone expected BetBoom to be one of the leaders and actually win this tournament. People didn't have very high expectations of FaZe, and they played like that, man. They played like they had nothing to lose and everything to gain, and that's awesome. And I'm also glad that Frozen isn't getting carried away either. He's saying, listen, PARIVISION, completely different team. I'm not taking anything for granted. We still have things we can improve on. That's good. That's a good mentality to have, because let's be real about this. This is still Frozen FaZe, I should say, with Frozen and the rest of this lineup very early on in their progress towards maybe making the next major.
No, I fully agree. Like, it is important not to get too carried away, but yeah, they should enjoy this moment here, and we'll see how it goes against PARIVISION. It's going to be tomorrow. We got 2 semifinals coming up, so you do not want to miss it. I want to give a big shout out to you guys in the chat. You've been hanging out all day, and in between calling us bold, you've also been kind of nice in the comments and appreciating, you know, it's some long days here, but with you guys backing us up, and we can't really fail. So super appreciate it. It's always great fun. And we will return tomorrow with more Counter-Strike. It's going to be 2 semifinals. There is a grand final on Sunday as well, and that's going to be a best of 5. So a lot of Counter-Strike to come. You do not want to miss out. We'll see you tomorrow bright and early. I believe it starts at the same time. So it should be like 10 o'clock Central European time, summertime, whatever that means. Yeah, we'll see you here. Don't go anywhere. I mean, you do now, but tomorrow, put it in your calendar is what I'm trying to say, and make sure you don't miss out on some grand Counter-Strike. We'll be back. Stay tuned.